IB Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Podcast. That's Trevor Trowbridge. I'm Brian Driscoll. It's Wednesday, Trev, and that means it is buy, sell, hold time. There were so many great submissions that we're like, you know what? Let's just focus on that today. We're not going to have any topic beforehand. We're going to have some fun stuff to talk about tomorrow. I'll be here all next week before I go on vacation. Lots to talk about. Today, we want to just let you guys kind of determine what we're going to discuss, and so we're going to do that with our buy, sell, hold, as you guys remember and as you know. But just for the first-timers, the newbies, the buy, sell, hold submissions are taken from premium board members at boards.irishbreakdown.com. It's one of the many perks of being a board member. And we put them all together. Salty starts a thread. Usually on Tuesday, we take all the good ones, or we take all of them now. Because at first, we were just doing it like we would do it for like an hour, and we'd take the top ones. But we're like, you know what? This is fun. Lots of great ones. I don't know. It'd be like longer to kind of have to go through and pick which ones I wanted to do than just to do all of them because they're so good. So we take all those and we will answer the submissions. And it's not questions. It's more of a you submit a proposition or you submit a statement, and then we buy it, we sell it, or we hold it. So we yep, I agree. It's a buy. I don't see it that way. That's a sell, hold. I'm not sure, or I need more data. Try not to do a lot of holds, but sometimes it's necessary. And so that's what we're going to discuss today. If you have a buy, sell, hold submission you want to make and you're not a premium board member, go ahead and throw a super chat in there. Those are the only buy, sell, holds that we will be responding to during the show outside of the ones that are already submitted from our premium members. So, Trevor, without further ado, man, how ready are you for today's buy, sell, hold? I know you've already gone through the question or the submissions and kind of seen what's in there. I think I put the cards together. I'm fired up. I think it's going to be a really fun show today.
You know my stance on it, Brian. I'm always ready for buy, sell, hold. You stay ready, you never have to get ready. I'm pumped. There's some really fun submissions today. Really good topics of conversation. And I appreciate the buy, sell, hold even more now on this end of the table because it's cool to see what everybody's thinking. You know, current state, seeing where everybody's at in their Notre Dame fandom and what questions and topics and propositions that they have in their mind. So I'm ready to jump into it, man.
So let's rock and roll. And Salty has started to kind of do this thing where he starts the thread. That's one of the things he does as a moderator. And he now submits the first question all the time. And I kind of like that. So we're going to start off with what we know, Trev, and I'll have you read the submissions. We're going to start off Salty Virginia Peanuts.
Buy, sell, hold. Of all the additions to the Notre Dame athletics staff, Mike Martin will prove to be the most impactful over time.
I think that's fair. I think I'll buy that, but I don't buy it with a lot of certainty. And it has nothing to do with the job that Mike Martin might do. I think obviously the guy in charge of talent acquisition is a vital role, incredibly vital role. But at the end of the day, it's what do you have with the people that do it, right? That take that talent and get it to play to the level that you need it to. And I still feel that those guys are even more important than the talent acquisition people, because those people also play a role in talent acquisition. Your defensive coordinator, your running back coach, your offensive line coach, your offensive coordinator, your DB coach, all those guys are still playing a big role in talent acquisition. What you've done is you've taken, some of that off their shoulders and some different aspects of it, but they still play a vital role. And I still feel like the quality, the job that the defensive coordinator is going to do is going to be even bigger and even more impactful. The reason I'm still going to buy it, however, because you're like, dude, that sounds like a sell, is just I think that I don't know how long a defensive coordinator is going to stick around. And usually with the defensive coordinator, his impact is during that time. I mean, we had Mike Elko for a year. We had Clark Lee for 3 years. We had Marcus Freeman for a year as the D coordinator. Then Al Golden for 3 years. And if a guy who is in charge of kind of running the recruiting operation only stays for 3 years, his impact goes beyond those 3 years still. Because the guys he recruited during that 3. So let's just say Mike Martin's here for 3 years. And, does a phenomenal job. Notre Dame wins a championship that we predict they're going to win, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then what's going to happen is you're going to see him, let's say he goes and gets a general manager job in the NFL. Just throwing it out there. Okay, but his impact doesn't end there, because the talent he's acquired will have an impact for the next minimum 2 to 3 years. And so that's why I'll say I'll go with that simply because it's going to be more of the long-term impact, even though I still feel like the more immediate impact will be made by the defensive coordinator, Chris Ash. Positively or negatively, the same thing with Mike Denbrock. It's positively or negatively, he's going to have an impact. And that's where I went with that one. So what do you say, Trev?
Yeah, I'm going to buy this one as well because, Salty, you put a very key phrase at the end of this, and it's over time. If it was, even if you gave the next 2 years, I probably would have sold it because of the Chris Ash hire, because his impact could prove to be the most impactful, to be honest with you, because we've seen Notre Dame teams before in the past have a really good offense and a subpar defense. 2015 ring any bells to anybody? And that to me is what's on the table immediately. But since you said over time, I do think it will be Mike Martin for all the reasons that Brian listed off. So you and I are on the same page there. Buy, sell, hold from Irish fan Mini. You have to buy one, sell one, and hold one. So in the next 2 years, Brian Kelly gets fired, goes to the NFL, or takes his talents to the golf course.
I'm going to sell that he gets fired. I think if Brian Kelly leaves LSU, it'll be on more of a negotiated situation where he won't want to get fired. Look, because here's the thing. Brian Kelly's going to, if he leaves LSU, short of having a great success over a period of time, right? So like if his tenure does come to an end, it'll be more of a negotiated settlement where he wants to save face as much as he may love money, or I think he also, his ego matters a lot to him. This is good chance this is going to be his last coaching job. He's not going to want his last coaching job or potentially one of his last coaching jobs to be one where he gets fired. So it may be a thing where he says, hey, I want to, I want to go out and on my own terms and so negotiate some settlement. You pay me, a half of what my buyout would be, and I'll, retire instead of being fired, something like that. So I sell that one. I don't think he gets fired. Now the whole thing with the Greg Brooks thing, and I'm not trying to be flippant here, that could be the thing that changes number one. Like I've always felt this about number one. I don't think he'll get fired. I think they would say, hey, look, we want to make a change. And then he would say, hey, look, I understand, and he would try to save face. But the whole thing with Greg Brooks is if they don't step up this year, LSU, because if LSU comes out this year and makes a playoff run, they go to the semifinals, they're going to brush that under the rug and not even worry about it. It's all good. Sucks that happened. But, coach, you're winning football games and we're in the SEC and we'll let a lot of things slide as long as you're winning football games. And I shouldn't even say SEC because that's true of almost all major college football programs, including Notre Dame, as we learned during Brian Kelly's tenure. But if they struggle again this year, go 9-3, 8-4 again, then I could see them using that situation as a reason to fire him for cause to get out of that giant buyout that he has. That's the only thing that recent revelation is the one thing that kind of causes me to say, if they struggle this year, I could see something like that happening. But for now, I'm still going to sell that one. I'm going to hold number 2. And I thought about selling number 2 simply because, honestly, Trev, you may even want to flip those two. I'm curious to hear what you have to say. A year ago, no brainer, goes to the NFL, was on hold because I think he's always wanted to coach in the NFL. I don't know that the NFL has ever really truly wanted him. That's why, I don't know that he's given up on that dream of going to the NFL. And then number 3 is, I think the most likely thing in the next couple of years, so I'm buying, is that he'll take his talents to the golf course, which goes back to my reason for number 1. Why I sold that one, because I think Brian Kelly would retire before he'd allow himself to get fired. I could see the LSU having a really good year this year and going to the playoffs, and he's, like, hey, I'm going to end on a high and negotiate some settlement to walk away and save them a lot of buyout money. So that would be my stance, and that's been my stance for a while. But this recent stuff is the one thing that leads me to think that maybe I should flip that gets fired thing a little bit and make the NFL the one that I sell.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to I'm going to sell the gets fired for the reasons that Brian said. And also kind of similar to how I don't like predicting if players are going to transfer. I never want to predict if somebody's going to get fired, short of it being that's why the Greg Brooks situation makes this a little bit more interesting. Now, I'm willing to acknowledge when coaches are on the hot seat or when it's starting to warm up, and that's something that I can acknowledge, but I never want to predict or put my thoughts out there about somebody losing their job. So I'll say that with number one. So that one I'll sell. I guess I'll buy taking his talents to the golf course. He doesn't really strike me as somebody that's good at golf. I think he just enjoys the mantra of saying that he does golf. That seems more like Brian Kelly, not somebody that's actually good at golf. And then I guess hold on the NFL because you never know. But I'd go in opposite order. Buy 3, hold 2, sell 1. Buy, sell, hold from Irish Fan Mini. USC's 2025 win total does not improve upon their 7 wins in 2024. Brian, you're muted.
Just so you know, Streamyard lately has been very finicky about the unmute button because I hit it and that's why I started talking, and that's why I went away from the screen. That's why I couldn't see you going like this because I went away from the screen. So I apologize, everyone. But here's why I'm struggling with this one a little bit, Trevor, because when I look at USC this season, I'm not in love with the roster, and I look at them and I'm like, this is one of the least talented rosters they've had in the last couple of years. I mean, I look at their receiving core. It's good, but it's not as deep as it's been in recent years. The running back room is solid, but it's just not as good as it's been in recent years. They've had some really good running backs. It's Brian Jackson's a nice running back, and they got Eli Sanders in the portal and Wayman Jordan in the portal. I mean, these aren't impact guys like the last couple of years, and they were getting guys that were more impactful in my opinion, and solid backs, good backs, but not guys that like strike fear into your hearts. One of the kids was a JUCO kid, and so I don't know, Trev. I'm not fired up about that part of it. Their tight end room is solid, and they lost a lot of talent this offseason. Their offensive line lost some guys to the portal, and Jonah Monheim graduated, and defensive line wise, they lost some guys in the NFL. They lost some DBs to the portal the last couple of years, and they haven't really reloaded. They haven't recruited exceptionally well. Not that they haven't recruited bad, or not that they've recruited bad. It just hasn't been what you expect from USC. I mean, it hasn't been a vintage USC recruiting operation. I mean, this past year, if you look at Rivals, their recruiting class ranked 15th, just solid. Got some really good players in it. But I mean, we're used to USC being like this team that's finishing in the top 5 every year in recruiting, and not that recruiting rankings are the end all be all. We've talked about this, but they were 18th the year before. But you're in California. You're in a state where your guys are getting overhyped. You're getting the push for the ranking standpoint, and you're finishing 15th and 18th. And part of that too is because they've put so much focus on the transfer portal. But like, they finished 18th last year and had 23 commits. They finished 15th this year and had 24 commits. It's not like they're finishing that low because they're getting high-level players, but they're only signing 15 of them. That's where I say the point system can be very flawed, because, like, look, we didn't need 25 guys this year. We only needed 17, and we got really good 17 guys. But they're not really doing that. And so those things I look at, Trev, and I look at this team and I'm like, I don't love their talent. It's good talent, but it's not great talent. I'm sitting there thinking this team went 7-6 last year, 6-6 in the regular season, and they're not nearly as talented as they've been. All of that makes us say, well, then what's the freaking problem, Brian? Then why did you need to say all that to just say bye that they're not going to improve on 7 wins? Here's why. Because their talent is still good. It may not be elite, but it's still good. And the issue that I have is I feel like in the past, USC has been a big problem that they've had, Trev, is that they haven't been a team. It's been an all-star team that everybody's kind of in it for themselves. They're in it for their own paydays. They're in it for their own thing. They're not in it to bring glory back to USC. That's been a big problem. Lincoln Riley has not built a team that seems to have any sort of strong push for, hey guys, we're trying to accomplish something great here. We're trying to do something special here at USC because we know the legacy that came before us, and we know we need to live up to that. I haven't got that sense at all. When I look at the roster I see coming back, I see more of those type of guys returning to this team. And maybe they don't have some of the big name guys, but like Kamari Ramsey strikes me as that type of player. You've got Eric Gentry and all he's battled through. There's a lot of guys like Mekhi Lemon could have left this offseason for a big payday. He's, to me, better than any of the guys that left, that went into the portal. You could argue he's been as more productive than any of them. He had more catches, more yards than any of those guys. He stayed. He's sticking it out. Jacoby Lane, same thing. Elijah Page could have jumped in the portal and gotten a big pay raise this past offseason. So, you look at it and say, well, maybe this team is more bought in than some past USC teams. Maybe there's not as many of the guys they went out and got that were necessarily these high-priced, all-star players. And when they have gone to the portal this last couple years, Trev, it's been more so about, this past offseason, it's they're bringing in guys that are good football players, but last year's portal class and to a degree this year's portal class to me are more about getting good football players than necessarily going out and spending the big money to get a guy like Jordan Addison to just completely bail on his team so that he can go get the highest payday. After winning the Biletnikoff. He wins the Biletnikoff and then he bails on his team and goes somewhere else. And so it's not that type of free agent that they're getting out of the portal. It's more so like, guys from Boise State. They're getting a guy from New Mexico who was previously at Iowa State. It's not the former 5-star commits. It's guys that are looking to play on that big stage. And I wonder, okay, so maybe they're not as well built from a pure talent standpoint, but are they going to be a better team this year? That's where my struggle is. And ultimately the reason I'm going to settle on sell that I actually think USC does improve is because I also think year 2 of D'Anton Lynn is going to be big for their defense. That's kind of my final piece of the puzzle for USC's. Now, I don't think they're going to improve on it incredibly so, but, you look at their schedule, Trev, with the talent they have. Missouri State's a win. Georgia Southern's a win. Michigan State at home should be a win. You've got Northwestern at home, should be a win. UCLA at home should be a win. So that's 5 wins right there. So between at Purdue, at Illinois, home against Michigan, at Notre Dame, at Nebraska, at Oregon, of those 6 games, they've only got to win. Actually, I'm missing a game. So I said win over Missouri State, win over Georgia Southern. Let's be honest, win at Purdue. They're going to win at Purdue. Should win over Michigan State. Win at home against Northwestern. Win at home against UCLA. That's 6. So between at Illinois, home against Michigan, at Notre Dame, at Nebraska, home against Iowa, that's one I was missing, and at Oregon, they've only got to win 2 of those 6 games to improve on what they did last season. And really, they only got to win 1 of those games and a bowl game to then improve on that season. And I think that's going to be enough, in my opinion. The D'Anton Lynn return and what I saw, the discipline that he has instilled on that defense that's not existed on the offense with Lincoln Riley, getting rid of some of the prima donnas and those type of guys, bringing in more, I'll say blue-collar type of portal guys is good enough for them to be able to win against that schedule. And that's kind of where I'm at on it, Trev. I mean, there's 6 wins where you got to really F up to not win that game. It means you only got to win 1 or 2 games that aren't that way. So that's where I'm at. So ultimately, I'm going to sell. I do think they improve, but I just wanted to explain kind of why USC is such a hard team to evaluate, because they've had some rosters the last 2 years that if you had like a really good coach that could bring guys together, they would have won a lot more games than they did in the last 2 years. This team doesn't have nearly the talent that they have. And that, but sometimes that may be better because you also don't have the egos that you've had. You don't have to deal with Bear Alexander's just constant headaches. You don't have to deal with some of these other big-time egos that just weren't getting fed enough, so they're willing to go somewhere else and play for an even worse team because it means they're going to get paid and get more touches. You know what? Let those guys go. You're not winning with those guys. Maybe they can win now with some of these more blue-collar guys when you're playing against a Big Ten schedule that's got some tough teams in it, but a lot of games where you're still going to be more talented than Illinois. You're still going to be more talented than Michigan State. You're going to still be more talented than Iowa. Are you going to be able to then put it all together? We'll find out. So even with Lincoln Riley, I still think this team goes at least 7-5 in the regular season, which is an improvement. So I'm going to sell that one.
This one was tough for me because I just wrote up my way too early preview of the USC team. And it's interesting. They only returned 2 starters from last season on their defense. Now, for some of the reasons that Brian listed out, maybe some of those was good attrition. Now, this one I just don't know because I have a lot of question marks. Jaden Maeva looked like a completely different quarterback in the bowl game than what he did against Notre Dame. I don't know how much I trust Lincoln Riley. I like the talent at their skilled positions, but with USC, they've been one of those teams where it's like I've always liked their talent at wide receiver. There hasn't been a year that I can remember. I'm like, hey, USC's wide receivers aren't really all that great. So I think that's pretty much a constant. Running backs, I think they're going to be fine. Elijah Sanders in the portal was decent. It was a good pickup. He's a proven guy at that level. I look at their schedule, and it's interesting. I do think that they'll have more talent than Iowa. It also helps that they have them at home. Michigan State's an interesting team for me. It also helps that they have them in the Coliseum as well.
Yep.
But Michigan State is an interesting one because they could be building something up there in East Lansing. I don't know if it's going to come to fruition in 2025. That might be more of a 26 conversation. But I think those games could be interesting depending on how it falls because we're talking about a team that had 6 losses in the regular season last year, 5 losses, when they played Notre Dame. And up until that point, all of those losses had been by 1 possession. So it makes you think. And
they had led
leads
in the fourth quarter, right?
Yep. They had leads in the fourth quarter, which makes this conversation really interesting. Can they now overcome that 1 possession deficit and blowing leads in the fourth quarter with less talent and overcome that by being a better cohesive unit? Potentially. And I think that's a really interesting conversation to have. But then on the flip side, it also wouldn't surprise me if they're like, hey, they battled their butts off. They never quit. This other team just had better athletes than the 9 new starters that USC is going to have on defense. So it's a really interesting topic for me. But I'm including postseason, I'm going to sell this. I think that their portal pickups, to Brian's point, are more fitting for the culture of what USC should be. Now, is Lincoln Riley going to do the proper things with it? Maybe.
That's the only holdup. He's the only holdup. That and the fact that they're having to go to the portal again to rebuild their offensive line. That's never an ideal situation.
Put it this way: that buy-sell hold submission was one where it would not surprise me if they got more than 7 wins, but it would also not surprise me if they had another 6-7 wins either. It's just I could see it going either way. What I don't see on either end of the spectrum is the extreme. I don't see them going 4-8 or 5-7, especially with that schedule. But with that being said, I also don't see them going 10-2, 11-1. I don't think it's going to be that either. So I do think 7 wins for this team though is the floor. So USC is an interesting conversation, man. They're an interesting team.
There's a lot of teams like that, and I think you nailed a good point about it, Trevor. Some of the teams that I think could beat them at their place, they have to travel and play, meaning their home games are more teams they could and should beat. The fact, like Michigan State might be a tougher game if they had to travel across the coast to play in East Lansing. Northwestern, Iowa could be that team if they had to, travel out to Iowa City and play them. Iowa State's in Ames and they're in Iowa City, right? I always get those 2 backwards. But you get them at home. That makes it a little bit more winnable game. Yeah. And, Nebraska is a team that I think could beat USC next year, no matter where they play, just because the talent they have. And they got to go to Nebraska. So, those are things that I look at and say, hey, this is what we're going to see. Because I'm someone who does believe that Nebraska is going to be improved this year. I do.
Me too.
I know that last year they lost at the Coliseum in a close game. That was a close game, and this is going to be a better version of Nebraska, and I don't know that this is going to be a more talented version of USC in 2025. So I'm with you the other day. Nebraska's got to prove it. man, I like their roster. I feel more
Mhm.
comfortable with them proving it this year than I maybe have in past years. But I think their
Mhm.
schedule makes up part of that as well. It's a good submission.
Yeah, that was a really good submission. Buy, sell, hold. B Rocket AB. Notre Dame will have 3 players with over 500 receiving yards next year.
I'm gonna buy that. I mean, they weren't that far away from that this year, Trevor, and this team didn't throw the ball that much. I mean, they had Jaden Greathouse had 592, Bo Collins had 490, and Mitchell Evans had 421. Bo Collins was sub 12 yards per catch. Mitchell Evans was sub 10 yards per catch. Jordan Faison was at 356, and he missed 3 games. I mean, so if he doesn't miss 3 games, he's also over 400. So they weren't that far off last year. I think 5 is a good number to evaluate that. Now, you could also say maybe this year they don't play as many games, and that's fine. And I get all that, but I'm gonna buy that. I could see 3 guys over 500. If one guy emerges as like the dude, that makes it a little bit harder to get there, just because a lot of that production will go sort of him, especially. And here's what could make this be a one where I'm wrong, is that Greathouse and Malachi Fields kind of step up as the very clear 1 and 2 or 1A, 1B in the offense. Then it may be a little tougher with the ball being spread around and the way that this team's going to run the ball to get that third guy over 500. So, they're both over 800, and then the next guy's at like 450. Could maybe see something like that. But even in that scenario, I could still see a situation where, those 2 guys are where they are, and Eli Raridan's has sort of a Troy Nicholas type of season where he catches 35 passes for 500 yards. I think, what did I say the other day? Wasn't Nicholas at like 32 for like 490? Something like that, because we expect him to be a little bit more of a vertical threat than what we've seen the past couple of years. He was at 32 for 498. I could definitely see Eli Raridan catching 3 more passes in 14, 15 games, averaging about 15 and a half yards per catch and getting over 500. Could definitely see that, because especially if Jaden and Greathouse and Malachi Fields do break out as the guys, because now you're going to get way more ideal situations where, could you imagine running like 4 verts out of a 2x2 alignment with Eli Raridan in sort of an attached set to the boundary, and you've got him and Malachi Fields running up the seam, or up double vertical. He's going up the seam and Malachi's running the outside go. I mean, that puts you in a real tough bind there. And I could see some stuff like that. So getting him some more of those big play opportunities, I could certainly see that. And then that would get him over 5. So there's enough ways I can talk myself into 3 guys getting to 500 with the changes at quarterback and the system evolution. They're now in year 2 of the offense, all that type of stuff. Your really good 2023 recruiting class are now all going to be juniors, with Jaden and Faison and KK. I can easily talk myself into that. Plus, you've got Will Pauling, who, was over 800 yards a couple years ago. It was in Wisconsin. I mean, he's a guy. You've got 3 newcomers that have been over 800 yards in a season at the Power 4 level, not coming from Florida International or Marshall, but at the Power 4 level. I just find it hard to believe, with all that, plus Jaden Greathouse and Eli Raridan and Jordan Faison, that 3 of those guys don't get over 500. Because, again, I'm also projecting they're going to play 14, 15, maybe 16 games next season.
I use, actually kind of drawing inferences back to USC, I use their offensive production just from a number standpoint as a good gauge of what Notre Dame's offense could potentially look like. You go back through, and USC had 3 receivers over 500 yards. None of them really close to 1,000, but Mekhi Lemon had 764. Jacoby Lane had 525. Zachariah Branch had 503. Yeah, I mean, they had one guy over 400. They had another guy in Deuce Robinson that was 4 yards shy of 400. And I know the biggest question is, well, hey, Trev, what about the running back room? They're going to need fed. Well, Woody Marks had 1,100 rushing yards. Quentin Joyner only had 478, but he averaged 7.6 yards per carry. That sounds a heck of a lot like Jadarian Price. And by the way, USC did all that in 13 games. So I could absolutely see Notre Dame's production resembling some of the numbers that USC's offense put up, especially if we're talking about a 14, 15, maybe 16-game season. This one's a definite buy for me, especially with who's going to be at quarterback next year. Buy, sell, hold from Domer Grizz. This wide receiver room is the deepest you can remember.
Oh boy. I'll buy. I mean, I'll buy. I'll kind of buy that because I think the depth comes more from upperclassmen. I thought that 2018 receiving core should have been a lot deeper. I mean, you obviously had the guys that were playing a decent amount. You had Chase Claypool, you had Miles Boykin, you had Chris Fink. Trying to think, there was one other guy that was part of that rotation in 2017. Let me pull up the stats from that year. No, not 2017, 2018, excuse me. It's like Kevin Stepherson wasn't on that team. 2018, you also had no, it was the other two were tight ends. Yeah, so you only had that 3-man group. But you had Michael Young as part of that team. He should have played more. And then you had that really good freshman class of Kevin Austin and Braden Lindsey and Lawrence Keys and Micah Jones and Joe Wilkins Jr. that I thought gave him pretty good depth. But then half of that was younger guys. Half of that was newcomers, freshmen. And this is more veterans. And so, I mean, you took it just the guys that we know that have played football, like meaningful football. You've got Malachi Fields, who's had two seasons of over 800 yards. You have also a newcomer, because we'll just kind of go with the older players, going top to bottom, older players. You've got Will Pauling, who is going to be a fifth-year senior who had over 400 yards last year, but 2 years ago, and the last time he was healthy, had 837 yards and 6 touchdowns on 74 catches in 13 games. You have Jaden Greathouse, who's coming off of a season where he ended up getting close to almost 600 yards. I mean, if you just look at Jaden Greathouse's production in the last 2 games, I mean, Notre Dame went from having not had a 100-yard receiver since a regular, since the entire year, since the bowl game the year before, right, with Jordan Faison, getting over 100 against Oregon State, to where he has back-to-back against Penn State and Ohio State, and you look at the production he had, he ends up with almost 600 yards. You have Jordan Faison coming back, who's been over 300 yards each of his first 2 seasons. So there's that 4 right there is pretty good. Then you've got KK Smith, who's now going into his junior year. You've got Cam Williams, who's a really talented kid. Micah Gilbert, who's really talented. Logan Saldate, who's really talented. That's 8 guys right there. And I don't even have to get to the freshman class to talk about, the what I think comes in that. So yeah, this is deepest that I can remember. And it's also deepest from a proven production at the Power 4 level than it has been. Where like last year, you had guys that were proven, but they were proven at a different level, and you didn't know how they were going to translate. And it didn't translate incredibly well. Plus you had the other thing too, in fairness to Chris Mitchell, is Chris Mitchell, I believe, committed to Notre Dame before the coaching turnover, before Mike Denbrock had been hired. And, same thing with the quarterbacks that I've mentioned. The last 2 portal quarterbacks committed to coaches that ended up not coaching them. And you don't know how that, impacts certain things. So, I think all those things factor in. Yeah, I love the depth of it. Still a lot to prove, but I love the depth of it.
I'm not going to, this is kind of a tough question to answer for me, because it's outside of the 4 proven players. A lot of it is projection. And then when you go back through and you look at former rosters, what those younger guys at that time panned out to be. Now, I do believe that a Micah Gilbert, a Cam Williams, a Logan Saldate, a KK Smith will end up panning out to some degree. It's just tough because I haven't seen it yet. I believe that it's possible, but I said this in a previous show. Don't let the overall record fool you. That 2016 receiving room was deep. It was very, very deep. I mean, that 16 receiving room had Equinemius St. Brown, Torrey Hunter Jr., Kevin Stepherson, CJ Standers, Chris Fink, Miles Boykin, Chase Claypool, and it also had a very, very young Javon McKinley. And we know what those players panned out to be, whereas this receiving room, the top 4 are very proven at the Power 4 level in Will Pauling, Malachi Fields, Jaden Greathouse, and Jordan Faison, but the rest of them is projection. Now, I do believe that you're going to have similar production in the young guys with that room. It's just, I genuinely, I guess this isn't really a question that you can hold on. Gosh, I'm going to err on the side of.
Don't hold it. It's all good. Answer it. I mean, you got it. Keep going, Trev. You got this.
I'm gonna hold this one because of.
Oh, come on! After all that, you're gonna hold. Come on, man. No, I'm taking control of this one. I'm rejecting your hold. You've got to
Right.
buy or sell it based on what we know now. You can do it even like this. Look, what we know about this group compared to what we know about the other groups. You have to buy or sell it. Come on. You got to.
Yeah, then I'll sell it because that 2016 room was very deep and we know how they panned out. Because it's for me, and I've said this before, this is nothing specific to the guys individually in this room. For some of them, we've seen it. I need to see Malachi Fields do it in a Notre Dame uniform. I need to see Will Pauling do it in a Notre Dame uniform. I got to see Cam Williams do it on the field. I got to see Micah Gilbert do it on the field. I got to see KK Smith stay healthy. I got to see Logan Saldate on the field. So for all those reasons, I'm going to sell it because that 2016 receiving room, I did get to see all of them do it on the field.
Can I push back on just a little bit just on that? Is that cool? Because this isn't really meant to be a debate show. But here's where I have a little bit of a pushback over this notion that I've heard a lot, and it's not from you, and I've even said it at times, about needing to see certain guys do it at Notre Dame. And there's a lot of truth to that. But here's what's different about this group compared to the recent receiver portal guys. And I'm really talking about last year because the guy that got there before quit the team before they got done with spring practice. But the difference is last year we were projecting, well, hopefully Bo Collins can do more than this. And hopefully Bo Collins can step up and be maybe what he was in high school, even though his production has been this at the Power 5 level. Well, when you look at what Bo Collins did this season, he basically did what he did at Clemson all those years. I mean, he was basically kind of the same player, right? I mean, that's not a knock on him. He had 41 catches for 490 yards. He was at 38 for 510 the year before, 3 touchdowns this year, 3 touchdowns last year. He was at 22 for 373 the year before and 31 for 407 the year before that. He was the same guy. And the other 2 guys were guys that were projecting from the FCS level to the Power 4 level, which absolutely makes it harder, Trev, because you don't, and this isn't just true for Notre Dame. Look at what CJ Daniels did at Liberty, and then he goes and plays in the LSU offense, and he doesn't do a whole lot. We've seen this with a lot of these guys that go from the FCS level where they're studs at the FCS level, and then they transfer up to this level, and they're just not as effective. Here's the difference for me. Because we have seen these guys do it against the competition that they're going to be facing against Notre Dame. That's what really separates it for me and makes it a little bit different because we aren't projecting. And then to the point where if with Malachi Fields and Will Pauling, we're not asking them to do something that they've never done before. It's just even if you just do what you did last year. You know, you look at Malachi Fields and you say 55 catches for 808 yards, 14.7 per catch, 5 touchdowns. And he's playing several teams that Notre Dame is going to face this year. He had 4 catches for 63 yards and a touchdown against Boston College. You know, he had he went for 3 for 65 and a touchdown against Clemson. He went 9 for 129 against Louisville. You know, he went for 11 for 148 against Wake Forest. And so you can still, Pitt 2 for 11, not great production there. 4 for 42 and a touchdown against SMU. Like he went for 4 for 81 against Notre Dame, who had one of the best. So it's not projecting, well, I know he did this in one game against Arkansas, which we saw from Chris Mitchell, but can he do that on a consistent basis? And then I do the same thing with like Will Pauling, for example. Like last year, he had 42 catches for 807 yards. The offense was very much a dink and dunk offense. This is a kid that caught 9 passes for 83 yards and a touchdown against Alabama. This is a kid that caught 8 passes for 79 yards against Penn State. This is a kid that the year before had 4 catches for 51 yards and a touchdown against Ohio State, 8 catches for 60 yards against Iowa, 8 catches for 143 yards and 2 touchdowns against LSU. These aren't guys we're projecting. It's like, dude, if you were just who you were at the previous stops, combined with what we know Jaden Greathouse is, I mean, Jaden Greathouse to me is Malachi Fields. I look at and say what he's already proven at this level is better than what Equanimity St. Brown was at Notre Dame. And the numbers weren't quite as good, but, this is a different type of offense. And then, Jaden Greathouse is better than anybody else on that team with all due respect to Kevin Stefferson. He's just older and all that. So that's kind of my pushback is I get wanting to say, and honestly, Trev, I get it because I feel like we're almost a little bit gun shy to get too excited about the receiving corps because we've been here before, been here, done that. The difference now is in every one of those previous cases, it was a guy that had not proven to be something that we were hoping he could be. And the difference is with Jaden Greathouse is like, dude, just be that all the time. We've seen you do it. Jordan Faison, just do what you do. Just be healthy. We're not asking you to do anything beyond what you've already done. Malachi Fields, I don't need you to do anything different than what you did at Virginia. Will Pauling, just be in the middle of your best year and your worst year at Wisconsin, and you're golden. And that's kind of where I do think there's a little bit of a difference between that and some of the projection we've had to do in the past, right? And even taking what we know of 2016 and what we know of 2025, because the 25 receiving core, it's just, if you just repeat what you've done, just not an ounce better, just repeat what you've done, I still think it makes this group better than that group. The one thing that could have changed that is what would have that group looked like had Torrey Hunter Jr. not got injured. That's my only counter to that, because he was on the verge, I felt, of having a really nice, like, taking things to the next level. And injuries are one thing that just kept derailing him, because I really felt like Torrey was on the verge of, man, he could be something, and the injury he had in high school in the All-Army game. And then that year in 2016, he had 38 catches for 521 yards and 3 touchdowns. He only played 8 games because of injuries. And then he never played again. You just keep asking, what could he have done if he had not gotten hurt? But he did, and that's the reality of it. But had he played a whole season, that might have changed my stance a little bit on this, because you had a really dynamic 1-2 punch if Torrey would have been able to stay healthy.
Totally fair. Buy, sell, hold, again, from Domer Grizz. The offseason coaching changes rank in the following order: 1, Mickens staying; 2, Juwan Sider; 3, Mike Martin; 4, Chris Ash.
Well, I'm going to sell Mike Mickens staying as being in that order. Just I'm rejecting the whole thing just because it's not a change. You said offseason coaching changes. Mike Mickens staying isn't a change. That was already part of it. So I'll sell that. And then I'm gonna have to sell. I'm gonna have to sell the list entirely. I can't have a run. Even the best running backs coach should not rank ahead of a GM and a defensive coordinator. I can't do it. Great hire, but the D coordinator job is far more impactful. Now if you want to say the best proven, then sure, I could go with that, but I guess I'm looking at it from an impact standpoint, Trev, not so much who are the best coaches. If you wanted to say rank it from the standpoint of who are the best coaches, I'd still have Chris Ash ahead of Mike Martin, because we're excited about Mike Martin, but Chris Ash has done a lot more as a defensive coordinator in college than what Mike Martin has done as a GM running a college football program. I'm excited about the Mike Martin hire, but even with what we know, I'd still would put Chris Ash ahead of him for now. But no matter how you spin it, I can't go with that order, so I'm going to sell that one.
I'm with you. I understand, Domer, where you were coming with this list, because this is the order of coaching news. What got fans the most excited? Mike Mickens staying, then Juwan Sider coming in, then the hire of Mike Martin, and then everybody knows what the widespread opinion is on Chris Ash. So I understand why you ordered the list, but I'm selling it because, one, I cannot have somebody as a defensive coordinator last on the list. His impact is going to be way too great in 2025 for that to be the 4th best hire, especially behind somebody that's not an on-the-field coach behind Mike Martin. So for those reasons, I'm selling, but I understand why you put this list in the order that it was in. I get where you were coming from.
Now, if he were to say my ranking of my excitement level of the 4 news things, again, Mike Mickens is not a coaching change, but if you were to say the news of coaches, decisions by coaches and hires and fires and retains and all that, would that be my ranking in order of excitement about the 4 hires? Then I would buy that. If you wanted to flip it to that, then I would buy that. That'd be my order of excitement level for those.
I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. Having the nation's top returning running back in Jeremiah Love and a top returning wide receiver in Malachi Fields makes it easier for the coaching staff to bet on an upside in the quarterback competition. I
personally think that's the case. Now, the counter could be if you have coaches that – so I would buy that. But if you have coaches who are – we can't waste these really talented guys that we know about by putting an inexperienced quarterback in there, so let's go with the veteran. You could spin that however you want to spin that. And turn it into justification for why they're going to play your quarterback choice. And for me, I would say absolutely that gives you more reason to play CJ or Kenny because they do have bailout players around them. But I could see a coach who's less averse to risk. Let's be honest about that. Any coach who's averse to risk is going to find any way to spend any circumstance into their scenario. Because the opposite is true. That if you said, hey, they didn't have a bunch of those type of players, you could say, well, then that's even more reason to play the younger guys because you're going to need that guy to make more plays because he doesn't have that talent around him. So you see what I'm saying? I could take any scenario and spin what my wishes are for the position into that scenario. And so it really just comes down to what's the mindset of the Notre Dame offensive coaches. Are they banking on, hey, we want a guy that's just going to go out there and manage the game and get the ball where it needs to go and all this other kind of stuff. And I don't know that they're going to take any circumstance to justify playing the more experienced player. But if their thinking is, hey, we're trying to do something special these next couple of years, and whether it happens this year or next, that's a position we got to be more dynamic. So let's play the higher upside player. And knowing that early in the season, we do have Jeremiah Love and Malachi Fields and Jadarian Price and Jaden Greathouse to kind of help bring them along. Yeah, that I would just think rationally that would make it seem like it's a perfect time. You have a lot more experience coming back on the O-line. Perfect time to put a young guy in there because you don't have to ask him to be the guy that in the same way where if you're going to, let's say, start Steve this year with the intention of CJ taking over next year or Kenny taking over next year, hypothetically, well, that quarterback in 2026 is going to have a lot more personnel defections that he's going to have to deal with than what the quarterback does this year because you're going to lose Jeremiah Love. You might lose Jadarian Price. You're going to lose Malachi Fields. You're going to lose Eli Raridan. You're going to, you're going to lose a lot more after next year than you lost this year. So I think it's a perfect time to go with the younger player. But if you're someone who's risk averse, you're gonna look at that as a justification for playing the veteran because you want to wait. You don't want to take a chance of wasting all that talent. So it really comes down to the mindset of the coaches. But for me, I buy that.
I'll say this for anybody who does have the risk averse mindset, even playing the veteran isn't a surefire thing that you're going to come out of the gates firing on all cylinders. Riley Leonard started games in 2021. He started all of 2022 for Duke. He started all of 2023 for Duke until he got injured. And he still wasn't now you have to understand he was injured. He missed a spring. It was a new offense and a new team, which is all valid points. But Riley Leonard missing the spring on a new team, but having started all of those games is still more experience than what Steve Angeli brings to the table. This is the first time in Steve Angeli's career that he's had the same offensive coordinator back to back, and he still only started one game when that guy wasn't his offensive coordinator. So for me, you could go with the veteran, but my counter to that would be, look, in 2024, a season where Notre Dame made the national championship, their quarterback, Riley Leonard in January was not the same Riley Leonard in September. Just wasn't. Because players develop throughout the season. And so for me, I'm going to buy this as well, because if I'm going to bet on somebody, I want to have that person for years to come that has the highest ceiling. So that's where I'm at with this one. So bye. Buy, sell, hold from BK's Personal Chef. The new football facility scheduled to be finished for 2026, the Jack and Kathy Shields Family Hall, is a major marketing tool for the current staff and at least two players in the next two recruiting cycles that wouldn't have otherwise committed to Notre Dame end up committing to Notre Dame because of the upgrade in resources.
I buy that because his number is smaller. I'm totally comfortable saying an average of one guy per year makes that decision because of facilities. I'm totally fine with that. If you were to be like, hey, 5 guys in each of the next 2 classes are going to decide to come to Notre Dame because of the facilities, I'm like, no, that's a little too much. But there's always these different things that you can look to say they're things that put you over the top with certain players. And I think this is one that could do that. This is one that you could look at and say, hey, listen, I liked Notre Dame, but I just, but now it's like, what can you now recruit against Notre Dame on outside of just geography? You can't say, well, they don't play for championships because they have. You can't look at the coaching staff and be like, it's not a guy you necessarily want to go play for. They got one of the guys in all of college football that players most want to play for. And that's not me just saying that. That's just look at reactions to him, look at polls that have been taken about what people think about him, and look at the recruiting success he has had at Notre Dame. You can't use facilities anymore. Their stadium is excellent. Their facilities are now excellent, and they're getting even better. When this is done, they're paying coaches at a high level. They're very competitive in the NIL world. Like, what is now the thing to say? Like, before you had all these things, but the facilities weren't still great. Goog's not like what other. Now it's like you can't really say that. So yeah, at least one guy a year over the next 2 years. Yeah, I'll go with that. And it's even. I like that he's doing it the next couple of years because it isn't going to be done until 26. So some of these kids are committing to something that's not a finished product. So yeah, I'll buy that. I like that.
Yeah, I buy that. That's a really good submission. I'll say this. There's a notion with some of the younger generation, me speaking as a part of the, quote, younger generation, that Notre Dame just has still the reputation, everything there is old. And it's just why go to a place like Notre Dame? The stadium's old, the campus is old, and all the other, the factors of trying to recruit somebody to come to South Bend, Indiana, where that for the majority of the time that you're in that football program, it's kind of cold. So I think that an upgrade in facilities is going to be huge. I think for anybody that's told me that, like I still have friends that talk about Notre Dame where they're just old. Everything there is old. It's like, well, when's the last time you've been to campus? Well, I've never been to campus. It's like, okay, well, then there you go. The stadium is making upgrades. The campus is making upgrades. Football facilities, just other athletic facilities are making upgrades. So it's becoming more modernized. And some of that has been due to hiring a younger coach. It's been new people in front office administration for the university. So it's going through a revamp of they're finding ways to make the university more modern without sacrificing what makes Notre Dame historic in a unique place, which is something that I can really appreciate. So yeah, this one's a buy for me. I think you're going to have that, one, maybe two kids a class where they've never stepped foot on Notre Dame's campus. And they have that same idea of okay, this is the stereotype of Notre Dame. It's historic. They haven't done anything relevant because they're just so old. And then they get on campus and they see some stuff. It's like, oh, okay, this is like what I went and toured down in Tuscaloosa. Oh, okay, this is like what I toured down in Austin. This is like what I toured out in Happy Valley and in Columbus. So yeah, this is a buy for me for sure. Buy, sell, hold. Under Coach Freeman's tutelage and a newfound vigor from the administration at Notre Dame became firmly established as one of the best places for young coaches, from graduate assistants to grow and thrive, i.e. the Freeman coaching tree begins to display the fruits of his labor.
We'll buy that for sure. I mean, his last two offensive coordinators are currently an offensive coordinator in the NFL and a head coach, the FBS level. His one defensive coordinator just got a big promotion to the NFL as a defensive coordinator. His special teams coordinator got a promotion to the same job at the NFL level. You're seeing analysts and GAs getting full-time jobs or getting NFL jobs and things like that. Yes, absolutely. Plus, like you said, you want to work for a guy like Marcus Freeman and all the different things, the commitment from the school. It's an easy buy. And yeah, I mean, like I said, and all the things I just mentioned show that's kind of already started. Mm-hmm. I think what this offseason did is it confirmed that he can reload. I think that's what this offseason confirmed, that you can lose a Dylan McCullough. And it's not just, well, he just struck gold because like sometimes, Trev, you just struck gold at one hire. Dabo Swinney struck gold with his hire of Brent Venables, which at the time was, I mean, he had gotten basically let go at Oklahoma and they were struggling. And it was, he had hired Kevin Steele before that. That was a disaster. They gave up 70 points in the Orange Bowl to West Virginia. His replacement for Brent Venables was Wes Goodwin, who was let's just be honest, a disaster. He struck gold with that one hire. And so you kind of have to be careful getting too excited about a coach who makes a great hire if he hasn't shown the ability to kind of string those great hires, along. And what we saw this offseason with Jawan Sider is really the first time he's had to replace a great coach, position coach, and then do so with a comparable guy. And I think that's a great sign. And so I think that, and what that means is you were able to lose a great coach and replace him with a great coach, meaning another established great coach wanted to leave his current position and come coach for you. That to me was the biggest sign of all that this is something that's kind of rolling. So yeah.
Agree completely. Definite buy for me as well. Absolutely agree. Buy, sell, hold, not counting playoff games. Notre Dame plays in 4 or more alternate uniform combinations this year.
I want to hear your thoughts on this, Trev.
Yeah, I'm going to buy this. So one, you have to factor in the Shamrock series. Two, I mean, they didn't play in any alternate uniforms in the playoffs regardless. They stuck with the traditional blue and gold, which, side note, something I was a big fan of throughout the playoffs.
Except they did put, like, I think I would assume what he means is like the names on the back, and they made like a couple little small adjustments to them.
Fair.
I guess you can count that as an alternate. So let's just say, since he's counting it as an alternate, we'll count it as an alternate just
Fair.
to give that answer.
But this past season, I think they did that. So just in the regular season, they wore the all whites against USC. They wore blue and white against Georgia Tech. They wore the green and white against Louisville, and they had the Shamrock. So they had 4 this past season.
Even without the playoffs.
Yeah,
even without the playoffs.
So this is I would buy that. And it's interesting following the season. If you go through and look, they didn't start having fun with the uniform combos until they kind of turned some things around after the Northern Illinois game. Because I think that was also a sign of, I'm reading in between the lines a little bit here, but it's, hey, let's turn the football around first before we can look pretty, before we step out onto the football field. The first time they went with alternate uniforms was Louisville, but then they did it for Louisville. They did it for Georgia Tech. Then they ended the year with USC, 2 weeks or a week after the Army game, where they wore the Shamrock Series uniforms. So, yeah, this is a buy for me.
Is there a Shamrock Series game this year? I don't know that there is. There's no neutral site game this year, correct? They play Miami in a true road game. They play Arkansas in a true road game. They play BC in a true road game. They play Pitt in a true road game. Well, for Pitt, it's a true road game. And then they play Stanford in a true road game. So what would be the sham? I mean, so it'd have to be something where it's some sort of memorable game. Some sort of like, you're playing at Stanford, but it's, it's the X number of times you played, or the anniversary of this or that, or you could even say it's 2025. So you technically played the Rose Bowl. What was it? It was a lot of people talked about how the Stanford game might get moved to the Rose Bowl because of that. Maybe Notre Dame throws some kind of throwback uniform, or they do some sort of Shamrock type of thing for that, even though it's not a Shamrock Series game. But I am curious about that. That's the only hesitation that I have.
Yeah, I looked online, and according to Rivals, this is just the first article that I saw. Notre Dame will have no Shamrock Series game in 25, but to your point, they could do something for the 100th year anniversary of the Stanford Notre Dame Rose Bowl game. This is also the first time they've played at Boston College on the road since 2020.
2020. No, yeah, it was they played. Phil Dracovic was the quarterback for BC. It was during the COVID year. Yeah.
And Boston College wore alternate uniforms for that game. They wore whites, even though it was at Boston College. So if they do something like that again, maybe.
Wasn't that the what's the name of the young man that died trying to save people at the World Trade Center, which is just just a great. It's gosh, I cannot believe I'm forgetting his name, but it's a tremendous story. Just a courageous young man. It was come on. I can't believe somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat saying that. What was the guy's name? It's the red bandana game, right? And what Ward as Wells. His name was Wells. Let's see here. Let me pull it up. I can't believe I'm forgetting this. I feel so terrible about this. But it was for Wells. Yeah, there you go. Wells Crowther, who basically sacrificed his life to go back into the towers to try to get people out. Just a tremendous amount of courage. But that was their game. I think that was their because they do one a year. I think that was the game they did. It was against Notre Dame. So, maybe Notre Dame decides to do something different that game. I could see here's what I'm thinking, Trev. I'm with you. Like, okay, I could see them doing something for like one of the night games. So maybe like with Boise State, kind of they do the all blue with the blue uniform. Notre Dame goes to the all green on the green uniform, something like that. You know what I mean? Like something like green field. I mean, so you can see something like that. I could see that. I could see a game where they do, like you said, the alternate road uniform. They'll do the all white somewhere. I don't know that it'll be Stanford. Maybe it's like Pitt. Maybe it'll be BC. Because I personally think, and this is, and I know some people don't like the all whites. I did not like the all whites against Clemson. I did not like them at all. And I didn't think I was going to like them against USC. But what I realized when I watched the USC game, the reason I didn't like them against Clemson is there was way too much white on the field. Because Clemson went with their white pants. They have white on their jerseys, white on their helmets, white face masks, and there was way too much white. When you put them on the field against USC, where it was contrasting USC, who had no white in their uniforms, I thought they looked sweet. So complete 180 on that view. So, like, maybe this year you wear them against BC in a similar type of thing, or you wear them against Pitt, a team that has no white in their uniform. I could see something like that. And Pitt's worn alternate uniforms against Notre Dame before. They did that in 2020 as well, where they wore an alternate uniform against Notre Dame. Remember, they wore that steel color thing, which was just absolutely hideous. And then maybe Notre Dame wears like they're all whites against that team. So, I mean, I think that's 2 for sure. I'm having a trouble coming up with 4 because of the lack of Shamrock, if he says not counting playoff games. So, like I'm trying to think. Yeah. I personally also really like the green and white. I did. I know a lot of people did, and I did.
I loved it.
My thing is, again, you got to wear it against the right team and in the right situation. And I don't know that Louisville, I think it'd be better to do it at night. It'd be better for a night game. The green and white would be better for a night game. I also liked the blue and white. I just didn't like it against Georgia Tech because they were the same color. Again, it's just one of those things where it's got to be the right opponent, and it's just got to go well together. I personally liked those. If you're playing a team that has colored pants on the road, like Pitt wears yellow pants on the road, or a team that wears yellow pants on the road. I think the green and white might have looked better if Louisville would have gone with their traditional red pants, which I don't think that they did this year. I think they went all white, correct?
Yeah.
A lot of times Louisville will go and wear like white, red pants. I think it would look better against that. So I personally liked those uniform combinations in theory. I just don't know that they necessarily picked the right opponents for them. That's my only. And I think the blue on white would look a lot better in Notre Dame Stadium than it did in a dome or an indoor stadium. I just think they didn't pop the way that they would in an outdoor stadium. So that would be my thing. And I say that like the whites. I thought the whites, I did not like them against Clemson. I'm thinking this is terrible. I probably talked about it on the show. Like, you wear these all freaking white, ugly white uniforms that have no style to them, and you go out and get beat and all this. I'd be one to bet you if you went in the post-game show, I was ranting about the uniforms. But then I saw them against USC, and I'm like, dude, they looked sweet against USC. I just think it comes down to the opponent has to kind of bring that out of you also. And I think that factored into why I liked them this year.
Done correctly, the all whites are nice. It's very icy. I love the look, personally. I could see I'm really hoping the Texas A&M game is a night game. I don't know what that's going to look like with Notre Dame's home opener being a night game. I think that would be an interesting mix, but I find it hard to believe that the atmosphere would be as fun with it being Texas A&M being a 2:30 kickoff. It would remind me of the 2013 Oklahoma game, whereas like that was just such a big matchup, but it was in the afternoon. It was like, all right, that's okay. But I could see if it's a night game, I could see them coming out in the all Kelly green uniforms like they did against Ohio State in 23. I could see that. At least one of the away games going the all whites. I think you could see that. So, and then I love the green and white combination. When I play NCAA 25, that's the uniform I select every single time. I love
green on white.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the Big Ten schedule for that week, Trev. We've got I'm trying to find even what game they would want to have at night. You've got Nebraska plays Houston Christian, Ohio State plays Ohio, Illinois plays Western Michigan, Iowa plays UMass. You have Oregon at Northwestern, USC at Purdue, Rutgers plays Norfolk State, Michigan State hosts Youngstown State, Penn State plays Villanova, Indiana plays Indiana State, UCLA plays New Mexico, Maryland plays Towson, Michigan plays Central Michigan, Minnesota plays at Cal. Like, what is the Big Ten game that you would want to have on NBC that night instead of Notre Dame, Texas A&M? Because it is fact. I mean, that's got to be factored in now because they have the Big Ten. And when we say, well, of course, Notre Dame, Stanford in the October is going to be at night because it's always been at night. And then you're like, well, yeah, but they got to compete with the Big Ten teams now, and there's just better Big Ten games than playing a garbage Stanford team at night. That factors into it. So yeah, I agree with you. I'd like to see that be a night game. I would. And I mean, I always like the USC game being at night. I just I like that one.
Me too.
Those would be my 2 night games. I think there's actually a question about that. I wouldn't be opposed to Boise State being a night game either. I just don't know how many night games Notre Dame wants to have.
Yeah.
And I think those would all work because you're Boise State, you'd play a night game, but you'd be at home the next 2 weeks and then a bye. So it's not like you got to be careful. This is the thing with Notre Dame. They got to be careful with their own night games because you play a night game against Ohio State and then your next 2 games are on the road. And then you end up playing 3 night games in a row plus all that travel. Well, the night games that we're proposing would be you play A&M at home on the 13th, where your next game is at home, be an afternoon game against Purdue. So then you'd have to play at Arkansas. That's probably going to be a night game. And then let's say you did have a night game against Boise State, and then 2 weeks later you have a night game against USC. Well, that's a lot of night games in a row, but you're only traveling for one of those because your next 3 games are home against Boise, home against NC State, home against USC, then a bye.
Yeah.
And then after November, you have no back-to-back home road games. You're at BC, then you're at home against Navy. You're at Pitt, then you're home against Syracuse. Then you're at Stanford. So I think the lack of no back-to-back road games and all those string of – because what helps them have so many consecutive home games right in the middle is, number one, you're playing 7 at home, 5 on the road, but your first and last games are both at home. That means in that stretch of 9 games in between, you only have 3 road games, which helps them – kind of fit that in. So I would have 3 night games if you're able to. I know it's people. Some people don't like it. I love night games at Notre Dame Stadium. I love all games at Notre Dame Stadium. But when it's the right opponent, I love night games at Notre Dame Stadium. When it's a big opponent, I don't really care about playing Stanford at night. I don't when they stink. But when they were good, it was great to have it at night. And yeah, that would be nice.
Night games at Notre Dame Stadium is so fun. Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
We did have a buy so hold earlier that we did not get to from Relly Q. So I want to bring that one up, or a super chat. I wanted to bring that up here real quick.
Yeah. Thank you for the super chat. Buy so hold. If Notre Dame goes on another run next season and the defense is stout, Ash is one and done, heads back to the NFL, and Mickens moves up.
I'm going to hope buy this one. I mean, I'm not optimistic about it because I don't know what Mike Mickens can prove in one more year learning under Chris Ash that he didn't already prove, coordinating he was the pass game coordinator for an elite pass defense the last 2 years, but I'm going to hope by that one for him and for Notre Dame. I'm going to hope by that one. That would be an ideal situation for me. So I'll hope by that one, but I don't know that I have any evidence. I mean, Marcus Freeman, as far as I know, didn't even interview Mike Mickens for the D coordinator job this year. So I don't know what evidence there is that he would do that, but I hope you're right. I'm hope by that one.
I'm going to say,
what say you, Mr. Trowbridge, you're a buy also?
Yeah, I'm a hope buy it for a bunch of reasons. One, if Chris Ash is a one and done, that means the defense didn't take a step back and Notre Dame probably made it back to at least the college football playoff semifinals. I would love to see Mike Mickens as defensive coordinator in South Bend. And, depending on how this plays out, it'd be a cool little redemption track for Chris Ash, too. Like, I mean, it'd be a big – hey, a lot of people doubted me coming in here, even the own fan base that I was hired into, and we had another elite defense. We didn't miss a step, and now he has the opportunity to go prove himself in the NFL. So I think it'd be a benefit for everybody all around.
I don't know how much interest Chris Ash is going to have as a defensive coordinator in the NFL off 1 year at Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Just that's the other concern I have.
Yeah,
with this particular submission. But hey, it's good to dream.
Buy so hold from BK's personal chef, counting playoff games, but not counting the Shamrock Series game. Notre Dame reveals a brand new alternate uniform, a new green color. A new green color combination or other major change to a design, not just, they are wearing blank color jersey with blank color pants.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think it'll be like a new color. I could see a new color combination being used. I could see, I mean, but it wouldn't be new that we haven't seen in the past. I could see Notre Dame go with the green and gold like they've done in the past. That'd technically be a new combination. I don't love that, to be honest with you. There's been very few times they've worn green jerseys and gold pants that I've liked. Oh, that looks sweet. I don't know what it is. I don't like it. But I'll buy it because just Notre Dame is a little bit more. They're just more into that than they have been in the past, Trev. I mean, I think Under Armour is going to want to do something to kind of make a splash with a jersey, so I'll buy that. I just think they'll do something to kind of, like do some BS all black. Like I think that's eventually going to happen at Notre Dame. It was BS when it was being reported this year, but I think eventually they're going to do something like that. I won't like it, but yeah, they'll do something. Like I could even see people may not like this. I don't know what you think on this, Trev, but like I in the past I would have said, no, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I did not like the Shamrock uniforms when they were shown, when they were announced. I thought those look hideous. But when I saw them on the players and saw them on TV, I was like, and you saw them up close and personal because you covered that game. I'm like, dude, that looks sweet. Like, I didn't think I was going to like it, Trey. I really didn't. I'm pretty sure I railed on it when I saw them and they released them. I was like, I didn't railed on it, but I just let you know I didn't like it. But when I saw them, oh, man, like they look sweet, which made me then be like, dude, I think I might actually like something that I didn't like before. And then I went and did it on NCAA, and I was like, okay, this looks sweet. It's blue and blue. Blue jersey, the normal blue home jerseys with the pants that match. Like I could see that. That's never been. I don't think that's ever been done before at Notre Dame. Correct? Have they ever done blue on blue?
Not in my lifetime.
They have.
If they ever did. I'll say this about the uniforms. One, as long as you don't touch the helmet, I don't care. You can put whatever combination, green, blue, white, whatever. As long as the gold helmets remain the gold helmets. That is one of my biggest criteria. Two, I said this on a previous show, you got to fix those pants. Like even just the normal stock gold pants that Notre Dame has, those are not
They were better
pants.
This year than they have been in the past, but yes, they're still
better. But you got to find a way before you start inventing black uniforms for Notre Dame where that's not even a color of the school. Yeah. Fix the part of the uniform that is a part of the school, because it is better. 2023, the pants almost looked yellow with the gold helmet than they did gold pants and a gold helmet. But I'll buy it as a possibility for this submission. They're going to look to continue making Notre Dame more modernized, which I don't have an issue with.
My only other thing that I would add is don't mess with the helmets and don't mess with the color combination. That's why I'm so against all black. I don't dislike all black jerseys. I've said this before. I think when Texas Tech used to wear all black under Mike Leach, I thought those were sweet. I've seen other teams who have black in their color, like the Falcons. That's sweet. I mean, because it's part of your school colors. I can't stand when teams who have when black is nothing more than an outline of their jersey number that go all black uniforms. It's so tired. Oh, it's kids like it. Do they really? Because that's tired. That's been used. I mean, who hasn't done that basically at this point in time? Like I like the innovative part. And the other thing is I got to say, we got to stop with the whole pushing back on, well, that's like so-and-so team. Because otherwise you're like, well, Notre Dame's gold, blue, and gold. Well, that's just like Georgia Tech. Or that's just like Navy. So what that Michigan once wore all blue? So who cares? I mean, Michigan wears blue and gold, blue pants with their ugly maize. So it's the same color combination that Notre Dame does with their Notre Dame like the whole, those look like Penn State. No, because Notre Dame's colors are cool. Penn State's are lame. So every team has worn every combination somebody's worn at some point in time. Notre Dame is not the only team that does gold, blue, and gold. Like everybody's going to do something at some point in time. And I don't care. And I just say, hey, look, hey, you did this. We did this. We do it better. That would be what I would say to do. But the only thing that I don't want to see, Trev, I think it's great that you say don't mess with the helmet. The only thing that I would say is if you're doing some sort of thing, I'm normally don't mess with the helmet, but 2011, when they put the green shamrock on the side of the helmet, I thought that was freaking sweet. But that
Yeah.
was still staying within Notre Dame. I did think that was sweet, but everything was an alternate about that game. And I just liked it on the. I don't know that I would have liked it as much with the home uniforms. I thought it looked sweet with the white uniform and the green on the sleeve. I thought that looks really sweet. I wouldn't normally do it, but I would definitely like to see them try all blue. Preferably for a day game. I don't love that darkness top to bottom at night in that stadium because it does tend to be a darker stadium. But yes, I would like to see all blue as long as they do it right.
Yeah,
that would be sweet.
Cool. That'd be awesome.
That'd be sweet.
Buy, sell, hold from BJam and 41. The way Coach Freeman handles the 2025 quarterback competition and his pick for the starting quarterback will be his most important offseason decision, not only for this season, but the future next 5 years of the program.
My initial reaction is this is a bit extreme. But when I take a second to think about it, I buy it. Because it's not even just about picking the right quarterback. It's about the reasons why you pick the right quarterback. If they go with a veteran guy, that tells me that maybe Marcus Freeman hasn't quite turned the corner in his willingness to be bold and really, it would tell me that. It would tell me that maybe some of the boldness we saw last year was out of necessity because they had that early loss to Northern Illinois. My hope is that that loss caused him to turn a corner, and some of the struggles after that, when we're sitting there complaining about his comments before Miami of Ohio, and then say, well, they're just comments. Yeah, but they played that way. That's the problem, But that's not that version of Marcus Freeman is not the Marcus Freeman we saw, who's running a fake punt in the Sugar Bowl at his own 30 against Georgia. That's not the Marcus Freeman that we knew in Northern Illinois and Miami of Ohio. He's letting Miami Ohio's defense dictate the tempo of the game. A very different Marcus Freeman. And I'm hoping that's part of his evolution as any young coach who is in a role he's never had before. That's part of your evolution. Things that you think would have worked or you thought you believed, you realize, I don't like that as much, or it doesn't work as much, or it limits us or whatever. But I think that also picking the right guy, you're going to probably have that guy for at least 2 years, maybe 3, in a stretch of play where your team is in a window where it has to capitalize on 2024. Does that mean that if Notre Dame doesn't win a title the next 3 years, they didn't capitalize on it? Sort of, yes, but it's bigger than that for me. It's more so about you've got to prove that you're elite, meaning you've got to be a regular in the semifinals. I mean, it just needs to be you look at the playoffs and every analyst is well, we know that team's probably going to be there. We know that team's probably going to be there. Let's figure out the other two. We know Notre Dame's probably going to be in there. We know that so-and-so is probably going to be in there unless they draw Notre Dame in the quarterfinals like Georgia, right? I mean, let's be honest. If Georgia would have drawn anybody but Ohio State or Notre Dame in the quarterfinals, they're probably advancing. They'd have beat Texas. I mean, they own Texas. I think they probably would have beat Penn State. It probably beat Arizona State. Would have beat Boise State. There was only 2 teams that could really, to me, do to Georgia what Notre Dame did to Georgia. That's Notre Dame and Ohio State. And so you say, okay, well, yeah, Notre Dame's probably going to be in. Let's figure out who the other teams are. That's taking advantage of it, but that's the opportunity that's in front of Notre Dame these next 3 years. And picking the right quarterback is going to help you do that because your schedules are going to keep getting tougher. And it is tougher to win 4 games in the playoff. And it is tougher to match up against certain teams. You're just going to say, well, that team stops this. Well, do you have a quarterback that can kind of be matchup proof? Okay, this game I need to do this game I need to do that. So great quarterbacks are. So I'm actually going to buy this. Initially, I was like, that's too extreme. I started thinking about O-line coaches, but there's no remaining cap on the program beyond just you got to prove to me that you go out and have a truly elite quarterback that can put a team on his shoulders and say, let's go do this thing in a way as a thrower. We haven't seen them really do that in a while. And so, yeah, I'll buy that. Initially, I did not agree with the sentiment. I thought it was just a little bit too extreme, but after thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, I kind of buy that.
Yeah, I'll buy it for a handful of reasons. One, The most aggressive part that I saw when I looked at this initially was 5 years. I was like, there's no quarterback on the roster right now outside of maybe Blake Hebert that's going to be here in 5 years. I mean, that's a steep ask, but you start talking about the principle of the competition. Look, I'm not a stranger to believe that if Steve Angeli wins this job because he genuinely, in a fair competition, outperforms C.J. Carr and Kenny Minchey, then he deserves to be the starting quarterback at Notre Dame. With that being said, if Marcus Freeman makes the decision to go with Steve Angeli solely because he's the veteran and he played for 8 snaps against Penn State, I think that sets you back. It does, and that's where the impact of the next 5 years comes in.
What does it mean, Trev, if he does that? What does it mean if he does that? Like, why? Because that's the thing is, like, sure, you say that, but why? Because I agree with you, but let's explain why and what that says about Marcus Freeman. If that's the reason he picked Steve Angeli.
Yes.
So we're clear. If Steve Angeli outplays CJ and Kenny all spring and fall camp, and he's clearly the best quarterback, start him. Don't care about upside. He's your best quarterback right now. Start him. But if it's just because, well, yeah, they're outplaying him, but he's actually been in this moment and we're looking at the schedule, that says something to me about Marcus Freeman. What does it say to you about Marcus Freeman?
For me, it says that he goes against some of his core beliefs, challenge everything, be aggressive. Like that's going to be the issue that it raises for me. Challenge everything. What did you challenge by going with the most veteran quarterback on your roster that was easily the safest pick? That doesn't challenge anything. His whole mantra after, especially in the tail end of the season into the postseason, it was got to stay aggressive. You got to stay aggressive. You got to stay aggressive. Well, you just went with a quarterback who, out of the 3, might be the least aggressive from what I've heard about what happens at practice. Your time to air it out is in practice to see if you can make things work. It's not to be the check down king. That's not practice. That's not the time for, so for me, that's what it would tell me about Marcus Freeman it is with the quarterback position specifically, because we have seen the be aggressive and challenge everything mindset at everywhere else on the field except for quarterback at Notre Dame for as long as I can remember, if I'm just being 100% honest. That is the one position group that you can say over the span of time, that's the one consistently that has held Notre Dame back from getting to that next level. 2018 in the playoffs, it was quarterback play, amongst other things, but quarterback play. 2020 in the ACC championship, quarterback play. 2020 in the playoff game, it was quarterback play. What halted Notre Dame in the first half of the national championship this past season? Riley wasn't able to pull the trigger. Had a fantastic second half, but you needed that in the first half to compete with your defense trying to gather itself. You can't go 3 and out on your 2 other offensive possessions in the first half. So that's what it would tell me in short about Marcus Freeman.
Yeah. And we're not saying it's going to happen. We're just trying to present all the scenarios in order to address this submission. And we're also not saying that Steve Angeli starting means Marcus Freeman's doing that, because there is a scenario where Steve Angeli is just the best guy for the job at the moment. I mean, he outplayed those other guys in practice. Not that, well, they outplayed him in practice, but they don't have game experience, so we're going to go with the guy that has game experience. That is to me, a cowardly decision. Playing Steve Angeli because he outplayed those other quarterbacks more often than not, that's going with the guy that won the job. And then you live with that. And then if he ends up not being good enough and you put in one of the younger guys, live with that. That's part of life. And so it would be not who he starts, but why, and why he starts that guy would say a lot about where this program is going to go moving forward. And I don't think that we're going to see Marcus Freeman revert back to what it was. I think that there's a lot of people say, well, I think Steve's going to win the job. Why? Because I don't think I think Freeman's going to go and he's going to play conservatively. There's nothing about Notre Dame's football team that was conservative this year once they figured it out. Running the football is not conservative, right? Well, yeah, they ran the ball a lot. They played not to lose with Riley Leonard. No, we watched a different football team than you did. I mean, you're leading against Georgia. You're winning the game. The safe thing to do is to punt the football away. Instead, they ran a fake where they put the punt team off, ran them off the field, did all. I mean, that was what if Georgia doesn't jump and you snap the ball? Or let's say they do jump, you snap it, the refs don't call it. And now you're running a play and it goes incomplete, and now all of a sudden they got the ball and the game has changed like that. That guy doesn't start a quarterback just because he has slightly more experience by starting in a bowl game.
Correct.
Like that, he just doesn't do that, and I don't think he's going to revert back to that guy. Which is why I think if Steve Angeli's the starting quarterback against Texas A&M or against Miami, it's because A, the guy who was beating him out got hurt, or B, because he wins the job.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the reasons why. I don't think if Steve Angeli starts, it's because Freeman is unwilling to take a risk on August 31st. I don't see that guy. I think that guy died, on September 21st when Marcus Freeman got the kind of pushback he did against Miami of Ohio. Yeah. And I think he realized, we can't keep doing this. We can't keep doing this. Mm-hmm. And again, people ask about the analytics. It's not about analytics, because if you're conservative by nature, the analytics aren't going to get you to go away from what is in your DNA. I think Marcus Freeman has always been more of a challenge everything kind of guy, but he was more conservative early in his coaching tenure because that's what he had learned under. That was Jim Tressel's philosophy, which worked for Jim Tressel. But you got to be you. And I think Marcus Freeman is learning more and more and more. How do I take the lessons I learned from my mentors who were champions? Jim Tressel was a champion. Urban Meyer was a champion. Lou Holtz is a champion. All these people that he listens to were champions. But I still got to be me. And that's the lesson I think Marcus Freeman learned more than anything else this season is this. It's okay to do things because I learned from the great Jim Tressel, who was what Jim Tressel win 5-6 national championships, 1 at Ohio State, 4 at Youngstown State. Mm-hmm. That guy's a Hall of Famer. You'd be silly to ignore lessons from him. That's why I get so annoyed with the Trestle ball thing. Notre Dame doesn't play Trestle ball. Trestle ball looks completely different. And you don't that's just that go-to term that just anytime they don't do what you think they should do, you just throw that out there. If they don't play the way you think they should play, just throw that out there as some sort of insult, right? That's not who he is. But you learn those lessons, but you apply them to who you are. And I think this year we saw more and more and more of that version of Marcus Freeman. Of, yes, I'm going to – certain things that I learned from my mentor and learn from coaches I respect, I'm going to apply to what we do, but I got to be me. And if we're going to go down, we're going to go down playing the game the way I want to play the game. And that's why I don't think we're going to see him revert back quarterback just because he's slightly more experienced in a meaningless start and then a series in a big game in a big moment where he basically do a bunch of checkdowns. He's not going to start him because of that. He's going to start Steve Angeli, and I think that also sells Steve Angeli short if he wins the job. There's going to be a segment of the fan base that if Steve Angeli wins a job is just going to assume it's because he has more experience. And not maybe his experience allowed him to outplay those younger guys. Mm-hmm. I think that'll be what the narrative is. And I just hope that's not the case. I just don't think that guy's there anymore. I think that guy died because of how 2 MAC games got played.
And to your point, Brian, I think that gives me such hope around this quarterback competition, regardless of the outcome, because I don't think it's going to be – I think the best guy will play. I really do. And that could be Steve, that could be Kenny, it could be CJ. And I think that's how the decision is going to be made. Because let's be real here. If Marcus Freeman was just going to go with the senior veteran leadership guy, they would announce it by the end of spring, which I also don't believe that they're going to do. If I'm just being honest, there'd be no reason to drag it out outside of maybe roster maintenance. But even then, it's just if Steve's your guy solely based on the leadership and the veteran prowess, then this isn't going to be a long quarterback competition. Maybe it might take them a while to release it, similar to what they did this past season. But I don't think they're going to. I don't think that they're going to do it solely based on that. I think that Marcus Freeman is a different kind of coach. I think he is for the better. So that's my 2 cents on it. Got a super chat in here from Craig Sebring. Thank you for the super chat, Craig. Buy, sell, hold. If CJ Carr wins the job, 1 or more quarterbacks will transfer out.
I'm holding that, and again, guys, you can keep asking it in all types of different ways. You can put super chats behind it. I feel bad that you used a super chat on this, but listen, I'm just not going to speculate on who does or doesn't transfer. I just there's nothing in it for me, and I don't think it's helpful. I appreciate the super chat. I do. Is it possible that a QB transfers out, guys? It's possible that anybody transfers out in this modern day and age. And I just if CJ Carr wins the job, I'll give you this, Craig. If CJ Carr wins the job, that is the scenario that most likely triggers a transfer more than any other. I think Steve winning the job is least likely to transfer a departure. CJ winning the job is most likely to transfer a departure if one is going to happen. And I don't know that one is going to happen. That's the best I can give you. I keep saying this show after show. I'm not going to get into the speculating who may or may not transfer out. That is sensationalistic in my opinion and just not fair to the players involved. And I put myself in the shoes of a former player and a former coach who has been in situations where I did transfer out. You know, after my freshman year, I started and still transferred. I've had to deal with players that transfer as a coach. That's not what we want to do and what I want to be and what I want Irish Breakdown to represent. Not that there's anything wrong with others doing that. That's totally fine. They can make those decisions. It's not right or wrong. I'm just telling you what my conviction is based on my background. And I'm just not going to get into the whole, transfer thing and especially quarterback, because you can sit there and say, like, look, somebody in the offensive line is going to transfer after the spring. There's 15 guys on scholarship. That's a different kind of deal. Cause then, it's just, they have to get to it. Or I can say, hey, look, they're going to have 3 or 4 guys transfer out because they're over the scholarship limit, which we talked about last year. That's different than saying if CJ wins the job, I think Kenny or Steve or whatever transfers out. So, yeah.
I'm with you.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will hold every team on their 2025 schedule under their average points per game.
They did that this year, correct? Except for USC.
USC.
There was one team. USC, I believe, was the only team that scored above their points per game. Yeah, USC was at 30.2. They're the only team that scored above their points per game against Notre Dame this year. Northern Illinois, Purdue, Louisville, no. Nope. Yeah, they're the only one. Ohio State did as well. Yeah, they were under as well. So USC is the only one. So 15 out of 16. So, it's possible. It's possible. If we're talking regular season, I think that's more likely than postseason. But
agreed.
Yeah, I'll hope by it. It's possible. And I think Notre Dame's going to be even more talented next year on defense than they were this year. They're just going to be not as experienced.
Buy, sell, hold. A healthy Boubacar Traore will lead the team in sacks. If he's healthy, yeah.
Yeah, that's an easy buy. Absolutely.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame breaks its single-season record win streak of 13 games in 2025.
It's single-season record win streak? Okay, I see what he did there. Sure. Yeah. I think I'll buy that. Sure. They lost because they had they won 13 this year, right? 13 in a row this year. That's when it happened, was this year. Sure. I'll buy that.
Why not? Buy.
And here's the reason why. I've said this, Trev. I've said, look, I think they're going to go 11-1 and lose to somebody. But it's hard for me to say who somebody's going to be. And if I was to look at their schedule and say what's most likely, based on the schedule, I say it's most likely going to be the first 2. That's most likely. Now, again, I would also push back and say, well, it's going to be a lot like this year where it's not going to be one of the obvious teams that beat you. You could say that too, but I think if they only lose one of the first 2, then they'll go on a run again and make a deep run, and we could see that again. Sure. But I could also see them not losing a game in the regular season because I think they are better than every team that they play talent-wise, so I could see them doing that, and then they'd simply just have to get to the semifinals to set that record. I could see that happening as well. So, sure. I'll hope by that one. Sounds fun.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold from Mr. Emil Wagner. Defensive line performance is just as important as as quarterback performance in college football.
This is a good one. This is a really good one. I'm going to sell it. And here's why I'm selling it. I'm going to sell it from the standpoint of I think if you have the right quarterback, you can still be really good with a mediocre defensive line. And we've seen that. I mean, I know that LSU's 2019 defensive line had some NFL guys on it, but it wasn't that good. And, you had Chase on and you had Neil Farrell, Rashad Lawrence, Braden Frahico. I mean, you had some guys on it, but it wasn't like a dominant defensive line by any stretch of the imagination, especially compared to other championship teams. But you were still great because of why, but then you could counter with, well, Georgia in 2021 had an okay quarterback, but an elite defensive line. So, I mean, it's a tough one I'm back and forth on, but I just think in today's game, to get to the postseason, if you have an elite quarterback and just a solid defensive line, you can win a championship. If you have just a solid quarterback and elite defensive line, it's going to be a lot tougher. You want evidence of that? Look at Penn State. I mean, their D-line played well enough for them to win that football game, but their quarterback had a couple big misses in the end. So I just think it's going to be tough to do that. I think it's quarterback slightly, but if there was a position that you could say rivals quarterback, I do think D-line would be that position because there's more I can do to scheme away from just having a good but not great offensive line than a defensive line. You can scheme offensively. You can scheme around weaknesses a lot easier on offense than you can defense. That's where I'm at.
I'm going to sell this one too. I mean, looking at I know this is college football in general, but just look at Notre Dame specifically. Notre Dame had a very good defensive line in 2018. Quarterback play wasn't there. They got bounced in the first playoffs. That's kind of where I'm at with it. And then you look at this year, Notre Dame's defensive line, especially in the postseason, was decent, mostly due to injury. Howard Cross wasn't 100%. Riley Mills was out. You were down Boubacar Traore and Jordan Botelho. But you look at Riley Leonard's performance in the postseason, and I think that is more than what the defensive line was, fueled their journey to the national championship game. You look at, the LSU example from what Brian talked about. You go through and you look at the Clemson's defensive line. I think the most even that it was is Clemson in 2018 because their defensive line was all first-round draft picks. I mean, that defensive line was
three
nuts.
of their four. Yeah. What's funny is Trev, is that the one of their first-round picks didn't play in the playoffs. People forget that. Dexter Lawrence didn't play in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because he got suspended they said he was using a shampoo that caused him to test positive for performance enhancements or something like that. And he was replaced by Niles Pinckney. And so only two of their four starting defensive linemen were first-round picks that actually played in the playoffs. But what did they have? They had a great quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
They had both.
If
you have both, you're very hard to beat.
Yeah.
You're very hard to beat if you have both.
Yeah. Yep. Buy, sell, hold. With all the extra money spent on staff hires and raises, Notre Dame has already made their return on investment with one championship appearance.
Oh, gosh. I mean, they made, because of their run in the playoffs, they made, something like 24 or something $1 million because of their playoff run. That doesn't include
34. Was
it 34? That doesn't include a time of donor money they got from being as good as they were. I mean, yes, there's no question. I mean, they paid Mike Denbrock a couple million. Where let's just say hypothetically that Tommy Rees was making $1.5 million. So, or just $1 million. Let's just say Tommy's only making $1 million. They doubled it's $1 million. Let's say Al Golden was only making $1 million. He got a big pay raise up to $2 million. He was probably making more than that. That's a $2 million investment. Okay, then let's say you spend an extra $5 million to make all your other 10 assistant coaches happy. And then let's say you spend another $5 million to build up your off-the-field staff. That's a lot of money. That's $12 million minimum. And let's just say, okay, we're off by 3. It's up to $15 million that they spent on extra staff money, extra staff. they doubled that just on TV money just on playoff money. Not to mention they have the new extension to the TV deal, which pays them more money. I mean, oh gosh, they so made a giant ROI on those raises. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yep. Definite buy for me. Buy, sell, hold from JG Whitetown, food edition. All right. Buy, sell, hold. Corned beef, roast beef, or pork roast?
Roast beef. Buy roast beef. Hold pork roast. Sell corned beef. My wife likes corned beef. I've tried it. She keeps making me try it. Oh, I think you'll like this one. No, I won't, but I'll try it anyway. So that's my order for that one, Trev. What's your buy, sell, hold on that one?
I'm going buy roast beef, hold corned beef, sell pork roast. I love corned beef hash in the morning. So
patty melt, Reuben, chicken bacon melt. I'm going to go chicken bacon melt buy, patty melt hold, Reuben sell.
The exact same as you. And then buy, sell, hold, shepherd's pie, stuffed peppers, ham and potato casserole.
I don't know that I've had any of those, so I can't really speak on that one. I don't know that I've ever had stuffed peppers or ham and potato casserole, so I'll have to sell on that whole bit.
I'm gonna go. Gosh, this is tough. I'm gonna go buy stuffed peppers, hold shepherd's pie, sell ham and potato casserole. That was tough.
You've had all those?
Mm-hmm.
I've been wanting to make stuffed peppers. I just haven't, because I think my wife would like it, but I just haven't found a recipe that I would like.
Love stuffed peppers, man. Oh, grill them.
What do you put in them? Is it like I saw a recipe that they had like ground beef and some different cheeses in it? Is that what you put in it, or is it something different?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I go ground beef. I'll go some diced onions. Sometimes if I want it to be a little bit more hearty, I'll add like low fat Philadelphia cream cheese to make the filling a little bit more creamy. Sometimes I'll just put in like normal shredded sharp cheddar cheese. And then one thing that I do with stuffed peppers, I don't get whole bell peppers and stuff them. Sometimes I will, but what I like to do is I'll take like the thinner peppers. They're like, I don't know, like this big. And I'll take thinner peppers and cut those in half and lay them flat on a baking sheet. And then I'll
kind of like pick it up
that way.
Oh, there you go. Kind of like nachos.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting.
Buy, sell, hold from Fields of Gold. Marcus Freeman should keep the starting quarterback battle wide open into fall camp to keep all the quarterbacks engaged, allow them to improve as much as possible before making a decision, and limit attrition.
I'm going to sell that because of the last one. I'm all for engagement to a degree. I'm all for letting them improve to a degree. I'm not worried about limiting attrition. And the reason why I say that is because at some point in time, you have to be honest with your players. And sometimes as a head coach, you've got to make a decision that might be better for your players than it is for your team as a whole. And if you're coming out of spring and you just know one of those three guys is not in competition for the starting job, I think as a head coach who's trying to be a leader of men, you owe it to that young man to let him know, listen, keep battling, keep pushing. But the reality is right now you're distant third in this competition. You owe it to him to tell him that. And then if he decides to leave, he can leave. If he doesn't, he doesn't. And I respect it. And I praised him tremendously for this back in 2022. When he told Drew Pine, we're starting Tyler in the bowl game and we're going to go to the portal before the portal window opened so that if Drew wanted to leave, he would have the time to do that. And I think that was the right decision. He did that and Tyler also had that decision, but Tyler decided to stay in battle. And I respect Tyler for that. And then he left in the spring after he lost the competition. That's fine as well. I just think at some point in time, if you know that a guy's not in the conversation and you decide not to tell him or you tell him something different, that's a lie. That's a lie. And I'm not someone who advocates for lying to players. I think you can be honest in a way that maybe is more encouraging. And there's a position group that I know for a fact that the coach basically just tell kids, I have 2 redshirt freshmen I was told this year were told by their position coach, you'll never play here. I don't know how you can say that about a scholarship kid who's a redshirt freshman. It blows my mind that you would say that to them. But there also needs to come a point in time where it's like, look, man, right now you're not in competition to play for us. You've got a long way to go and improve, and that's different than saying you'll never play for me. That just blows my mind. But I just think if you think that one of those three would leave if they knew they were third in the competition, I think you owe it to them to be honest with them and then let them make that decision. And then, look, you've got the other two, plus you have Blake Hebert coming in, plus if you needed a guy, if two of them were going to leave, hypothetically, for depending on who started, then you have Blake Hebert, you have Tyler Buckner, you have Anthony Rizek. It's not an ideal situation, but at some point in time, you've got to be honest with people. And I don't advocate – I would not like it if a player told me, no, coach, I'm not leaving, I'm good, so I don't go to the portal, and then on the last day of the portal, he jumps in, I'd be pissed about that. Well, how's that any different than you telling him, no, man, you're in the competition, when you know he's not? I don't believe that. So if a guy, if you know, now if all three are in it, but hey, you're third right now, man, but look, you're not that far third. You're like, we grade on the point system. So-and-so's at 91, so-and-so's at 90, and you're at 89. Bro, you're right in there in it with a good summer and fall camp. You can still win this thing. That's different than saying guy one's at a 91, guy two's at an 87, you're at a 75. Like, bro, you're not in this one. That you owe it to them. But I just think honesty is always the way to go. And then let young men make the decisions based off that. I do believe about giving them time to improve and keeping guys engaged to a degree. Essentially, at the end of the day, Trev, the reason I'm selling this is because of that last part, but also the fact that you leave the competition open as long as it needs to be open to where you have your guy. And you're confident that's our guy. I don't know that a lot else is going to happen to change that. Once a guy has clearly established himself, you roll with it. Now, if you carry it all the way into the week before the first game of the season because nobody has really seized it, then you do what you got to do. But you make your decision when you know that's our guy. Because the team rallying around that guy is more important to me than keeping the three guys in the room happy. That's just where I'm at. Because I think you can do more damage to your locker room if you lie to a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Than if you are honest with a kid. Players will respect you if you told so-and-so that, hey, man, we love you. We want you to stay. We don't want you to leave. We want you to stay, to continue to battle. But right now, just got to be honest with you, you're not in this competition. And then he leaves. The rest of the locker room will respect the heck out of it. They may disagree with your decision. They may think that guy should be higher, whatever the case may be, but they'll respect your honesty. You go lie to a kid and then you say, hey, you're going to be – and then all of fall camp, you're giving that kid nothing but third-team reps. They're going to all know you lied to that kid to keep him from leaving. And then what's he going to do? He's still going to sit out. He's still going to take the year off and not take a chance and do what some other guys have done. Well, okay, I'm not going to play. I'm going to go in the portal when it opens up. Now you don't have a chance to go replace him in the portal. Because if a guy jumps in the portal, you can replace him in the portal. So that's kind of where I'm at on that one.
I'm going to sell this for a handful of reasons. Allowing them to improve as much as possible, sure. You need to keep the quarterback competition open for as long as until that guy emerges, to Brian's point. Limiting attrition. Look, when you are a program aspiring to be, if you're not already there, an elite college football program, people are going to leave. You can't just have open competitions to get people to stay as long as possible until it is then impossible for them to leave, because then you're just going to have players end up sitting out. The last thing that I'll say, I understand where you're trying to come from this, keeping all the quarterbacks engaged. Look, if you need this competition to stay open just for the sake of being open to be engaged, then you're in third of a three-man race in this competition, in my eyes. If you need it to stay open just for the sake of hearing that it's still open for you to remain engaged, then you're not the guy to lead Notre Dame out onto the field against Miami. That's just plain and simple. If you need it for your psyche of just catering to you that, well, I need to know this quarterback is still open, this quarterback competition is still open so I can hear that I'm still in it. Even if you have the self-awareness to know that you're not, you shouldn't be in that competition. And that goes for anybody. That's not specific to the three guys in that room. That's for any competition. If you just need it to be open to stay engaged, then you were never in it. And that's how I look at it. That's why competition breeds so much success. We've talked about this before. It absolutely validates the people that should be in it, the whole iron sharpens iron, whatever saying that you want to implement. And it also weeds out the people that aren't ready for that kind of competition. And so that's for me why I'm selling it. Got a super chat in here from Anthony Solomon. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you very much for that. Using the old BCS system to determine top 14 or 16 teams. No preseason rankings. Rankings come out after week 4 to minimize SEC and Big Ten bias.
Look, here's something that I'll say, guys. If you think that simply playing a month of games is going to eliminate Big Ten and SEC bias, you don't really understand what's at the heart of that bias. You could have an SEC team be 2-2 because they played a tough schedule, and that team will still be getting votes because people's perceptions are not going to change just because you don't have a ranking. They're going to still overhype those teams. It's just one of those things where you're not actually addressing anything. You're not going to have voters that are just, wow, okay, well, I can't put a ranking out, so I'm going to be super unbiased, because you had guys that had Notre Dame ranked super low late in the process. After everything they've seen, there was a guy that didn't have Notre Dame in his top 10. Do you think that was based off, you think not having the schedule come out till week 4 is going to change that? It's not going to change that. So I'm selling for that reason. The other reason I'm selling is we have romanticized the BCS in a way that shows why we keep making dumb decision after dumb decision after dumb. Why did we go away from the BCS? Because it was terrible. It was awful. Do we not remember in 2000 when Miami beat Florida State, and yet the committee decided, no, we're still going to go ahead and put Florida State in the national title game, only to see them lose when Miami's only loss was week 2 at Washington by 5, a Washington team that finished 11-1. And then Miami went on and won the rest of their games, including a win over Florida State, including a 20-point win in November over then number 2 Virginia Tech. And then they still put Florida State in there because of, insert silly reason. Do we not remember the year that Oklahoma lost to Kansas State in the Big 12 title game 35-7 and still got in the BCS championship game only to lose to LSU? They basically gifted Nick Saban his first championship, and instead of playing, and they got Oklahoma instead of playing who they should have played that year should have been USC. I think Nick Saban's got one less national championship if he has to play USC in 2003. All due respect to how good that LSU team was in 2003. It was a very good football team, don't get me wrong, but it was not as good as 2013 USC, with all due respect. And so no, I can't go with you on that one. That year, look, LSU and USC both played Auburn that year. LSU beat them by 24 at home. USC beat them by 23 on the road that year. They beat Notre Dame by 31. They beat number 6 Washington State 43-16. They beat number 4 Michigan by 2 touchdowns in the Rose Bowl. That team absolutely should have been in the playoff over freaking Oklahoma, who just got blasted in the Big 12 title game by 4 touchdowns. We have so many examples of just 2011 where Bama loses at home to LSU, and the BCS says, let's give them a rematch in a neutral field instead of putting Oklahoma State in there. Like, the BCS was terrible. Terrible. Don't worry, Insured by Big. I got you back, because I think that LSU might have won a title in 2011 if they didn't have to have a rematch against Alabama in the title game, which was completely unfair to LSU. You went 1-1 against Alabama. Neither game was at your place. You had to play them at their place where you beat them, and then you had to play them on a neutral site field. Well, eventually you give Alabama enough cracks at LSU, they're going to beat them. So we've had plenty of examples where the BCS gave us garbage. So, no, I don't want to see the old BCS system, which, by the way, had a very heavy bias towards certain conferences over others. So, no, I don't want to see computer rankings be the reason for why we pick our 16 teams. So, yeah.
No, the bias is always going to be there. And unfortunately, there is no, let's say it comes out to make this real. Let's say it does come out after the first 4 weeks. That's still not going to eliminate bias, because all of the teams that get the benefit of the doubt from the rankings play essentially nobody. There's very few teams. Notre Dame, they start out playing Miami and Texas A&M back-to-back, and then in their fourth game, they're on the road against Arkansas. But in there, you still have Purdue that went 1-11. And then Arkansas was not a good football team last year. Like they had some moments, but they aren't this monumental matchup that some might believe. But then you go through and look at other teams that had that normally get the benefit of the doubt in preseason rankings. If you just went and waited after the first 4 weeks, Penn State, who I also ranked number 1 in my preseason rankings, they start out the season home against Nevada, home against Florida International, home against Villanova bye week. Oregon also gets the benefit of the doubt a good amount of the time. They start out the season home against Montana State, home against Oklahoma State, at Northwestern, home against Oregon State. Alabama, it's decent. They start out at Florida State. Who knows what Florida State's going to do, but then they're home against UL Monroe, home against Wisconsin, who they beat 42-10 on the road last year. Then they do play at Georgia. LSU probably has one of the harder first 4 games. I mean, they play at Clemson to start the year. Then they play Louisiana Tech at home. Then they're playing Florida at home, but then they have Southeastern Louisiana. Texas goes at Ohio State, big game, but then in order after that, they go San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston. Then Ohio State, it's the same thing. They open up the year hosting Texas, and then they go Grambling State, Ohio, and then a bye week. So waiting after the first.
For the record, I have no problem with teams doing that.
Totally.
Giving me that one really good game in week 1 or 2, and then some other games as you like kind of team build until conference play. Yeah. I have no problem with that. Just don't give me nothing but garbage in the non-conference.
Totally.
That's all I ask for.
Totally. I'm absolutely on board with that. But Anthony, for your super chat, it's just waiting until after the first 4 weeks. I just wanted to paint the picture. You wouldn't get the result that you think that you would get. Because
now he followed up and said, "Would you wait till after week 4 to have the committee rank?" If the committee's going to start doing rankings that early, I would just have them do rankings right away. I have no problem with people get so upset about preseason rankings that turn out not to be factual. I don't care about that. As long as you don't hold on to a team and say, well, we're going to keep them at 6-6 because we still think they could be good. That's why people like, I want models. I want computers. Okay. So you want the computer model that Bill Connolly uses that had what was it? LSU ranked behind Ohio State and Clemson in 2019 after the playoffs. You know, I mean, like these computer rankings are going to give you some garbage. They're going to absolutely give you some garbage. I mean, let me pull up some of the other ones just from this year, just some of the absurdity that we saw from his SP Plus rankings, which are just absolutely nutty. I don't see if he has his number 2 team. Is this for 2025 or this is for, okay, this is his rankings after the championship game. Number 1, Ohio State. Number 2, Ole Miss. Number 3, Oregon. Number 4, Alabama. Number 5, Penn State. Number 6, Georgia. Number 7, Texas. Number 8, Notre Dame. So even though Notre Dame beat 2 of those teams on a neutral field, which this whole thing is projecting who would win on a neutral field, even though Notre Dame beat 2 of those teams on a neutral field, he still has them ranked behind. That's the kind of thing that you're going to have doing rankings if we go with computer models. There is no perfect system. We have to come up with a system that is open and honest, not perfect. And so what I have said to do is have the committee rank starting week 1, just like the AP does. They don't need to get together in Dallas every single week for 16, 15 weeks or whatever. They can just go with a top 25 that they vote in. I still say go with a top 40, but all their rankings are open and up for debate. We can all see them. We can all evaluate them, put them out there, and then they can speak to them. And then as we get later in the season, then we can have that. So if you're going to go that early, you might as well just start with preseason rankings. And I'm okay with preseason rankings. The way that the committee says they will evaluate rankings, which is each week, it's a whole new sort of data. So by the time you get to week 5, you realize, hey, this team we had number 5, they kind of stink, so they're out. And we view them at that way. That's what I would do with it. And then also that's great for content creation also. Is you're getting an open system. People will write articles about what this person's ranking was, what that person's ranking was, whatever the case may be, and you have an open system. That's how it should be. And again, I don't want some, let's have videos in there. Why? So they can do all their wheeling and dealing before the video hits record? It's like, no one that actually like has ever watched C-SPAN or watches congressional votes be taken or debate be taken, which I do, especially back when I was younger, when I was a big nerd. I mean, dude, there's one time when I was coaching, I had a couple of my players were really big into politics. We had a State of the Union party. We got together and had a party, watch State of the Union. Like, I used to be a big political nerd, not so much anymore. But like, anyone that's done that knows all the deals are being done behind the scenes, and all we're getting on this TV is a show. That's all we're getting on TV is a show. And it'd be the same thing if we had, it's just have the rankings be open and transparent. What did each person have ranked for the ranking? I want to see something like that. That's what I want to see. So I would very much enjoy that. Very much enjoy that.
Yep, I agree. I'd shed some more light on it too. That would be ideal.
By the way, Anthony, we sold this. I think that's a great question, though, because anytime you do a bicycle that sparks a lot of conversation, it's a great submission, whether we agree with it or not. So really good stuff, buddy. Let's get back to the ones from the board.
Buy, sell, hold from Fields of Gold. The proposed further college football playoff extension to 14 to 16 teams will be positive for Notre Dame.
I apologize for not recognizing that was spelled incorrectly. That's my bad. I think anytime you expand it for a team like Notre Dame, it's a net positive. I don't know that it'll be that much of a positive because I don't know that there's a lot of years where a Notre Dame team who couldn't get into a 12 is going to get into a 14 to 16 and all of a sudden be able to go on a roll and win the title. But you got a much better shot of doing that than you do of doing that than running a title if you don't get in. So anytime there's an expansion, and for those who are unsure of, I've seen people, this is going to be bad for Notre Dame. Listen, the contract has already been signed as far as what Notre Dame's role is going to be. All that adding more guarantees to the Big Ten and the SEC does is take away at-larges from the other conferences. Notre Dame already has built-in protections into the playoff. If they're ranked a certain way, they're going to be in. They basically get an automatic bid as long as they're ranked in a certain place. They're in. Number 9 Notre Dame in the future. Number 8 Notre Dame. Number 7 Notre Dame. Number 9 Notre Dame is not getting knocked out. Number 10 Notre Dame is not getting knocked out because of the automatic bids. It just would mean there's no at-larges or fewer at-larges in that circumstance. So it's a net positive for Notre Dame. I just know that it's a huge one for Notre Dame.
Buy, sell, hold. If healthy and lives up to his potential, Eli Raridan could be a first-round draft prospect.
I mean, I'm not an NFL draft guy. I would sell that just because when I think of first-round NFL draft picks at tight end, there aren't a lot of them. And the ones that are there are usually like really dynamic guys in recent years. A tight end is just not a position where you see a lot of guys go in the first round anymore. You had Brock Bowers last year. You had only Dalton Kincaid the year before that. None in 2022. Only Kyle Pitts in 21. None in 2020. You had the 2 Iowa kids, Hawkinson and Font, in 19. Only 1 in 2018. Last time you had more than 2 was all the way back in 2017. O.J. Howard, Evan Ingram, and David Njoku. None in 2016, none in 2015, only 1 in 2014, only 1 in 2013, none in 2012, none in 2011, only 1 in 2010. So going back to from 2010 to now, there's only been 2 seasons where you've had more than one guy get drafted in the first round at tight end. It's just not a heavy first-round draft pick. And then the other thing is he's out of eligibility after this season unless he can win some sort of hardship circumstance. But he's played too many games. I don't see how he's going to be able to get eligibility back. And I don't think even if he has he'd have to have just an insane season in order for me to think he's going to be able to get that kind of look. I just don't see it. I just don't see a guy that has that type of skill. I think he's got a really good vertical guy, could be a good blocker, but is he a guy that's going to be like this? This is so much he'd have to prove. It'd be impossible for me to say right now that I think he's a first-round draft pick kind of guy. First-round draft picks at tight end are usually like really elite guys that have a history of production. There's the occasional, that guy was a first-round pick, seriously, but it's usually not a guy that's a one-year wonder, which would basically be what Eli Raridan would be. if he had a breakout year. I mean, if you think about it, Trev, this year was by far his most production. He had 11 catches for 90 yards. This is a guy that's got 16 career catches for 141 yards and 3 touchdowns in 3 years. None of this is meant to disparage Eli Raridon. I think he's a talented player, but there's no way I can put a guy with those type of numbers. He's got a very unique skill set. There's no doubt. You know, maybe he tests incredibly well at the combine, and it only takes one team to fall in love with you for you to go in the first round, right? I mean, that's the other fact of it. But there's so much would have to happen right between now and then for him to be a first-round pick. Even if he's the number 1 tight end in next year's draft class, doesn't mean he's guaranteed to be a first-round draft pick, because there's more years, if you look at from 2010 to now, there's more years when there's been no tight end taken in the first round than years where there's been multiple tight ends taken in the first round. So I just think it's highly unlikely. But the only reason I don't say no completely, I'm selling it, but the only reason I say no completely is because, again, I'm not an NFL draft expert, and I've seen a lot worse players than Eli Raridon at various positions get drafted in the first round. So, Alex Leatherwood got drafted in the first round, and I laughed. I was like, you got to be. But it takes that one team to fall in love with you. If the Raiders don't take him at 17, I don't know if he gets picked for a while. Just, again, as a casual observer of the draft. It takes – if Christian Ponder doesn't get drafted by the Vikings, I don't know that the 15th team was just chomping at the bit waiting to take Christian Ponder. You know what I mean? Like, it just takes one team to fall in love with you. And again, I talk about the draft as a fan, not as some sort of proclaimed expert. So I also keep that in mind, that I'm giving you a fan's opinion, not an expert opinion. That's also why I don't do it to where say there's no way. I just say I'd be shocked. And that's why I'm going to sell it. But, I hope I'm wrong. That'd be great for Eli and great for Notre Dame. But I think there's a better chance that no one gets drafted in the first round at tight end next year than Eli Raridon's the only guy. Because it's highly likely that only one guy goes in the first round, because I have 15 years of evidence to support that. And I could have gone back even further. It's like safety. You just don't see a year where there's 5 safeties taken in the first round. Some positions aren't big first round projections, So that's kind of where I'm at on that one.
My only gauge for this, and I'm also not an NFL draft expert guy. I watch it every year, but if Michael Mayer is not going to get taken in the first round, this is no disrespect to Eli Raridon. If Michael Mayer with multiple years of proven production is not going to be taken in the first round, I don't see it for Eli Raridon.
Now, if Eli goes out there and runs like a 4.5 after a year where he has 40 catches for 700 yards, again, maybe some team falls in love with him. But then there's also the medical part. Well, why'd you miss your first 2 years? You dealt with multiple ACL tears? Oh, that's interesting. There's just all these different things that factor into it. But I would love to be wrong.
Buy, sell, hold, Marcus.
That was the one. It went the wrong way.
Oh, gotcha. Buy, sell, hold. Kenny Minchie's ability to run and scramble will be a meaningful consideration by coaches in the quarterback battle.
I buy that. I think because I think Kenny's going to be in the conversation. He's going to be in the battle, and that will be one of the things that you'll look at and say, okay, that's something he has to a higher degree than anybody else in the battle. So yeah, it'll be meaningful. It doesn't mean he's going to be the starter, but here's why I say I buy this. Let's say as passers, let's say you grade out every snap that they have as throwers, and you're like, man, like Steve, Kenny, and CJ, they just all grade out just about the same. They all have good command of the offense. They're all good leaders. They all work hard. Their passing numbers in practice are all kind of similar, and Kenny's right there. But you know what? Kenny gives us a more dynamic running ability. That's the thing that puts Kenny over the top as a starter. But if CJ or Steve are significantly better throwers than Kenny, which would surprise me, but let's say that's the case, but Kenny can run and scramble, that's not going to all of a sudden vault him up to number 1. But it could absolutely be that thing that's a deal breaker. If the throwing is all kind of similar, there's no separation really or much, but he is the much better runner or scrambler, then sure, that'll have an impact on it. So I'll buy that. I'll buy that it'll be a meaningful consideration. I will say, side note to this. This is the one aspect of the handful, but this is one of the aspects of Gino Guidugli's job that I think is going to be interesting. I think it'll be a meaningful consideration depending on how Kenny Minchie continues to develop.
We saw with Riley Leonard that he was a lot less willing to pull the trigger this season than he was when he was at Duke and resorted to being more of a run-first type of quarterback. There's a lot of different factors in that. New offense, Mrs. Spring, during implementation. So I'm willing to adhere to all those. But I'll say this. I hope that it doesn't and from what we've seen from Kenny in the blue gold game, I don't really think this is going to be a factor. But one thing that I would consider is I hope that doesn't start to become you get off your first read and then you look to scramble because you have the ability to, because we did see that with Riley Leonard this past season. So that is something that I will be keeping an eye on, because Kenny was a proven passer, a very proven passer in high school. And despite his athletic advantage at the school that he was at, he was still a pass first type quarterback. So it's going to be interesting to see what that looks like now that he's getting more meaningful reps and meaningful snaps and he's in the height of this quarterback competition. That is, quick side note, I am buying this, but quick side note, that's something I'm going to be keeping an eye on this offseason for sure. Buy, sell, hold from Brown Irish 20. The starting left tackle will be Jagasaw for the Miami game, barring injuries.
I lean towards buy for now. There's things that we don't know, data we don't have. I don't know how healthy Anthony Knapp is going to be for spring. And if Anthony Knapp's not healthy for spring, I don't see a scenario where he comes back for the fall and beats out Charles Jagasaw. I don't see that. I don't see that. If he's healthy in the spring, then he'll have a shot, because I think Joe Rudolph loves Anthony Knapp. And for whatever, which I am fine with, but for whatever reason seems to be locked into him being a left tackle. That's my issue with the Anthony Knapp. I think Anthony Knapp's got a lot of potential. We were asked that ideal starter conversation, and I actually had Anthony Knapp at center in my ideal starting lineup. I had him at center. And with all due respect to Ashton Craig, who was the starting center last year, Anthony Knapp now has more experience than Ashton Craig does. He has twice as many starts as Ashton Craig does in his career. Not at center, but I mean, if he was healthy, I'd move him to center and let him compete right now. I mean, Ashton Craig played solid football, but he wasn't like, oh my gosh, we've got to get him back because he's he proved so much in his 6 career starts. I mean, he's been good, but he has, he's got a battle. I want to push him for that role and make him beat out somebody for that role. And that's what I would do with Anthony Knapp. But I think Joe Rudolph seems really dead set on him being a left tackle. So if he's out there at the beginning of spring, I still buy this, but I'm not as optimistic. But if Anthony Knapp misses part of the spring because of the knee injury he suffered against Penn State, then I think that could be a little less likely. I don't know what his timeline is. I don't know the severity of it. I don't think it was a major injury. I was told by somebody that was similar to what Billy Schrouth dealt with. Well, Billy missed a month and a half. That's it, which means Anthony would then be back by the time spring ball starts. So that would make it. But I still think Jagasaw ultimately is the guy there, unless I think the only thing that boots Jagasaw off left tackle, if things are done the way that I think they should be done, is if your right tackle situation is so good that you're like, we got to get one of those guys. Like, let's say, and I put this in that post I made on the board, Trev. So let's say Emil has a great offseason and Gerby Lambert has a great offseason, and you're thinking, we got to get all 3 of those guys on the field. Jagasaw, Wagner, and Gerby they're our 3 best dudes, man. I mean, they got to play. I think the best scenario in there is moving one of those 2 right tackles to left and then putting Jagasaw at guard. Because I think his upside at guard is greater than any of those guys are at guard. And I broke this down yesterday. I'm not one of those people that's like, move Jagasaw to guard because he can't play tackle. No, nonsense. I think he might be your best left tackle. I think he is your best left tackle right now. But I also think he could be an elite guard if somebody else is just too good not to play at tackle. That's what I'm saying. Like, if your 2 best offensive linemen, let's say Anthony Knapp comes back, and Anthony Knapp has a great spring at left tackle, and Charles Jagasaw has a great spring at left tackle. And you're just like, man, we're having a tough time deciding, but we have question marks at right guard. Fine, then move Jagasaw to right guard, and Anthony Knapp can go be the next Zach Martin. If that's how he was performing, hypothetically. If that's what he proves to be, no problem with that. Go for it. So that's kind of where I'm at with that one. I still think Jagasaw is their best left tackle, but I could see a scenario where your right tackle situation, maybe Emil has a big breakout and you feel comfortable putting Emil on the left side and Gerby's just too good not to play at right guard, right tackle, and that's the way you go with it. That's how I look at it.
I think that's a good segue into the next submission is, buy, sell, hold. Both Jagasaw and Lambert will be among the starting 5 for the Miami game, barring injuries.
I sell that.
For me, yeah. I'm
buy the first, sell the second.
Yep, I'm with you. I'm more hope buying the first one. I think he should be. I think in the sample size that you saw, Charles Jagasaw came in after being right guard 10 days prior to the national championship, stepped in at starting left tackle and held his own against Ohio State's team sack leader in JT Tuimoloau. So I hope that he is. We'll see what happens and how that plays out in the spring. If it's Anthony Knapp, I feel the same way about it that I feel about the quarterback competition in a certain light. If Anthony Knapp comes in and absolutely performs and outplays Jagasaw, then sure, he should be the left tackle because he started for the first 15 games of the year, including, he started 3 playoff games. He wasn't able to finish the third. But, if he outplays him, sure. And then the second one, I sell that, barring it being the scenario that you played out, Brian, for the second one.
Mm-hmm. Yep, agree. I'd like to hope buy both of them, but I just don't see that happening.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold from Jalen G. The new Notre Dame director of recruiting will have previously known Mike Martin.
I'll buy that as a possibility. I sell that as a requirement. I don't know who the new director of recruiting will be. It's possible. I would imagine the new director of recruiting is going to be someone with college recruiting experience, and I don't know that could also still mean Mike Martin knows them. If he's doing his job as a scout effectively, he knows some of these recruiting directors at these different schools. He knows, he's talked to them. That's who you want to get to know about some of these kids. Talk to that guy. Hey, more so than a position coach, he's going to know the parents, the families, the background, all that kind of stuff, where a position coach may not have that type of knowledge of the guy. So he'll probably know some of these people. So it's possible. It's not a requirement. So I'll buy this because it's possible. I'm not buying it because I think it's going to be a requirement that the guy has to know Mike Martin. I think a good leader, whether it's a head coach, GM, position coach, coordinator, whatever, a good leader is not so beholden to having knowledge of people he knew that he misses out on opportunities to hire someone better simply because he goes with what's known and what's comfortable. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I buy it as a possibility. This is something that I just don't know a whole lot about, if I'm being completely transparent. It could be for the reasons that Brian listed off, but I buy it as a possibility, but I don't think he has to. I think he has to work well with Mike Martin, and that's something that's going to be taken into consideration by Marcus Freeman. But yeah, I'd buy it as a possibility. Buy, sell, hold from Detroit Hunter. Next year, Miami could be in playoff trouble week 1 due to their soft schedule with a loss to Notre Dame.
I sell that because their soft schedule is completely irrelevant to the primary criteria that's going to get them in the college football playoff, which is winning the ACC. If Notre Dame beats them by 100 and they win the ACC, it doesn't matter. Then Notre Dame beat them by 100.
Yep,
because they're still going to be in. So now, and again, I don't know that them getting beat by Notre Dame convincingly, if that were to happen, would also mean that they're going to be a bad football team, because I think Notre Dame could be really good. And games just sometimes go funky. Miami and Notre Dame, if they play a week later in November of 2017, Miami does not beat them 41-8 the next week as well. It just sometimes you have that bad day. And when I look at their schedule, Trev, after Notre Dame, let's assume they lose to Notre Dame. They got Bethune-Cookman and USF the next 2 weeks at home. Those are wins. You got Florida at home. That'll be a tough game. I think Florida could be improved. Then you have a bye week. Then you're at Florida State. And then another bye week. And then their ACC schedule is Louisville at home, Stanford at home, at SMU, home against Syracuse, home against NC State, at Virginia Tech, at Pitt. That's not an easy schedule. in my opinion, you sit there and say that it's a soft schedule. I think that speaks more to your personal bias against the ACC, Detro Hunter. I love you, but than it does about that being a soft schedule. When you're playing Florida at home, you're playing Louisville, you're playing at SMU, you're playing at Virginia Tech, you're playing at Pitt, you're playing home against Syracuse, home against NC State, at Florida State, whoever. We don't know what Florida State's going to be. That's not soft. That's not a gauntlet. That's not Georgia 2024, but that's not soft either. When you've got non-conference games against Notre Dame and Florida, that's not soft. When you've got to play Louisville, who's a good football team, when you've got to play Syracuse, who knows what Syracuse is going to be, but you got to play at SMU. That's a good football team. It's a playoff team. You got to play at Virginia Tech. They're a sleeper team for me this year as a top 25 program, as we discussed in our show last week. I don't think that's soft. Is it a gauntlet? No, but it's not soft. But if anything, if we accept your premise of them having a soft schedule, that would actually amplify their opportunity to get into the playoff, where it makes it less relevant that Notre Dame beats them, because they do have a quote-unquote soft schedule, which makes it much easier for them to then get into the ACC title game. So that's kind of how I would go with that one. So I sell that one with ferocity. I don't think that losing to Notre Dame in the opener, even if Miami goes 10-2, means they're not a playoff team. Because even 10-2, there's going to be either A, they lose to Notre Dame and Miami and Florida and run the table in the ACC, which means in the ACC title game. Or B, they lose to Notre Dame but beat Florida and then only lose one of those remaining games, which means there's still some good wins on their resume, and they're still probably in the ACC title game. If they lose 2 ACC games, it doesn't matter what they did to Notre Dame, because they're not going to be in the ACC title game. So I'm going to sell that one.
Selling with ferocity. That's a new one.
Yes.
I like that. I like that. I'm going to sell it too. Now, the one thing that I will say about Miami's schedule, I do think it's interesting if they drop 2 of their first 4 games. Yeah. Like, I mean, if they're sitting at 2-2 because
yeah.
Go
ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. If they lose to Notre Dame and lose to Florida, that's 2 of their first 4 games, which I think could be interesting, because then you still have Louisville. Who knows how they're going to be? I personally am not a believer in Miller Moss. We'll see.
That's my biggest with Louisville this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then you do still have to play at SMU, and I think that one's going to be an interesting game, because yes, you'll still put yourself in a position where you're playing for a ACC title, but I think Clemson this year is going to win the ACC upcoming. That's just sneak preview for when we're eventually going to talk about who we think are going to win conferences. But I think it'll be Clemson, and then you're talking about a Miami team that even if they run the table against, they'll be a 3-loss team. Now, they played in the conference championship.
There you go. And what did the committee say about that?
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to punish teams that play in the league championship game. So unless they change their stance on that gives them a shot.
Which after this past season, I think could get interesting based on what happened with SMU in the playoff. They put them in. Now, I say this as somebody that believes that SMU should have been in the playoffs. It's just going to be interesting to see how the committee handles themselves after they took their stance on, we're not going to punish a team for losing in their conference title, but then you look at SMU and then their first playoff game was an ugly loss because of Kevin Jennings.
The reason I don't think that's going to hurt SMU is because everybody got slaughtered in the semis in the first round. Every team that lost got smashed. Clemson won their ACC championship, still got beat convincingly by Texas, 2 touchdowns. Indiana got outplayed. They were an at-large. And SMU got beat. None of those teams got beat as bad as Tennessee. And then all the conference champions got beat in the second round. Georgia losing by 13. Boise getting smacked by Penn State. Smacked to a degree. I mean, it was a competitive game, but Penn State was clearly the better team all game. Even though Boise, it was closer than the final score, but Penn State was the better team. I mean, heck, the most competitive game was what? I mean, Oregon got destroyed by Ohio State. So I think the thing that you can't really use that against SMU anymore, Trevor, if you're not the committee, if you're being honest, because you're projecting what you think they'll do, you're not saying that they should get punished, because you said very clearly they should have been in the playoff. They're going to have a tough time selling that because there really were no competitive games in the first 2 rounds outside of Texas and Arizona State. the first 2 rounds of the playoffs were very uncompetitive.
Mm-hmm.
None of the first round games were competitive, and that's when the whole narrative started. But then that narrative died out real quickly when Notre Dame beat Georgia by 2 touchdowns, when Penn State whooped Boise State, and then when Oregon got dominated by Ohio State. I mean, there was one competitive game, like truly competitive game, where in the second half you felt one of the 2 teams that both teams had a shot to win. That was Texas and Arizona State. And that team had to come back from being down 17-3 to even come. I mean, they were down early. Texas should have put Arizona State away. Texas had no killer instinct last year. They just really did not. They had happened against Georgia, happened against Arizona State. They had no killer instinct last year. So that's kind of where I'm at, man, is I think that narrative died when the first 2 rounds played themselves out and you realized conference champions got blown out, at-large teams got blown out, and runners-up in their leagues got blown out. Like, they all got blown out. So you can't pick and choose, well, which blowout matters most to us. And that's why I don't think they'll hold it up against them as much. But what the caveat with Miami would be in your scenario, Trev, is but that would give them 3 losses, and we did not see them have to make that decision with a 3-loss team. That could be the thing that does it for them.
That was going to be my thing, is what if it's an Iowa State scenario where they're just not ranked high enough going into the conference championship game to warrant them being in. That would be, because if you drop to Notre Dame and you drop to Florida, and then let's just say you win out in the ACC, but then you get your 3rd loss. It's just all going to depend on where they rank.
And that's why I think that if they have a second loss, it'd be better for them to have it later. So that way they could, earlier. Because then they have plenty of time to climb into the rankings.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to lose 2, those are the 2 you want to lose, to Florida and Notre Dame, because it's early in the year. You're probably out of the top 25 by then. But by the time you beat Louisville, here's the other thing too that makes their schedule a little bit more challenging is at Virginia Tech and at Pitt late November. Miami's going to have to play in the mountains of Virginia on November 22nd. I'm from Virginia. It ain't warm. And then they got to play at Pittsburgh on November 29th. I used to live in Pittsburgh. It ain't going to be warm. How are they going to handle that? So I just think Miami's not going to be a great team next year. I think Miami is not going to be a playoff team because they're not a playoff caliber team. And I look, here's the thing too. I don't think anybody is in danger of not making the playoff because of what happens in the first 2 weeks. If Northern Illinois, a home loss to Northern Illinois, doesn't knock you out of the college football playoff, then any kind of loss to Notre Dame in week 1 is not going to knock you out of the college football playoff. In my view, it just isn't. Because it's 14 playoff, sure. We actually have a question about that, by the way, too, later, which I'm looking forward to getting to.
Sweet. By so hold, Notre Dame will have more players drafted this year than invited to the combine.
Probably sell that.
Yeah, I'm selling 8 players got invited to the combine. Yeah. The ones that got left out were R.J. Oben and Jordan Clark of
Chris Mitchell.
Yeah, Chris Mitchell was left out as well.
I don't know that any of those guys get drafted. Maybe Jordan Clark, but he's small. Yeah, I don't, and I think there's always the possibility that some of the guys that were invited don't get drafted. So let's say Jordan Clark does get drafted. Well, I think there's a chance Bo Collins doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think it's a given that Bo's going to get drafted. I don't think it's a given that all the guys that are invited are going to get drafted. I don't think it's a given. But you'd have to have 2 guys that weren't invited get drafted for it to that's my opinion on that. So we'll see. I think next year's draft class the next 2 draft classes are going to be the ones to watch out for Notre Dame, not this one.
Yeah. Yep.
This isn't the one where Notre Dame's success benefits them, especially since one of their top draft picks is coming off of a really devastating knee injury that ended his season late in the year. Speaking of Riley Mills, I think that's going to hurt. So yeah, I'm selling that one.
By so hold, Baylor versus Auburn week 1 has the chance to put Hugh Freeze on the hot seat.
Hey, look, man, here's the deal, Trev. When you go out and spend the kind of money that Auburn is spending to put a football team together, people want results. And however you feel about how good Baylor may or may not be, SEC fans do not respect the Big 12. They don't. And you go on the road and lose to, of all Big 12 teams, Baylor, after all the money you spent, yeah, that'll put him on the hot seat. And then you're Then you've got Ball State at home, South Alabama at home. So you rally and you get to 2-1. Then here's the rest of their schedule. At Oklahoma, at Texas A&M, bye, Georgia at home, Missouri at home, at Arkansas, Kentucky at home, at Vanderbilt, bye, the almighty Mercer Bears, and then Bama at home. You need that Baylor win bad.
Yeah. I buy that it would put them on the hot seat, all things considered. That'd be a wild upset. Almost, in my opinion, almost as wild as this next one. Buy, sell, hold. Syracuse beating Tennessee week 1 will be the thing that finally sends SEC homers to the psych ward.
Oh gosh, yeah. You know what? No, I don't know. I'm going to sell that. I'm going to sell that. It would have to be in conjunction with a couple other rough early season starts, because I don't know that SEC teams necessarily respect Tennessee a whole lot. My initial thought was, oh yeah, because that's not a very good team. Well, let me rephrase. It's not that they're not a very good team. That's a team that doesn't have a lot of respect, right? I mean, you and I can both say that we think Syracuse is a good football team, but you know, I think Syracuse going down to Atlanta and beating Tennessee, because the game's being played in Atlanta, combined with Clemson beating LSU and Virginia Tech beating South Carolina, that would be enough to do it. I think that if there's a week 1 game that would send mass hysteria through the SEC in week 1, it's not this one. It's Florida State beating Alabama.
Oh. That would send me to the psych ward, just because I would need man, that like legitimately solely just from like I would need to talk to somebody else not in the football world about like, yo, dude, I just see what I think I just saw.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm gonna sell this one because that loss would do it. But 2, like I just don't know if there's gonna be a whole lot that would put SEC homers in a psych ward.
Yeah.
Like they're still there. The SEC fans are strong and true.
That's almost say, Trev, it has to be like a combination of all of those things. You know, like Baylor beats Auburn, Clemson beats LSU, Syracuse beats Tennessee, Virginia Tech beats South Carolina. Like you'd have to have like all those games go down that way, and for them to really kind of like lose it.
I mean, look, man, we're talking about a conference and yes, I understand that Vanderbilt is in the SEC, but when you talk about the SEC, the last team that comes to your mind is Vanderbilt. It is, especially when you start talking about football. For Alabama to lose and never lead in a game against Vandy, SEC homers were still screaming from the rooftops that Alabama should have been in the playoffs. There's not a whole lot that would send them to the psych ward, believe me. But something like that in that scenario, yeah, that would do it.
There are some interesting games the first 3 weeks of the season for the SEC. Some very interesting games. Well, I just mentioned all the week 1 games that, I mean, let's be honest, Trev, there's a lot of games that are losable for the SEC. I mean, I don't see any scenario in which Alabama loses to Florida State at Florida State, but am I going to rule it out? No, because I have no clue how good Florida State's going to be.
Literally,
I was looking at the depth chart the other day, and it was really funny because like the only site that really has like any kind, and you have to take it with a grain of salt, and you have to know more about the teams than just looking at the list. But Our Lads is the only one that kind of like lists them all, you know, and updates them all. And again, you have to use it with a grain of salt because like they're not like super accurate, but at least gives you a sense of the returning roster. Well, what they do is any newcomers are in orange. And you look at Florida State starting lineup and depth chart, and you're like, that's a lot of freaking orange. You know what I mean? There's a lot of dudes on that team that we know nothing about. They're 4 of their starting 5 offensive linemen are projected to be portal guys. Their entire receiving corps is, you know, starting lineups projected to be, well, not entirely, all but 1 are going to be portal guys. You know, their quarterback's going to be a portal guy. Their defensive line is going to be filled with, you know, front 7 as a whole is going to be filled with portal guys and incoming freshmen. Like I have no clue how they're going to be. So I don't think that's one. But, you know, you look at, could Baylor beat Auburn? Yeah. You know, could Clemson beat LSU? Yes. Could Syracuse beat Tennessee? I mean, I wouldn't bet my mortgage on it, but yeah, it's possible. Could Ohio State beat Texas? Well, absolutely. Could Virginia Tech beat South Carolina? Yeah. I mean, again, I'm not betting my mortgage on it. Could absolutely happen. And then you look at week 2, and it's not quite as many. I'll get to week 3 here in a second. But could South Florida upset Florida? Unlikely. But could you see a scenario where Virginia Tech then beats Vanderbilt the next week? That's possible. Could Michigan go to Oklahoma and beat Oklahoma? It's possible. Could Arizona State beat Mississippi State? It's possible. Could Kansas beat Missouri? It's possible. And then you go to week 3, and you've got Texas A&M heads to Notre Dame. Wisconsin plays Alabama. You've got some more games where it's like it could end up being like a rough first 3 weeks of the season. Now, again, I'm not betting on it, but all of those games there's a lot of potentially losable games for the SEC playing non-conference. Arkansas playing at Memphis in week 4, Florida playing at Miami in week 4, Tulane playing at Ole Miss in week 4. Like, Trev, there's a lot of potential losable games for the SEC in the first month of the season. If they have a bad stretch, that could really shake up that fan base and the homers that support them in the media. It really could. I'm not predicting it, but what I am saying is there's a lot of very intriguing games being played by the SEC this season. And the ACC needs to handle its business in those matchups. I don't have a lot of faith in them, but a lot of intriguing matchups early in the season that could ultimately do what D. Trollhunter said, which is sending the SEC homers to the psych ward. I just think it's going to take more than one game to do that, outside of maybe 2-10 Florida State beating Alabama. That's the one that could be.
That would be,
especially if Florida State still sucks. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, it's okay. Florida State's back. They're like the team from 2 years ago. And then, like if 3 weeks later they go get beat by Virginia,
if they have like a 2016 type of Texas season where like Texas is back, and then they ended up being not good.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd would be
great.
I mean,
that'd be epic. I would enjoy that thoroughly. Not even gonna lie to you, would enjoy that thoroughly.
Buy, sell, hold from D. Trollhunter. Tennessee will be on playoff lifeline support by week 3 and out of the discussion by week 8.
Let me see what their schedule looks like, because we talked about they've got a couple games early that aren't cakewalks by any stretch of the imagination. I don't dislike this Tennessee team. I don't love this Tennessee team. They get Syracuse on a neutral field. They get Georgia at home. So he's basically kind of playing in off of his last thing. So I think what he's projecting is like a loss by Syracuse and a loss to Georgia. If they're 1-2 with a loss to Syracuse and Georgia, I think they're absolutely on life support. And then he went down to week 8. So week 8 gets them to home against Bama. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 gets them at Bama. Yeah, I mean, if they lose to Syracuse and Georgia, they're going to get destroyed at Bama. And I already think they're going to get destroyed by Bama at Bama, just because Bama's going to want some payback from last year. And I still say one of the best off-season hires, and it's not getting talked about a lot because I don't think SEC fans respect anything that's not SEC related. But Kalen DeBoer getting Ryan Grubbs to come back and be his OC after spending a year with the Seahawks is huge for Alabama. Huge. So yeah, I buy that. It's possible. I'm gonna buy that they're out by week 8. I'm not gonna necessarily say they're on life support in week 3 because I need to see them. I need to see Syracuse beat them. If Kyle McCord was coming back, sure, but that's going to be the first start of Ricky Collins's career, and it's going to be in Atlanta against Tennessee. I don't see Syracuse winning that game. I hope you're right. And D. Trollhunter, you were like on point with this stuff last offseason. And he was the one coming up with Georgia Tech beating Florida State. And I'm like, come on, man, Georgia Tech's not going to beat Florida State in the opener. And he was talking about Florida State could start 0-2, and I was like, man, what's your Florida State beef, man? What did Mike Norvell do to you? Well, you know what? He was spot on. He was absolutely right. You know what I mean? He nailed it.
Didn't he predict Vandy over Bama? Wasn't that him? I believe
so, yeah. Well, it was one of his submissions was like, if Vandy beats, he does it. Like, I love how he does it because he likes to spark conversation, but you could tell there's reasons why he's bringing up that particular matchup. And so, like, I hope you're right, dude. I do, but I don't see that one. And as we saw last year, if their only losses are at home to Georgia and at Tennessee, they're absolutely not out of the playoff. I'm not saying they shouldn't be, but they're not. The Syracuse game being added in there, that would hurt them. That would hurt them. Because if they're not good enough to beat Syracuse, they're not going to beat Georgia 2 weeks later. And they're definitely not going to beat Bama at Bama.
No. I'm going to sell this just because for a multitude of reasons. I don't think Tennessee is going to lose to Syracuse. I'm not crazy high on Tennessee, but I don't see them losing to Syracuse. 1, 2. With how crazy the college football landscape was this past season, I don't know if you can deem anybody out of the discussion until the final playoff rankings come out, if I'm just being completely honest. I mean, we thought that Miami and BYU and Kansas State were well within the playoff hunt and their conference championship hunt well into week 10 and 11, and then it just got shut down. I would have never dreamed that in week 8 of this past season, Arizona State was going to get a playoff bid, let alone a bye. So I'm going to sell it just because you never know. That's where I'm at with that one. Buy, sell, hold. All 3 service academies go over 500 in 2025.
So he gave me an interesting statistic. He texted me this. He said, I'm going to save you and Trevor the research, which I greatly appreciate. Said, since 1990, it looks like there's been 4 seasons where all 3 academies were over 500. And it was 2024, this past year. It was 2017, 2010, and 1996. So it was like 7 years, 7 years, 14 years. So it hasn't happened a whole lot. And it's actually not accurate because he said he had all 3 service academies in the same season, all had winning records in the same season. He had 24-17. 24 is not accurate because they were not all. I
didn't think Air Force was over 500.
So I think that one's inaccurate. But he goes 17, 10, and 96. So it hasn't happened a whole lot. And I don't think it happened in 2003 because Navy had a losing record in 2003. But that's what he said. But 2017, that was true, 10 and 96. So now it's like, okay, do you think Army keeps it rolling? And to what degree? And then do you think Navy can keep it rolling and to what degree? And I'll say this, and then can Air Force bounce back? I'll say this. I think Navy, of the 3 teams, I think Navy has the best chance to keep it rolling because they bring their quarterback and their 2 top rushers back. I think the Heidenbach kid, I believe, isn't that his last
Eli
name?
Heidenreich.
Heidenreich, yeah. He's back. Tuska's back. The quarterback is back. Teska, is back. Brandon Chapman's back. He was their other slot guy that they had. Like, they bring a lot back. The only guy that they lose from their top rushers is Dabo Fofana. And then you look at Army, and Army not only lost their quarterback, Bryson Daly, but also Kanye Udo transferred out, which you don't see very often. I think that's going to hurt them. But, and they lost a couple of their linemen they're losing. But, I mean, they were really good last year. But I could see Army taking a step back and then Air Force ascending. It's going to be tough for all 3 of them to do it because of that, Trev. I mean, I think Army's going to have a tough. I mean, is like Army the year before was a team that was 6-6, and the year before that was 6-6. So they had this team that was just significantly better than the 2 previous teams. Is that them going back to the norm this year and being a 6-6 type of team, or was the 2 6-6 years the anomalies? Because in 2020 they were a 9-3 team. In 2021 they were 9-4 team, and then this past year, obviously, they went 12-2. Was 22 and 23 a bit of was that the anomaly? That I don't know. We're going to find out this year. But man, that's a lot to replace. That's well over 2,000 yards of rushing from 2 guys. That's over 40 rushing touchdowns you got to replace. You can't go to the portal to replace a guy you lost in the portal. It's not how it works in Army. I think Army's going to have a tougher time with that. Trev, I think Air Force has a chance to be a little bit better this year. They had a really weird year, like very weird year. But I'm going to sell that just because I think between Army and Air Force, one of them is not above 500. And then the other thing about Army too is their schedule's a little bit tougher this year. They got to play at Kansas State. They got to play at Air Force. They do get Navy at home. They got to play at ECU, at Tulane. So for them, it's a tougher schedule, in my opinion. So actually, it looks like Baltimore's not at Navy. It's not at Navy. It's a neutral field. It's in Baltimore, so it's not at Navy. I saw Maryland for the game, and I thought it was a home game for Navy, but it's never a home game. It's in Baltimore. So K-State on the road, Air Force on the road, and then Navy on a neutral field that's closer to Annapolis than it is West Point. Then you got to play at ECU, at Tulane. It'll be tough. It's possible, but I'd like to buy it. Because it does happen so rare, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. But I hope that it works, because me, I always root for the service academies when they're not playing Notre Dame.
I'll hold by it for that reason. Hasn't happened that often. I always root for the service academies as well. I will say this. I do think Navy, kind of by a lot, is going to be the best of the three.
Yeah, agree.
Buy sell hold from Bayside Tiger 6. While it may be unofficial, the coaches will have a starting offensive line heading into fall camp and not change it unless there's an injury. I'm going to have to hold on that one. If I knew the health of all the players in the team, I would say buy. But I don't know where Ashton Craig and Anthony Knapp are going to be for spring practice. So it's hard for me to buy that with confidence, not knowing that. If everybody's healthy going into spring, healthy enough to practice going into the spring, then sure, I buy that. But we've also seen Joe Rudolph shake something up early in fall camp every year so far. Yeah. I mean, Billy Schrauth took like almost every first team rep with that left guard in the spring of 23, and then within several days, he's got Pat Coogan there starting in the fall. You had Rocco Spindler playing left guard and Billy Schrauth playing left guard, and they took a lot of the first team reps. And then you had Pat Coogan battling with them, and those three kind of seem to be battling at the end of the spring. And who is it that starts the left guard coming into fall camp? It's Sam Pendleton. So he's kind of shaking things up a little bit, but I just think it's with things being a little bit more established now, and now he's going into year 3. I could see him kind of having an idea of what his lineup's going to be at the end of spring, assuming everyone's healthy. But if Anthony Knapp and Ashton Craig aren't able to go in the spring, and I would imagine that Craig should be close to that. I mean, he got hurt in early September. I don't know where Knapp is. If Knapp's not healthy during the spring, or at least not full go, I don't think you can have good faith that the lineup's going to be set unless it's injury. Because if Anthony Knapp's 75% in the spring, but he's 100% in the fall, he's going to get every opportunity to win a starting job. Mm-hmm. And not related really to injury. So, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. He should. He's a 15-game starter last year. He should get a chance to battle somewhere. It's just the question is where. That would be my thought process. But I think the best thing that could happen to Notre Dame is Anthony Knapp's not healthy enough to go full go in the spring. And the reason I say that is this. It's going to seem like a shot at Anthony Knapp, but it's not. It's the exact opposite. I think what that would do is that would force Jagasol to be the left tackle, or they maybe try Emil over there a little bit, or somebody like that. And then somebody locks down that left tackle job, and that forces Joe Rudolph, who loves Anthony Knapp, to move him inside. And that's where I think Anthony Knapp has his greatest upside. I could absolutely see Anthony Knapp moving to center or moving to guard and beating somebody out, being a starting guard or center next year. And I'd feel a whole lot better about his potential to be a really good football player if he's playing inside. I think his leverage fits better there. I think he's powerful. I know he's undersized. He's going to be undersized everywhere he is. But he's not going to be retreating as much and taking blows. I mean, you got to retreat a lot more at tackle. And when you're undersized, that's going to hurt you a lot more there. I think his athleticism shines inside, dude. Like, he goes from being a good athlete at left tackle to a big-time athlete at guard or center. Can you think of Anthony Knapp working up to the second level on inside zones as a center? Oh my, I would love that. Could you think of Anthony Knapp like pulling and kicking out a corner or safety or a rover on a buck sweep? Oh, that would get me fired up. I just think that's where his potential is greatest. And I think that if he was forced to do that move, I think that could be great for the Notre Dame offensive line and great for Anthony Knapp.
So it's going to sound, like I said, it sounds like a negative, like, oh, you want him to not be out there in the spring? Yeah, I kind of don't, because then I feel like that's going to force them to play him where he should be playing, where I think he could eventually be like a big time football player. So yeah, I do feel that way.
Buy, sell, hold coverage units will continue to be a strength and give up no returns for touchdowns in 2025.
Buy.
Yeah.
Look, you're going to have, I mean, you're basically returning almost all your coverage guys from last year outside of a Jack Kaiser and a couple guys. And you're adding to it now. Teddy Rezak's going into year 2 in the strength program. You know, Bronte Johnson's going into year 2. Kennedy Urlacher's going into year 2. You're adding Jadon Blair, Brandon Logan, Dallas Golden, Mark Zachary, Anthony Sacca, Madden Faremo, Logan Thomas is coming back. Yeah, I mean, your coverage teams are going to be really flipping good next year, in my opinion. Yes, I buy that. Absolutely buy that. That's an easy one. That's a really
that was a
easy
very
one.
easy, but I can't even think of the last time Notre Dame gave up a return for a touchdown.
Yeah. And they were just outstanding in coverage this season.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, the closest we saw was the you had the kid from USC, Zachariah Branch, with the punt return in 2023. I'm trying to think. I know they gave one up. Pitt almost had one, or did Pitt have one in 2018? But let me see here. Let me go kick returns and punt returns, and let's go see what their opponents did. So no kick. Last time Notre Dame gave up a kick return, and as soon as I see it, I'm going to remember it. But they gave up 2 in 2018. So they gave up 1 to Michigan. That's right. I remember they jumped up 21-3 and immediately had a kick return brought back late in the second quarter. You remember that now?
Yeah.
And for a second there, I was thinking it was Daryl Stoneham. But Daryl Stoneham had the kick return against them back in 2009. It was Ambry Thomas late in the second quarter. I remember that now. And then Pitt, I was right. Pitt did have one in 2018. I thought Pitt had one in 2018. So the Pitt in 2018, I actually got that right, was the last one. They gave up 2 in 2018, 0 since then. Punt returns, they have not given up a punt return for a score since. I mean, I'm not counting a blocked punt like the one in 2016. I'm talking like an actual punt return. So it'd be 2017, and that was against NC State, and that was the blocked punt. So I don't count that one as a punt return.
Did Dory Jackson have one
in 2016? Yes, that was the last time. No, 2017. Yeah, no. 2017 was all okay. NC State scored on a blocked punt touchdown against Notre Dame back-to-back years. In 17, they had the one right near the goal line. If you remember that, the game Notre Dame won by 3 touchdowns. That the first score for NC State was a blocked punt that they recovered and scored. And then they had the one on the rain and the hurricane the year before. But Adoree Jackson, end of the 2016 season, is the last time a punt returner scored a punt return against Notre Dame. So 18 for a kick return, 16 for a punt return, and I think their coverage units are going to be elite next season. So if we're talking about not a blocked punt, which also hasn't happened in a while, then I would say I definitely buy that. Definitely buy that.
Adoree Jackson gives me nightmares from that game. I think he scored in all 3 phases of the game. I think he had a pick six, a punt return, and a screen for a touchdown.
Yep, he did.
Ugh.
2 of them were in the first half, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. Bayside Tiger 6, buy, sell, hold. Aside from injury recovery, 2 players who need the biggest jump in the offseason in strength and conditioning program. On offense, it's Anthony Knapp. On defense, it's Bryce Young.
I'm comfortable with the Bryce Young one, although I think you could make a case for like a Bronte Johnson, somebody like that, really needing to add strength there. But I like the Bryce Young one. I'm okay with that one. Anthony Knapp on offense in the strength conditioning program. I would actually say it's Emil Wagner. Because I would argue, Trevor, and I don't know if you agree with this or not, I would argue that Anthony Knapp as a freshman was more powerful in the run game than Emil Wagner was as a junior. I think there's still a level of Emil Wagner really needing to really improve his lower body strength. I think he's got a very powerful hands. Emil does, which is why we saw him throw Jack Sawyer. And so I think he still needs to get stronger in his core down. And I'm hoping that one more offseason will help him get there. And I'd go Emil. And if Emil can have that kind of jump, he could be really good next year. Really good. But Knapp's a good number 2. That's a good number 2.
I think Emil is fair. I'm still going to go Anthony Knapp because if he is going to project inside, he's going to have to get bigger. Because, like, in my opinion, like for all of the kicking out corners and working up to the second level against linebackers, if you're going to be inside, you will still have to go up against defensive tackles that could potentially outweigh you, where you didn't have that on the edge last year. Now, what he did have to overcome was the retreating issue that he had. And I do think that he showed a lot of promise in the run game this past season at tackle. Yeah. Against interior defensive linemen, I think it's going to be different than pushing an edge rusher.
Fair. But if you break down film and a lot of their zone stuff, he is working against D tackles on a lot of their inside zone stuff. And I again, because it's like, okay, they may outweigh him, but that's where I say leverage is so important. It's hard to win the leverage battle at tackle in the pass game. You can to a degree, but run game, absolutely. I just don't think lack of weight was Anthony's problem quite as much as I just don't think he's comfortable in space. Just don't think he's real comfortable in space. And I don't think you want – and the issues he had at tackle last year weight-wise were it's the reason I bring up retreating is because when you're retreating, you give up a lot of your leverage. And that's why he got thrown at times as a tackle. You're not going to have that happen to you as an interior guy because you are more forceful at the point of attack. So that's fair. I'm not going to push back on that too much. I just think Emil is the guy that could use the biggest jump there.
Sure.
And I think with Anthony Knapp, it's just if he just does normal progression from freshman to sophomore year, he'll be fine. Where I think Emil needs a jump. And I worry that Emil was one of those unfortunate players who went through the 3 coordinators in 3 years in the strength program. And his sophomore year, which is a very formative year for him, was a year where they had an interim for a while there. I mean, didn't even have one during the season. And I wonder if that slowed him down a little bit when it comes to his strength conditioning. We'll see.
Buy, sell, hold.
I'm trying to fix it. It went the wrong way. There we go.
Buy, sell, hold from God Country Notre Dame Barbecue. So Nick Saban at Alabama won 6 rings in 13 years, arguably the greatest college football dynasty ever. With that being said.
No, sorry. Where's the other one? Okay. For some reason, the other one did not show up, did not print off. So let me tell you what he said, Trev. You have it?
I have it.
Okay. Bring it up.
With that being said, if the dynasty never happened and Saban is 20 years younger now when he gets hired at Alabama in today's era, given the same time frame, resources, and youthful drive, Alabama wins half as many championships with the added challenges of today's college football.
I buy that. I mean, because look, no, I'm going to sell that. And here's why I'm going to sell that. Because my initial reaction was there are some years they won a title where I don't know that they win a title if they had to play 3 or 4 games. But I also think there are some years where Alabama didn't make the playoff, that if they would have made the playoff as the 5 seed, would have been able to go on a run. So I don't think they win 6, but I don't think they get cut in half either. From 2019 to 2023, a stretch of, that'd be what, 15 seasons? I think he wins 4. I don't think he wins 6, but I think he wins more than 3. How about that? That's what I think. I think they win one in 2009. I think their 12 team still wins one. I think their 2020 team definitely still wins one. That's 3 right there that I think they win. Now the question is, okay, could some of the teams they had that maybe didn't make the playoffs, could those teams have won? Like, I don't think that, would the 2015 team have been able to win a title? Would somebody else have knocked Clemson out in 2016? And they may not even and that's the question. So I think they win. I still think they win more 3. Well, first of all, you tell me this, Trev. Do you think anybody beats 2020 Alabama if there's a 12-team playoff? I mean, anything could happen, but if you're a betting man, do you think that anybody beats that football team?
No. No, I don't.
So that's one. 09, maybe, because they didn't have a real explosive offense. I think that's fair. But I think that team still just was a lead on defense and could run the football. I still think that team wins it because I don't think there was a lot of other great teams that year. And that's the other thing that's got to factor in sometimes to these things is who were the other great teams? You know, in 09, Cincinnati finished 8th. Ohio State was 5th with 2 losses. They weren't great. You know, Iowa finished 7th. Penn State finished, Virginia Tech was 10th. Texas finished 2nd. They beat Texas. TCU was 6th. Florida was 3rd. They beat Florida that year in the SEC title game convincingly. Blew Florida out, if you remember. I think a rematch with Florida might have been the only thing that could have beat them in 09 outside of, again, Colt McCoy not getting hurt. So, you know, so I think 09 is possible. I think that 12 is possible. I don't think the 11 team wins it all. I think that's one that I definitely would take away from Bama in a 12-team playoff. I don't think that 11 team should have played for the title. I don't think that was a great championship team. I was not high on that team. I don't think that team is in there. 12, I think they win it. 13, I don't think that they win it. But that team would have been very interesting to watch in the 12-team playoff. Very interesting to watch in the 12-team playoff. Because remember, their only loss in the regular season was to Auburn and on the kick 6. And that was the year Florida State won it all. And then they went and played Oklahoma in a bowl game that Alabama got whooped. But, like, we all watched that game. That Bama team didn't care about being in that game. But that would have been an interesting team. 14 would not have won it. I mean, whether it was that round or a later round, Ohio State would have beat them. Oregon would have beat them. That team wasn't great. 15 team would have been interesting, Trev. That would have been a very interesting team because, no, they did not have a great defense that year, but, man, they could run the football with Derrick Henry. So that's a team that potentially could have been more than 3. 16 team, I don't think that team wins it in a 12-team playoff. 17, they definitely do not win it in a 12-team playoff. Like, definitely take that one away. 18, maybe they win it in 18 because maybe somebody else knocks off Clemson before they have to get there. But, you know, it's possible. And then 19, I don't think they're a championship team, but that team would have eventually had to play LSU and would have lost again to LSU. LSU was going to win the title that year. And then 20, I think they win it all. I think the 21 team's another one that I look at, Trev, as potentially a team that could have won it all. I don't know that Georgia makes it all the way that year. The rematch against Bama probably doesn't happen until round 3 or 4, as opposed to it being like one game in between. You know, I think that rematch aspect hurt them at 21. So, again, all those different possibilities, I think in a 12-team playoff, Bama wins 4. They don't only win 3. They don't win 6. That's how I feel about it. What say you?
With how you answered it, I would agree, but I interpreted his question differently. Not if you take the 12-team playoff format and move it back to when he was at his prime, because it was if Saban was 20 years younger today, and if he started the playoff run in today's era, right? So I'm talking like Alabama hires Nick Saban today, and then over the next 13 years, does he win like half? I buy that. I don't think he gets 6 starting from now for the next 13 years.
If he's in his prime.
With today's resources and all that stuff.
If he's in his prime, I still look at it the same way. I would. Because I think Nick Saban in his prime would still outcoach everybody else enough times. In a 15-year stretch in his prime. I still think he does. That's probably a better interpretation of the question, Trev, is how you see it. So, you know, looking back through all those different years doesn't make as much sense in that regard. So I think your interpretation of it is correct so you're saying basically plant now and then move forward 15 years with him in his prime. Yeah, I still think he wins more than 3 in 15 years in his prime. Because Saban was great at adapting when he was younger. That's the thing. He would adapt his offense and his defense. The reason he didn't want to adapt now is because he's 70-something.
Fair.
But I think if Saban took over now, he would understand the challenges and he would be better at it than everybody else was. Because he would have to be. He would adapt to it that way. And that's why I think he would still be great. I still think he'd win more than 3, even with your premise. So I think, again, like I said, I think your reading of it is the correct one.
I'm in between just because I think he would still have been an elite coach, and I think he would have adapted. Especially, there's also a question around how much adapting would he have to do if he was in his prime now, because he had to adapt from the changing landscape of 2009 to 2023. And that was a lot of changes. But if he started now in the expanded playoff format, who knows? I just think that there's so many hoops to jump through. Gosh, I could see it being he gets 2, 3, being at half, maybe 4. I think he appears in a lot. Like, I think he is always in the semifinals.
They're in the semis all the time.
Yes.
I think basically in 15 years, Trev, you basically have to win it once every 4 years. And then at some point in time, you win it once in a third year. That's it. I mean, that for Bama. And again, we're talking about a guy that I believe is the greatest coach of this generation. And won years with different types of teams. But they'd still, I think we can agree on this, they'd still be the dominant team over the next 10 years. Not every year, but if you look at who had the best success over a 10-year period, I still think they're still the dominant team with Saban as head coach.
Yeah.
Interesting question.
Buy, sell, hold from Wendell Boner. For most productive career at defensive tackle by the time they are done, Sean Sevillano, Dixon, and Houston.
I'm going to buy Dixon. I'm going to hold Sevillano and sell Houston because I don't think Houston's ever going to get a chance to play under the current defensive line coach. Not that that's what I agree with. I'm just saying that's what I believe is the situation. He recruited the other 2 guys. He didn't recruit Devin Houston. I think the other 2 guys are going to get more opportunities over the next couple of years. We already have seen Devin Houston go through 2 years of not doing anything. So it just even if the D-line coach wasn't necessarily a guy that didn't maybe think he could play, I think the opportunities are less now because he's played 2 years and hasn't done anything. So I would go Dixon buy, Sevillano hold, Houston sell. So I'd go on that one.
I'm in the same boat as you are. Yes, sir. Buy, sell, hold from Ian Tenzin. The NHL has always had the best all-star setups. The old East versus West, North America versus World, or the format the NBA recently stole. The 4 teams competing in a round-robin 3v3 tournament.
Trev, I totally buy me not caring one bit about this submission, and nor do I know anything about this submission. That's the only thing I'm buying. So if you know a little bit more, feel free to answer this one.
No, I got nothing.
Sorry, Tenzin. I don't know what the new NBA format is. I haven't watched an NBA game, an all-star game in well over a decade. I don't even watch the dunk contest anymore. Could not care about that. So in the NHL, I don't know that I've ever watched an NHL all-star game ever. Yeah. The only time I watch hockey is in the Olympics. It's the only time I watch hockey. I'm not saying I wouldn't mind changing that. It seems like a sport I might enjoy if I knew something about it. I just don't know anything about it. It's like lacrosse. I think if I studied lacrosse, I might really enjoy lacrosse. But I don't like watching things, but I don't know what's going on. You know, like I tried watching cricket one time because we went on our honeymoon to Barbados, and the whole time this guy gave us a tour of the entire island one day. The whole day just drives around the entire island. But he's listening to a cricket game on the radio. I'm like, dude, I have no clue what's going on. They're speaking English, but I have no clue what's going on. And so I was like, let me try to watch this one time. And I'm like, it looks kind of entertaining, but I have no clue what's going on. So I couldn't follow at all.
Yeah, that's how I am with hockey. Indianapolis has a semi-pro team called the Indy Fuel. And I have no idea what's happening, I'm gonna be honest with you. But me and my friends have this saying, and we have this saying for movies. So don't think that I think this of people who watch hockey, because hockey's insane. And I wish I understood it. But sometimes for movies, you kind of have to turn on the dumb guy brain, where it's like the plot doesn't make sense, but it's just a lot of explosions and a lot of fights. Then it's like, man, that was just cool to watch. That's how I have to go watch hockey, because I don't understand it. But you go and it's very fast paced, and you see people fight, and there's sirens that go off when people score. And I sit there and I'm like, this was a lot of fun. I had a good time. I don't know what I watched, but that was a lot of fun. A sport that I wish the United States had when I was growing up is handball.
ever seen Handball?
Mm-hmm.
Like we had an exchange student from West Germany when I was a kid, and he played handball, and I was like, "Wow, that looks like that's a sport that I would have fun playing." But I know nothing about hockey. I don't watch the NBA. I'm sorry, brother. I love you, Tenzin. I just got nothing for you on this one. He's going to probably like me a lot less. He's going to even like me a lot less after these next couple ones.
All righty. Buy, sell, hold. The best superhero is Spider-Man.
Spider-Man's not even the top 5. Like, no. Best superhero ever is Superman. So, yeah, I mean, in any liking, most powerful, whatever. I mean, I'll just go with my favorite. Spider-Man is good character, not in my top 5. Cool story, cool backstory. I enjoy the character. I'm not anti Spider-Man. I just think there's better. I think Superman's the best superhero for a million reasons, on top of being incredibly powerful, but also what he stands for and all that kind of stuff of what the original Superman stood for. Captain America, I think, is better than Spider-Man. I think Iron Man's a more intriguing character than Spider-Man. Superhero, I would, Batman. Maybe Batman, but Batman's, he's the least powerful, physically powerful. But there's just that's love Spider-Man, but they just no.
Yeah, as the best superhero, I'm also selling. Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. The best villain is Joker.
That's a good one. I mean, Thanos was pretty badass. I like Joker. I mean, and Joker's been done so many different ways, and I've seen it done well and not well. I did not like Joker in the Batman series as a kid. You probably never watched it with Adam West, and it was pretty bad. I thought Jack Nicholson's Joker was pretty good, and I thought Heath Ledger's Joker was incredibly dark but incredibly intriguing. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll go with that. Like Lex Luthor's lame. I never liked Lex Luthor as a bad guy.
I actually had this. I had this discussion with one of my buddies the other day. It's incredibly hard to pull off a good villain when their whole thing is being smart. Like it's really hard to pull off. Like that's Lex Luthor's thing. It's like he's behind the scenes. For me, I think I agree with you that the Heath Ledger Joker is very dark. I think that is one of the best performances by a villain in a movie. I think it is
hands down.
It's amazing. So the best villain, in general in the superhero universe, I think Thanos has to be up there. Joker's definitely up there. I mean, Thanos wanted to wipe out half of existence.
And did.
Yeah. The Joker just doesn't like Gotham.
Yeah.
And
somebody said if we're basing this on movies, I've said this before, I'm definitely basing this on movies. I did not read comic books as a kid. That was not no problem with it. It just was not my thing. So anything that I'm going to base off superheroes is going to be based off TV shows and movies, not off comic books. So nothing wrong with people that read comic books. I can't relate to that because I never read them. The closest thing I read to comics was Calvin and Hobbes, and then the little mini Bazooka Joe comics that you'd get with the gum. That was it. Somebody said Magneto. You know what? Actually, Magneto was a really good villain. I don't think that they did a great job with Magneto in the original X-Men, but is it Michael Fassbender that played him in the more recent X-Men? He was a really good villain. Because and they tried to make him good at times, but then he just couldn't stay good. I thought that was a really, that's a good one, John. He said Magneto. That's a good one. That's a really good one. Yeah, I like that one.
Buy, sell, hold, excluding Leonard, this year's transfer class has a chance to surpass the production of the past season.
Oh boy. I definitely. I mean, I think Devontae Smith can certainly match what Jordan Clark did. I would say that Jalen Stroman, I would expect to outproduce Rod Hurd. I think Jared Durham and Elijah Hughes combined to produce more than Art Oben. That shouldn't be very hard. I certainly think the receiver position will be more productive than this year's. Maybe not as a whole, because you had 3 versus 2, but even then, I think you could even still see those 2 be more productive. And I like that he said excluding Leonard, because there's no comparison. There's no quarterback, and the level of production is going to be there. I would also say that I don't know that anyone on this year's transfer class outside of Malachi can have the impact Riley had. But even then, it's like, even if he's a dominant receiver, you're still dependent upon somebody else getting you the football, where Riley Leonard is touching the football in every single play.
Right.
So, yeah, so if you exclude Leonard, I would actually be disappointed if this year's portal class didn't have more impact than this past year's portal class, if you exclude Riley Leonard.
That's what I was going to say. I think excluding Riley Leonard, I think the expectation is that they do. No disrespect to the previous transfer class, but you just go through and look at really also, like, Jordan Clark had a pretty productive career at Arizona State. Like, Devontae Smith had a good season. They're comparable from a stat line perspective, but Malachi Fields was more productive than what Bo Collins was.
Significantly more so.
Yeah, I would be shocked if Will Pauling doesn't at least do what Chris Mitchell did this past season, to be honest. And then on the defensive side, one of Jared Dawson and Elijah Hughes should, at the bare minimum, be able to match what RJ Oben did. And then Stroman on the back end, yeah. Yep.
So real quick, Trev. So last year, if you look at the portal pickups last year, let me pull this up here real quick. So Bo had 41 for 490 and 3. Chris Mitchell had 22 for 224 and 2, and then Jaden Harrison had 19 for 211 and 1. So that's 82 catches for 925 yards and 6 touchdowns. Catches might be tough because that's a lot, but I'd be disappointed if the combination of Malachi Fields and Will Pauling didn't have more yards and touchdowns in that group by a decent amount. I mean, and look, the way that I think Malachi Fields is going to play this year, I don't think Will Pauling needs more than a couple hundred yards to go back for them to go past that as a group. But I don't know that 82 catches will necessarily be done between 2 guys, but yards and touchdowns, I definitely think will be high. If we don't see 1,000 yards between those 2 receivers combined, I'll be disappointed. Mm-hmm. Disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
Good one. That last one was definitely a good one.
That was. Buy, sell, hold from AST 12321. Injuries excluded. The week 1 starter at quarterback will start for the season.
Buy. Because I don't think Steve Angeli is going to be the starter. I'm not one of those people that believes that Marcus Freeman is going to go with the safe pick in week 1 and maybe in a 14 playoff, but not in a 12-team playoff. Not when you just made the playoff run after losing to Northern Illinois in week 2. Like, no, get your guy in there, let him learn. If start whoever wins the job, and I think that it'll be either CJ or Kenny. So, and barring injury, I don't think that they'll lose their job.
I mean, we talk about battle tested all the time. What is it going to say that you let your let's say you start Steve to get you through Miami and A&M, and then you put in a younger guy to play Purdue, to play Syracuse? Like, what's that going to do to get you ready for the playoffs?
And then what if Steve leaves you to 2 wins? You're going to then bench him? No, you're going to keep playing him. Even though you, in your head, don't think he's the guy to lead you to a championship, you're going to then, you're going to bench him? No, I think they're going to start whoever wins the job, and I think that's going to be CJ or Kenny.
Yep.
That's what I think. So I'm buying this.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold. The great house from the last 2 games is the one we will see in 2025.
From a level of play standpoint, yes. From a production standpoint, no. Because I don't think Jaden Greathouse is going to go through next season and average, what would it be, 116 yards a game. So you had 233 yards,
and
right? So
3 touchdowns, yeah.
So the touchdowns, maybe. The catches, maybe. I don't see him being a guy that averages 116 receiving yards a game. I don't see anybody on this team being that. I mean, if you look at last year, Trevor, there was only 1 receiver in all of college football that averaged that many yards per game, and that was Harold Fannin, the tight end from Bowling Green. There was only 3 receivers in all of college football last year that averaged 100+ yards per game last year. Also, Nick Nash, Tedero McMillan, and Andrew Armstrong from Arkansas. That's it. Here's a crazy stat line for you. Andrew Armstrong had 78 catches for 1,140 yards. Guess how many touchdowns he had?
2.
1. That's a crazy stat line.
That is wild.
Crazy stat line. Wild. But anyway, so impact-wise, like go-to guy, clutch, money, maybe top receiver catch-wise, maybe top receiver yardage-wise. I could see all that. So I'll buy it because I'm going to say his question is asking it from the standpoint of impact, being the guy, clutch, money. That I'm buying that. If the question is then in turn of that's the level of production we can expect every week, that I sell because that's just not what anybody did last year. I mean, Jeremiah Smith didn't do that last year. Jeremiah Smith didn't average 100 yards a game receiving last year for Ohio State. Matter of fact, where was he? He was 82.2. So is that fair?
Totally fair. Totally fair. I think people put too much into like receiver stat lines sometimes and they fail to understand. Not saying that this was AST. It's just you hear it a lot about Notre Dame's receiving core. I see it on the boards all the time. If Notre Dame doesn't have an 1,000-yard receiver, it's a travesty. And it's like, do you understand how hard it is to have an 1,000-yard receiver? Especially like in 13 games, like in the regular season. Yeah, sure, over the course of a 16-game playoff. But I mean, it's still with how much Notre Dame likes to spread the ball around, and we talk about how deep all of their weapons are. Notre Dame's not going to pass the ball. Like, it's just a numbers game. They're not going to pass the ball 50 times to have one guy at 1,000, one guy at 800, one guy at 700, one guy at 650. We'd be talking about whoever the starting quarterback is having a Joe Burrow type of season. Like, it's not having a good receiving core is not that. That's why I said earlier in the show, use the USC stat line from this past year as a good gauging tool to see how productive they are. You know, I don't think that it's 1,000-yard receiver or bust. Having an 1,000-yard receiver is tough. I mean, Will Fuller was a big, deep threat in 2014, and he got 1,000 yards in 13 games by like 30 yards. I mean, it's
90, wasn't like 90, but like less than 100.
Yeah. So it's getting 1,000 yards in a season is not an easy task.
Yeah, there was last season there were 28 1,000-yard receivers, and let's see, past players. Let's see, 1, 2 of them were not receivers, 2 of them were tight ends, and then let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of those 28 were group of 5 guys. So only 17 Power 4 receivers had over 1,000 yards last season. So that's tough, especially when you have other really good weapons. And especially if you can run the ball real well.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame lands a top 100 defensive tackle in this class.
I'm going to sell that. I think there's a couple guys that I really like in this class. I don't know if those guys are going to necessarily be top 100 guys. So I'm going to sell that. They're going to be good football players, though.
Buy, sell, hold. A player on the starting offensive line will be playing out of his ideal position to get the best 5 on the field.
I buy it from the context of what I think he means by this question. Like, I could see a situation where Charles Jagasaw is playing guard. But I don't, again, with him, I think he might be your best tackle. I just think he can also be an elite at multiple positions. And so I don't know that I'd say him moving to guard means he's not playing his ideal position. I think Charles Jagasaw is one of those unique guys that could be every bit as good at guard as he is tackle. So I don't know that I would say that. Like Gerby Lambert moving into guard, could he play guard? Yeah. Like what I said earlier was Charles Jagasaw is the best guard of that group. Didn't say that nobody else could play guard. But I don't see Gerby Lambert being as good at guard as Charles Jagasaw could be good at guard. I could see Gerby eventually being better at tackle than Charles will be at tackle, but not at guard. So technically that's not his quote unquote ideal position, because I think he's still right now your best left tackle. But if getting your best 5 on the field means you've got Emil and Gerby playing tackle for you, then yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame lands its 2027 quarterback before the end of the 2025 season, and the cycle of a stud quarterback jerking us around and bailing late in the cycle every other year recently gets broken.
I don't think that's an accurate portrayal of recruiting quarterbacks at Notre Dame. I don't think Dante Moore bailed on them late in the cycle. They didn't get a quarterback till late in the cycle, but he didn't bail on them late in the cycle. He was also, I guess every other year, sure. But, I mean, they got the other quarter. I mean, that before the end of the 25 season was about you landed Deuce Knight. So I don't know that those two things necessarily go together. So, yeah, I'm going to sell that. I'm going to buy that they get their 2027 quarterback before the end of the 25 season. I'll just leave it at that. I don't – the rest, I don't know. I have no idea if they're going to get jerked around by a kid. No clue. It's very common in today's era. I hope that it's true, but I have no idea. I mean, I was pretty confident that Deuce Knight wasn't going to do that, and then until he did. So, I mean, there was a time where if you'd have told me it was one point in time in Keon Keeley's recruitment, he's going to flip to Alabama, I said, you're out of your mind. There's not a kid more bought into this program right now than Keon Keeley. And he never even made it to his senior year as a Notre Dame commit. Not really. He decommitted before the season started. So I don't even think about that. I just assume that's going to happen nowadays, honestly.
Yeah.
But I do think they'll get their 27 quarterback before the 25 season, before the end of the 25 season.
I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold from Aiden Benami. Arkansas's home atmosphere won't touch Texas A&M's last year, even though people say it's a tough place to play.
Well, I sell that. I mean, I think you're I mean, size-wise, they don't come close to Texas A&M, but I've heard that's a very loud, raucous environment. Atmosphere-wise, I think it could be a really cool environment. I don't think it's going to be as tough of a place to play in regard to I don't think the team is going to be as good as the one. Trev, the toughest places to play are the teams or the places where the teams are the best. There was a time as a child where Ohio State wasn't that tough of a place to play. I mean, they were good, but they weren't great. They got beat at home all the time, almost yearly. There was a time when Notre Dame was impossible to beat at home. Recently, they went multiple years without losing a game at home. There was a time when beating Alabama and Tuscaloosa wasn't that difficult. And then there's times when you weren't going to happen. Why? Because the team was better. It's not because it became an easier, harder place to play. So, it won't be as tough a place to play because the team won't be as good. But I think the atmosphere could be pretty wild. I've heard it is. I can't speak to that specifically because I've never been there, but I've heard it's a pretty tough place to play. Loud and all that kind of stuff. And it's going to be Notre Dame. And they've literally never seen their team. I mean, has Arkansas and Notre Dame, Trev, you did the thing. They've never played, right?
Nope.
It's weird because I feel like there's a link because I think of Lou Holtz. I think of Arkansas. I think of Notre Dame, right? Those are the two best coaching jobs he ever did. But, yeah, they've never played. So that's going to be a huge thing for them. That place is going to be rocking. Absolutely rocking. And so, yeah, I don't know, Trev. I think that it's going to be the environment will be able to touch A&M. So even if it's not as good, that doesn't say will be slightly better, just won't touch it. The environment will be pretty cool. I've heard good things about being at a game there. The team won't be nearly as good.
I think both things can be true. I think you can say that Arkansas's home atmosphere won't compare to Texas A&M's, and you can also say that Arkansas is a tough place to play. I mean, if you don't think Arkansas is a tough place to play, go ask Tennessee. They lost there last year, and they played Neyland Stadium, one of the biggest stadiums in college football. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Iden, because Arkansas, they seat like 30,000 less people.
Yeah, it's like 75, 76, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But it's not always about like the overall stadium capacity. I mean, Notre Dame is a very tough place to play when you factor in like every single team that goes in there. They talk about the history, and you can feel it when you step on campus and you're playing inside a Notre Dame stadium. It's not because like Notre Dame Stadium seats like 80,000 people. It's not because they have 110,000 like the Big House. Now, I mean, I remember back in the mid-teens when Michigan was not good, like some in the Brady Hoke days, like people weren't afraid to go play in the Big House because it had 110,000 people. To Brian's point, it's loud. It makes real things difficult, like communication. I mean, because it's just 110,000 people talking, but it's, you know, I think to this one, it's both things can be true. I think the atmosphere will be a little bit different because Texas A&M Stadium is crazy. But I also think Arkansas is still a tough place to play. That's where I'm at. Buy, sell, hold. IB Nation should not worry about our offense due to our O-line being a beauty, running back room on point, and year 2 with Denbrock.
I mean, if all those things, if I know for a fact all those things were going to pan out great, then I'd say sure. I think, or I'm going to sell this as I would say there always should be some level. Well, I'll buy this in that if you're going to use the word worry, you should never worry about what your favorite football team is going to do. You should worry about putting a roof over your head and feeding your family. And I mean, like if we're talking about real worry, but if we're talking about from a sports standpoint and not being technical and sarcastic with it, and I'd say, yeah, you should worry about it until it's proven. Could the offensive line be elite? Yeah, this offensive line could be a Joe Moore award-winning unit next year. The running back room is elite. It absolutely is. Year 2 of Denbrock. I can't wait for year 2 of Denbrock. But like you say a lot, Trev, like I just need to see it now. And I completely agree. So it's something that we should, worry about from a sports standpoint until we see it all come together. I mean, can you tell me right now, with any level of confidence what the starting lineup is going to be on the offensive line? I don't.
Outside of Jeremiah Love, I can't tell you what the starting lineup is going to be on offense.
I think there's 3 guys that I'm pretty confident are going to be starting. Well, I'd say there's 4 guys that I'm pretty confident will be starting, and I can tell you where they're going to start. Jeremiah Love, a running back. Billy Schrouth at guard. Notice I said guard, not left guard. Guard. Jaden Greathouse at receiver. Notice I said it's receiver, not slot receiver. And then Eli Raridon in tight end. I'm pretty confident in those. I mean, I got to see Malachi Fields put a helmet on at Notre Dame first. I'm pretty sure that's the thing is like there's half the lineup. I don't know who's going to start at Z. I mean, Jordan Faison's leader in the clubhouse, but I mean, could Will Pauling beat him out? Could KK Smith beat him out? Could Cam Williams beat him out? That's possible. I'm with you. I mean, yeah, okay, I think Emil Wagner should start right tackle, but is it a given? I don't know. So even if you wanted to just go with no-brainer guys that ended the season at a spot and played all year there, barring injury, okay, sure, we're going to go with, Knapp at left tackle, Schrouth at left guard, and Wagner at right tackle. Who's your center? What's Ashton Craig's health like right now? Who's going to be your right guard? It's Charles Jagasaw. Okay, can Charles Jagasaw play an entire season? I don't know. Hasn't done so yet. So there's just so many questions there that I need to see get answered before I'm ready to go there. But I'll just say this, I'm very optimistic about it. But there's going to be a level of angst and worry for me, just in that standpoint, just until we see it. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough potential with this offense. I don't even know if I would label myself as worried. Like I'm aware of the things that need to happen. I put it that way. Like, am I worried that the offense is going to come out and stink? No, because with as much talent as there is, regardless of what they do, short of saying, hey, Jeremiah Love, J.D. Price, I guess Andonius Williams and Keaton Young, you're just not going to play. Or if they're like, hey, Jaden Greathouse, you're just not going to play this season. Hey, Malachi Fields, hop back in the portal. Like, barring them doing something like that, I don't even think this offense is going to be mediocre. Like, there's too much talent, even not knowing it. So I'm not worried. It's just I'm aware of the state of the union that this offense is in right now. And that current state is they don't have a starting quarterback. They don't know who their left tackle is going to be. They don't know if their center's healthy. There's questions, but I'm not worried about it because depending on who they plug in there, and regardless of who they plug in there, like I'll be fine. Like, yes, if Anthony Knapp is starting at left tackle, I'll have opinions on it, especially with Charles Jagasaw's performance in the Natty. With that being said, Anthony Knapp started 15 games as a true freshman at left tackle. There are worse scenarios to be in, believe me. That's how I look at it. So I'm not worried. I'm just aware if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Buy, sell, hold. Will Black being number 1 overall offensive lineman on many sites, but not starting at Notre Dame, predicting shows how dominant and solid the recruiting has been.
Sure, and it's also just freshman offensive linemen rarely start unless it's injury related. I mean, if you look at the last 10 years, Notre Dame has had 2 freshmen start openers as tackle. In one instance, and only one instance was it because he was the best guy. And even in that instance, it was because the rest of the offensive tackle situation sucked. And that was 2021. I mean, who else was at tackle in 2021? You had a redshirt freshman version of Tosh Baker and Michael Carmody. You had Josh Lugg, who was solid. And then the rest was Blake Fisher, Joe Walt, and like those guys. Like that was it. You know, Mike McGlinchey didn't start as a freshman. Ronnie Stanley didn't start as a freshman. Zach Martin didn't start as a freshman. Liam Eichenberg. Joe Walt needed 3 guys to get hurt before he got put in the starting lineup at left tackle in 2021. So it's just not a common thing. And to see it 2 years in a row would be unusual, but it's possible. It's not absurd to bring up Will Black starting at offensive tackle next year. I just think the circumstances he's walking into is far different than the circumstance that Anthony Knapp or even Blake Fisher walked into in 2021. So I think it says that as well. But why is it unlikely? Because Notre Dame has recruited that position so well. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a lot of places where Will Black is stepping in and starting, including some top 25 teams where Will Black is coming on campus and starting day one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's no doubt. Notre Dame he will not be. Now, it doesn't mean he won't eventually, but that he won't be day one. But I wouldn't count out Will Black eventually being so good that you can't not play him. Just like I felt that about Gerby Lambert last year, and just like I felt like that about goodness gracious, Charles Jagusah the year before. I'd say Will Black's a little less raw than those other 2 guys for a number of reasons. But yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Now, I guess here's another part of it too that helps a lot of offensive linemen start as freshmen. Is there early enrollees? Anthony Knapp was an early enrollee. Blake Fisher was an early enrollee. Will Black will not be, and that's also something to consider in that as well.
It's a good point. Buy, sell, hold. This is not Coach Mickens' last go-round with Notre Dame.
I'm going to hope by that one.
Man.
Sure. Hope by.
Same. Buy, sell, hold. Chili has to have beans in it. Noodles should be in it, but not mandatory.
Okay, first of all, if it doesn't have beans in it, is it chili?
No, it's meat sauce.
Okay, there you go. Like basically, I've had noodles with chili. I mean, if you're from Ohio, you've had noodles with chili. It's Skyline. Should not be in chili. It should not. It's not something that I'm selling this. Noodles with chili is fine, especially if you have a good sauce. I mean, a good chili, it's fine. I'm fine with that. It should not be something that I would say should be in it. It can be. No. Like I sell that. But I buy the first part. If it doesn't have beans in it, then it's not chili. Noodles is a personal preference. It's not something that I think should be in chili, but it's also not something I'm like, how could you put noodles in your chili, you crazy person? No, I don't think that either. It's just whatever. But beans is the one thing that has to be in there. And you can have different types of meats in there. Like somebody else had said, you have to have a red meat in chili. Disagree strongly on that one. I sell the heck out of that. Trev, you had some of my chicken chili at the tailgate, right? You're allowed to be honest. You don't have to just say you liked it because I'm the boss. But like I thought that went over very well. A lot of people seem to like it. It's different, but it's still chili.
Yeah.
It's still chili.
Yeah. No, I agree. Beans has to be in chili. Like that is a pure ingredient. I think beans has to be in chili almost as much as meat has to be in chili. Like it's just that in general. Chili without beans in it is basically sauce. I am telling the truth. It's very good.
Somebody in the chat, RFA, said chili without beans is just hot dog sauce. I mean, it is kind of coney sauce, isn't
it's
it?
coney sauce.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's coney sauce. I have chili in the crock pot right now. Having that for dinner.
There you go. By the way, I loved coney sauce as a kid. There's this little root beer stand down the street from my grandma's house when I was growing up. She would always take us to. And they had foot-long coney dogs and root beer floats. And we get those all the time. So I wish there was a place like that around here. It'd be so great.
Chili dogs. I will say the best place that I've ever had root beer is the Simonton Lake Drive-In in Elkhart. They make homemade root beer and they serve it to you in a frosted mug and it's a drive-in.
Nice.
They don't have. I think they might have chili dogs, but the thing to get there is their pizza burger. It's very good.
I'll have to try that. What's it called?
The Simonton Lake Drive-In.
Okay, I have to try that. There's a drive-in in Elkhart. I didn't know that. That's good to know. It's very good to know. Yeah, I like coney dogs, not chili dogs as much. Coney dogs, and I do think those are a little bit different. But chili dogs are pretty good too.
Buy, sell, hold from Brian P05. If the offensive line doesn't improve in pass protection this season, with predominantly pass-first quarterbacks on the current roster, Joe Rudolph will be replaced next offseason.
Oh, man. I don't like predicting people are going to be fired. I'll just say this. If that is true, I buy that something must be done. Maybe that doesn't mean firing. It could mean a lot of other things, but I'll just say that I'll buy that something would need to be done if pass pro in year 3 doesn't get better. And I would say that's true even if Riley Leonard was still your quarterback. You can't go into year 3 with the talent that they have, and that's still an issue.
Only thing I'll say is a conversation will be had if pass protection does not improve.
Yep.
Sorry.
How people get fired up about food?
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold from Greg Nielsen. USC's decision to have Chad Bowden, their GM, report directly to the athletic director rather than to the head coach could create a very tricky dynamic within that program. Not a shot at Chad, would have the same commentary for any program establishing that reporting structure.
So I followed up with this question on this question, and he said that basically the article stated that both the head coach and the recruiting director report directly to the GM, to the AD. That's not absolute. That's not actually abnormal compared to what it was for Chad Bowden at Notre Dame. He used to have to meet with Pete Pavakwa all the time. I don't think that means that he only reports to the AD and doesn't tell Lincoln Riley what's going on. I just think he's held accountable to the AD. So he must report to the AD for what he's doing and the job he's doing. I didn't take that as, sorry, Lincoln, you don't have a right to know what I'm doing here. I only report to the AD. I didn't take it that way at all. So no, I don't. I sell this as being in theory. Now, as with anything that you do, there's a right way and a wrong way to do it that could create problems. But I think the structure in that regard, based on what you followed up with, that the AD said they both report to her, I think makes a ton of sense. That's not abnormal to what Notre Dame did this past year. I mean, there were times when Pete Pavakwa and Chad Bowden would have to meet and go over recruiting. It wasn't meaning like Marcus Freeman didn't know what was going on, or Chad didn't also have to report to Marcus, but the AD wanted to be kept in the loop, which I kind of liked, to be honest with you. That's an engaged AD. You know, he wasn't offering suggestions or telling what they should or shouldn't do. He just, hey, what's going on? How are things going? What can we help with? You know, are you guys nailing it? Yeah, we're doing a great job. We're on a roll. Or no, we're struggling. Well, why are you struggling? What's going on? Well, we're just behind here. Why are you missing on these kind of gets? Well, this is what most of us tell them. It's because of this, this, and this. Okay, well, is there anything we can do to fix it? All right, we can do to help. Yeah, here's what we can do. That should be happening. Absolutely should be happening. And that's something that he would have conversations with the head coach about. But yeah, I think in that structure, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It's like with anything else. If you don't handle it well, then you're in trouble.
I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold from Seth Clark 60. Marcus Freeman would get a statue at Notre Dame before the last head coach.
Well, I mean, the last head coach is never going to get one. So bye. And that's not a shot at Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly, you could think he's the the greatest, but there's a standard for those, and it's championships. So, no. I mean, no. Digger Phelps won a ton of games at Notre Dame. He'll never get a statue at Notre Dame. Went to the Final Four. He'll never get a statue at Notre Dame because he never won a title. Muffet McGraw, she has a statue because she won a title. So, bye.
Marcus Freeman, by the end of his Notre Dame tenure, will have the most wins of any Notre Dame head coach.
Bye. I mean, and it's going to be for the similar reason that Brian Kelly has the most wins. Brian Kelly had to literally go undefeated and win the national championship. And like, put it like this, only for Brian Kelly's tenure, 10, 11, 12, the first 4 years of his tenure at Notre Dame, it was impossible for him to play 14 games, much less win 14 games. He could win every single game. They could have beat Alabama by 50 in the national title game, and they still wouldn't have been able to win 14 games because they just didn't have the opportunity. And then, of course, starting in 2014, they had that opportunity. They had to literally go undefeated and win the championship to be able to win 14 games. Marcus Freeman in his third year won 14 games and lost twice. It's not even a Kelly versus Freeman thing. It's an opportunity thing. It's when you coach more games, you're going to have more chances to win more. So I buy that just on that alone. I mean, Marcus Freeman could, in theory, go 13-3, depending on how, 10-2 in the regular season, still get in the playoff, go on a run. Your first round, you win, you quarterfinals, you win the semi, and then you lose the title game, you go 13-3. Brian Kelly would have needed to go undefeated and win a title his first 4 years to win 13 games. So I'm gonna buy that just because. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna buy that. And then, so Kelly won basically 113 games, right?
Mm-hmm.
At Notre
I'm
Dame.
doing the math right now. Mm-hmm.
And Marcus Freeman is, what's he at? 33 wins right now, 33-10. Mm-hmm. So he needs 80 wins. So if he's only here for 7 more years, so only coaches 10 years at Notre Dame, he would need to average 11 wins over the next 7 years to beat that record. And I don't take away the 2012 and the 2013 wins from Brian Kelly. That's bull crap that those were taken away. I give him all those wins. His team won those football games. Don't give me this bull crap. And they self-reported and suspended the players before the season it's just so dumb. But anyway, in 2014, excuse me. But anyway, that's not that difficult when you're talking about a guy that gets to coach sometimes 15, 16 games in a season. Yeah. But I also think he'll beat it because I think he's going to be a better coach than Brian Kelly. So, yeah. So in either way, I think he'll absolutely have that.
Yeah.
And if he coaches many go ahead, Trev.
Assuming getting to 14 wins is what it is, whether that's an undefeated regular season and 2 wins in the playoffs or a loss in the regular season and you make it back to the semifinals, whatever that be, if he just gets 14 wins a season. Now, if he gets 14 wins a season for the next, basically 6 years, that'll beat the record. And that would be awesome. But, it's not like he's going to have to be here for another decade in order to beat it.
I mean, he has 5 more wins in his first 3 years than Brian Kelly did. Brian Kelly's first 3 years went 28-11. Marcus Freeman's 33-10. If Marcus Freeman coached as many years at Notre Dame as Brian Kelly did, he'd only have to average 9 wins a season to go well past Brian Kelly for the rest of the over 9 win moving forward. Mm-hmm. He'd only have to average 9. I'll be shocked if he's not well past that. Shocked. So, yes, I don't think Brian Kelly's record of all-time winning as coach is going to last more than a decade at Notre Dame, and his successor will have passed him and will have a much better winning percentage as well, in my opinion.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will produce more first-round picks under Marcus Freeman than the previous head coach.
I buy that. Let me just look at the numbers here real quick of what Brian Kelly did, just so I can have a better sense of what exactly that is. So Brian Kelly produced, let's see here. So you start with the 2011 draft. He produced 1, Michael Floyd, Harrison Smith, Tyler Eifert, Zach Martin, Ronnie Stanley, Will Fuller, Mike McGlinchey, Quentin Nelson, Jerry Tillery, Kyle Hamilton. So he's had 10. Marcus Freeman has produced 1 so far. He won't produce another this year, but I think starting in the next couple of years, you're going to start seeing a lot more of that moving forward. Offensive line-wise, skill player-wise, you're going to start seeing more of that. So, yeah, I think by the time his career's over, he'll definitely have more than 10 when it's all said and done.
Buy, sell, hold, MT Irish.
This was the first ever post from MT Irish, by the way. I just wanted to throw that out there, give that shout out. First ever post he made. I guess he or she, I don't know which one it is. But first post that MT Irish ever made on the board was this buy, sell, hold submission. So I wanted to throw that out there. Very awesome. And a good one, too, by the way.
Love it. Keep them coming. If this year were still a 14 playoff, the committee would have bumped Notre Dame to 4th over Penn State after the USC game, and Notre Dame would have won the national championship.
So I dig this question, Trevor, because I saw so I've seen people say that if they went with the old playoff format, Notre Dame or Ohio State wouldn't have been in. And I don't agree with that. I don't think that what the top 4 that we saw this year would have been the top 4 in a 14 playoff. I know why people say that. They didn't need to move Penn State, Texas down. They didn't need to do that. They would have done differently. And we've seen them do differently in conference championship games in the past, where teams have been knocked out because they lost conference title games. So I think Notre Dame would have got in. I think Notre Dame would have been probably the 4 seed. I think obviously Oregon would have been the 1. I believe that Georgia would have still been the 2. I think Notre Dame would have, been the 3, and I think Texas would have fallen to 4, because I don't think they would have wanted a rematch between Texas and Georgia in the semis. So I think Notre Dame would have beat Georgia in the semis like they did.
They did, yeah.
Right. And then who wins between Texas and Oregon? I think Texas wins, but I'm not feeling comfortable about that. I think Notre Dame would have had a better shot against Texas than they did Oregon, but I think they could have beat both of those teams. I think Oregon's speed would have given Notre Dame a little bit of problems. I do think that they would have given them a little bit of problems, but I also think Notre Dame's offense could have scored a lot more on Oregon than they did Ohio State or Penn State or even Texas. Because by far of the teams we've talked about, they had the worst defense, by far. When you talk about Penn State, Ohio State, Texas, Georgia, yeah. Oregon has the worst defense of those teams.
A Notre Dame-Oregon game legitimately might have been a track meet. Like, for the reasons of – not because I think that Notre Dame's defense was bad. It's just Oregon's defense had a lot of speed. Yeah, a lot. And Notre Dame's defense struggled a little bit with Jeremiah Smith and Igbuka and Carnell Tate and a little bit of that. But Oregon's defense is nowhere near as good. And Notre Dame scored the second most amount of points against Ohio State's defense than any other team that they faced all year. Mm-hmm. And that other team was Oregon. So I think that would have been – I mean, you want to talk about a barn burner of a national championship game. I mean, that could have been like a 48-41 type of like –
I think it would have looked more like the Ohio State-Oregon game from the regular. I know Oregon's got a really good defense. I don't think they're scoring 40 on Notre Dame. Because they don't run the ball as well as Ohio State.
That's true.
And their receiving core, you could say, is as good as Ohio State's. It's not better. So I think it could have been a 30-30 something game. I think it could have been a 34-31, 35-31. So I don't know that it would have been a 40-something. And I also think the way that Notre Dame would have ran the ball all over Oregon, in my opinion. And that would have run a little bit more clock. So agree with you that it would have been a higher scoring game. I don't know that I can go into the 40s, though. That's my only.
Fair enough.
That's my only.
Fair enough. Full transparency.
I think Notre Dame's. Sorry, go ahead.
You're good. I was just going to say, full transparency, I saw bitterness that Ohio State scored 31 points in the first 30 and 34 minutes of that game and then proceeded to call off the Dogs. Like, it's just, I think
but that was all that blew out Oregon also.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Notre Dame's offense looked better against Ohio State's than Oregon's offense looked against Ohio State, in my opinion. But the other part of it too, Trevor, is, yeah, they scored a 40-something against Penn State, but as we talked about, Notre Dame's secondary is significantly better than Penn State's.
Yeah.
Good question.
Buy, sell, hold from Poly 1029. The quarterback room will surpass. All right. Okay.
Let's do one at a time. He said you can do separately or combine all three. I kind of like doing it where you get a buy, sell, hold each one. That's how I prefer to do those. I don't love buy because a lot of the people that do buy, sell, holds where they take three, it's like, well, I don't want to sell any of those, which makes it not, but let's do this one where we can buy, sell, or hold each one individually. Let's do it that way. So I appreciate that, Polly. So let's do it that way, Trev.
All right. Buy, sell, hold. The quarterback room will surpass 3,500 passing yards.
That's a pretty easy buy. Because again, I think when we talk about what we expect this team to be next year, I expect them to play 14, 15 games again. They threw for 3,170 this year, and I think they're at least 300 to 400 yards better than at throwing the ball next season. So I'll buy that one. I'll buy that one.
Buy, sell, hold, 65% completion rate.
Easy buy. I mean, they were at 66.5 this year. I mean, Riley was at 66.7. The only reason it was at 66.5 is because they had 0 for 3 on team throws. Like Riley was at 66.7, Angeli was at 66.7, Minchie went 1 of 1, Davis Sherwood went 1 of 1, and Tyler Buckner went 1 of 1. They were like almost 67 without the 3 team throwaways. You know what I mean? So put CJ Carr or Kenny Minchie into the lineup, it's not going to be less than 65. And Steve Angeli this season was 66.7. And in his one start as a freshman or as a redshirt freshman, his only start he completed 78.9. Now, listen, I have said a lot about how I don't put a lot into that game. Oregon State wasn't that good, and they were out. But I don't care who you're playing. A Power 5 team where you complete 79% of your passes is a pretty good flipping rate. And with his style of play where he is going to throw a lot more shorter passes, easily be over 65%. And I think the same is true of Kenny and CJ. So I think Notre Dame next year with the offense that Mike Denbrock is going to run, it would not shock me if the starting quarterback is close to 70% next season completion percentage. At least 68. I know that's a wild number, but at least 68 would be my prediction. And he was at 67 in 1 year under Jaden Daniels, and Jaden was at 68.6, but Garrett Nussmeier was only 61.9. Jaden Daniels was at 672.2 the next year, and it was only dragged down by Garrett Nussmeier being at 61.5. And then, Garrett Nussmeier is not the most accurate quarterback on the planet. And so, yeah, I absolutely think that'll be where they're at. I mean, even Desmond Ridder, who I don't think is a very accurate quarterback, was at 64.9 in 2021, and he was at 66.2 in 2020. So, yeah, well over 65%.
Buy. And then buy, so hold, over 32 passing touchdowns.
That's the one I'm not feeling as great about, Trevor. What are your thoughts on? I mean, because part of me is well, I want to hear your thoughts first, and then I'll tell you what my issues are. I want to hear your thoughts first.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy it. Honestly, I think they go over it. I mean, they were, as a room, they were 8 shy of that this past season, and Riley Leonard had 17 rushing touchdowns. I would have to imagine that at least, because I understand the whole distributing Leonard's carries and yards and touchdowns amongst the other players. I don't think all 17 just get distributed amongst rushers. I mean, I would say as a room, I would say they go over 32, especially if they're in a 14, 15 game season.
That's the other thing too, is if you're going to give me these numbers and say 13, so basically the 12 plus 1 that they've always had in the past, I might not feel good about 1 or 3. But with the whole season, I mean, they threw 31 in 2023, and I think this offense is going to be a little bit more productive in some of the bigger moments than it was that year. So I'm going to buy that one as well, but that's the one I'm least comfortable with, because I also think this running back room is going to rip off a lot of long runs again next year. They're going to still be a good, I think, goal line team with Jeremiah and Ken Kedron in that role. So that I feel comfortable with 3,500 because if Notre Dame just gets to the quarterfinals, Trev, and only plays 14 games, that would be 14. That would be 250 yards a game passing if they only play 14 games. I could see them get it. I don't think that'll be something that'll be tough to get to. And if they play 15 games, 3,500 yards becomes even easier to get to because that's only 233.3 yards per game. I think they'll be there. So that one I feel pretty comfortable with.
Well, and Polly, I appreciate. Polly, I appreciate that you put in the room as a whole because Notre Dame has shown that when they do put in their backups, they continue to run their offense. Yeah. Now, if this was just the starter, I think that'd be tough because, I mean, you look at Riley Leonard this season in the first, 6 games he played in the fourth quarter, like 2 of them. So I think that would be a lot tougher. But the room as a whole, they showed last year that, I mean, if they pull starters, I mean, remotely – with time left on the clock, they're just going to continue to run their offense. It isn't all right, let's just go under center and hand it off 3 times and punt. They will continue to run their offense. So, yep.
Yeah. So it's funny, little interesting statistic here, Trev. If you look at Notre Dame, do you know how many times since Mike Denbrock left in 2016, do you know how many times Notre Dame has passed for over 3,500 yards in a season?
Since he left?
Yeah, because he had one year in 2014. They passed for over that. They were at 3,360 in his second year, and then they were a little over 3,000 in his next year when he wasn't as in control. So since then, from 2017 to this past year, how many years did Notre Dame go over 3,500 yards passing?
None.
Once. 2021 with Jack Cohn.
He got to 3,500?
The team, the room.
Oh.
Yeah, because Jack passed for 3,150, Buckner passed for 298, and Pine passed for 224. They were at 3,672. Because last year with Sam Hartman and Angeli in 13 games only passed for 3,205. In 2020, they only played 12 games. They had 2,849. Ian Book's most productive year was 2018. With him and Wimbush, they passed for 3,347. That was the closest they've been. Was that 3,347. And then in 2019, they were 3,278.
And to get over that 3,500 mark in a bowl game, Jack Cohn had to pass the ball like 55 times.
For 500 yards, right. Over 500 yards in that game. 68 times, I think, is what his attempts numbers was.
Good.
Now, if Jack Cohn would have played the whole season, I think he still would have got there.
Agreed.
But he got benched and injured and different things like that. So, yes. So those would be very impressive numbers, but we're also projecting – to 14, 15 games. If you were to say 12 plus 1, I'd probably go buy on only completion percentage. If we can only go like the old school 12 plus 1, or if you're going to say regular season, I'd go sell, buy, sell. You agree?
I do. It's just, sometimes it's just so frustrating because you look at these numbers and when you look at it, big picture, like if you talk about a quarterback at Ohio State that had like 3,500 passing yards and like 32 touchdowns, it's like, yeah, they had a good season. And we're talking about it at like Notre Dame. It's like, dude, he'd be like one of the best quarterbacks since Brady Quinn.
Yeah.
Like it's just now Notre Dame runs the ball more effectively, and I understand.
Yeah, way more effectively, right?
Yeah,
right.
But it's just it's funny how
they tend to play a tougher schedule. I mean, relative to them, because Ohio State plays a bunch of unathletic Big Ten teams. That's
no, 100%. It's just it's interesting how it varies from school to school because there are some schools that wish they ran the ball like Notre Dame could. So it's all relative, but it is interesting how that's the
Agree.
Buy, sell, hold from Wade Garrett. By the time Freeman leaves Notre Dame, whenever that would be, Notre Dame will have the highest winning percentage of all teams in college football. Right now, they are .732, and Bama and Ohio State are at .733.
I'm going to sell that because that's actually not as – it takes a lot more winning. Notre Dame had 21 wins vacated, and they're still .001 behind those teams. Like, that's a lot of it. Over the course of over 100 years, it takes a decent amount to move that. I still think Bama and Ohio State are still going to win a ton of games over the next decade. So I'm going to sell that, but it's not it's not a sell I'm having with conviction because I do think Notre Dame is going to be really good under Marcus Freeman. And I wouldn't be shocked if I'm wrong on this, but I think Ohio State and Alabama are still going to win a ton of football games. I'd be curious to know the calculation of how much more, how many more wins if they played an equal number of games over the next 5 years would Notre Dame need to be better than Ohio State and Alabama to win? Be very fascinated by that. Very fascinated by that to see what that would be.
Well, because
Notre Dame would still be number one if they didn't have to vacate those 2 seasons of wins, which is bullcrap, by the way.
Well, my factor for this one is it's not my concern of Notre Dame winning the games. It's Bama and Ohio State would also have to remain at 0.733 over that course of time.
Because Notre Dame had 21 vacated wins and a 4-8 season, all within a 5-year stretch, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, vacated 21 wins. Now, they still count the losses from those seasons, which I think is stupid. But then they also had the 4-8 season of 2016, and that's what ultimately those things combined to drop Notre Dame below and prevent them from getting back on top. And that was extreme circumstances and barely dropped Notre Dame behind those teams. So when you're talking about the number of games that these teams have played, it's like you're going to move your batting average a whole lot more in July with a good week than you are in August. You know what I mean? In September in baseball, because there's so many more bats that you have to get at that point in time because you've had so many more attempts late in the year. So, yeah, that's it's possible, but those teams would have to take a big step back for that to happen.
Buy, sell, hold from.
Hold on. It's going a little crazy. There we go.
Buy, sell, hold from ND Chuck. Notre Dame wins the Natty in 2005 if Justin Tuck comes back and Powers Neal doesn't get booted from the team.
I've been asked this one. Okay. Here's my thing. I say they play for the title. I don't think they win it. Even with Rayshawn Powers Neal and Justin Tuck, I don't think you beat Texas. I think they would have beat USC, and I think they'd have beat Michigan State. I think they would have finished 11-0. I think they would have played Texas for the title, and I think they'd have lost to Texas in a very similar fashion the way USC lost to Texas. Because let's not that was one of the best games I've ever seen play, and USC had their chances in that game too. I just think watching Vince Young run around against that USC defense, I think Notre Dame would have had similar problems with him. I do. So I don't think they'd have won it, but they'd have played in the title game and would have had a shot to win it, certainly. But I just think they'd have lost in similar fashion.
I think it'd be an interesting discussion if you replace Powers Neal with a healthy Rima McKnight. In my opinion.
Yeah, it's possible.
And
you'd have had that elite edge rusher opposite Victor Abiamiri. They'd have been in that title game. Yeah.
Justin Tuck opposite of Victor Abiamiri. You had Trevor Laws and Derek Landry inside. And then your receiving core was Maurice Stovall, Jeff Samardzija, Rima McKnight, and then Anthony Fasano and John Carlson were your tight ends.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you don't lose to Michigan State if that was the case.
Yeah, they'd have beat USC. But I still look at what USC had on their team when they played Texas. They had Reggie Bush and Lindell White and Dwayne Jarrett and Matt Leinart. I think Notre Dame matched up well against USC that year. They would have matched up very well. I don't think either one of those teams matched up well against Texas's offense. I just don't. That would have been a heck of a game, though. That would have been a heck of a game. That'd have been. I think it would have looked a lot like the title game did. I think it would have been a high-scoring affair, back and forth affair. Trev, the other thing is there were 5 great teams that year. Great teams that year. Because you had Texas and USC. I think Notre Dame was a great team that year. And Penn State and Ohio State were also both great teams that year. And it was a very weird year because I think Ohio State's only loss was to Penn State at Penn State that year, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then Penn State's only loss was at Michigan. I believe, I'm trying to look it up, I believe that was the game where Mario Manningham had the late touchdown to beat Penn State. And then Penn State beat Ohio State 17-10 at home. There were some really good teams that year. Really good teams. So, like, any of those 5 teams would have won the title in 07. Think about that 07 Ohio State team that played for a title and compare it to the 05 Ohio State team. Wasn't Todd Beckman the quarterback on that team? LSU lost 2 games that year. All 5 of those teams would have smashed them. Ohio State had 2 losses that year. They lost to Penn State and Texas. That's right. Archer reminded me of the Texas game. That's when the tight end dropped the ball in the end zone. But yeah, so Ohio State had 2 losses that year. So Ohio State's only losses were to a 1-loss Penn State team, the eventual national champion Texas team. Notre Dame lost to USC, who played for the title, and Ohio State. They had the fluky Michigan State game early, and Texas didn't lose to anybody. Those were really good teams, Trev. Really good teams. So it's one of those weird years where, I'll say all 5 of those teams would have smashed LSU in 07 version of Texas. Mm-hmm. Ohio State, I mean. Smashed them.
Buy, sell, hold from walk-on carry-off 78. Notre Dame has All-Americans on 25 postseason teams as follows. First team through honorable mention. 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, 2 O-linemen, 2 D linemen, 2 linebackers, 2 DBs, 10 total.
I'm going to sell that. I'd buy running back. I could even buy – I could buy 2 O-linemen. I could buy 2 linebackers, although I don't feel great about it because of the deeper rotation. I'd buy 2 DBs. Where I have a tough time is seeing 2 D linemen. I just don't see 2 D linemen. Maybe 1. But like if Boubacar goes out there and has 11 sacks next year, that's a great year. Does that make him an All-American? I don't know that it does that. I think it makes him a great pass rusher, but I don't know that makes him an All-American. Maybe it's possible, but we'll see. But the other one is I don't know that any receiver is going to produce enough to be an All-American. I mean, again, Will Fuller was the best he ever did was what? 1 second-team All-American ranking in 2015?
15, yep.
I mean, so, yeah, he was a second-team All-American in 2015. And he had 60-some catches for over 1,200 yards and 15 touchdowns. And he was only ranked second team by the AP. That's it. Like he wasn't even like everybody had him second team. So that's a stats award more so than you're a great player award. There were not 4 better receivers than Will Fuller in 2015. You had guys at like TCU and Baylor put up crazy numbers. Like, Corey Coleman was not a better player than Will Fuller was in 2015, but Corey Coleman was an All-American in 2015. I'm pretty sure he was one of those All-Americans that year. I'm actually going to pull that up, Trev. I'm pretty sure he was. I think Josh Doxson was. Yeah, Josh Doxson and Corey Coleman were the All-American receivers that year. And some other guys, Roger Lewis was third team. You had Tajay Sharp, Juju was second, but they were both unanimous first-team All-Americans because they played in systems that put up crazy numbers.
And
that's what it's about.
Yeah. In a conference
right.
At the time that defense was not really a thing.
Not even kind of. Correct. I mean, and Josh Doxson's numbers weren't even that much better than Will Fuller's. I mean, look, Corey Coleman had 9 more catches. He had 100 more yards, but he had 5 more touchdowns than Will Fuller. Will Fuller had more touchdowns than Josh Doxson. He was only like 70 yards more than Fuller, but he did it on 15 more catches, something like that. And so, yeah, it was, but it's a stats driven honor. That's the reality of it. So, I don't see any like Malachi Fields has as good of a season as he could possibly have this year. He's not going to be a 1,400 yard wide receiver, in my opinion. I don't see it. I just don't see it.
Put that 2015 Notre Dame team in the Big 12, though. They're going to put up some numbers, dude.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, you're absolutely right. But unfortunately, they don't. they don't play those teams.
No.
And also Notre Dame's going to run the ball a lot more. I mean, so I don't know of a scenario which Notre Dame has an All-American running back and an All-American wide receiver with the players that they're going to have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't see that one. So we'll see. I hope I'm wrong. I'd love to be wrong. Like if you're right on this and these numbers are correct, Notre Dame's winning the national championship next year. If they have 2 All-American defensive linemen and an All-American wide receiver next season, Notre Dame's winning the title. There's no doubt. Because it'd be like Boubacar steps up as an All-American, like maybe Bryce Young, or maybe one of your interior guys breaks out and has an All-American year. Yeah. But no, I'm selling that. I would love to hope buy it, but that just would be an unrealistic hope buy.
Yeah,
the receiver and D-line together. And 2 linebackers, Trev, that's going to be tough too, man. With the way they rotate linebackers, that's going to be really hard.
Yeah. Look, if this team has 10 All-Americans on it, 1, 2, 4 on offense and 6 on defense, I mean, we're having a lot of fun post-game shows. And
I mean, this last year they had what? 1?
Xavier Watts.
And Riley Mills made a second team with somebody, and Howard Cross made somebody's second team who I don't think watched Howard Cross play this year. That was it. Nobody on offense. Jeremiah Love didn't make All-American. None of your linebackers made All-American. Leonard Moore didn't. I mean, he was a freshman All-American, but like Don Schuler didn't make it. I mean, you had 1 All-American this year, and you went 14-2.
Yeah, you go from 1 to 10, you're winning the Natty. I mean, that's just
easily. I mean, how many did Ohio State even have this year? So yeah, I would. That's reserved for SEC teams. Let's just be honest about that.
Buy, sell, hold from Liquid Gold ND. Considering the lack of playing time for Kenny and CJ last season and the front-loaded schedule next year, Marcus Freeman will prioritize experience over potential upside when deciding the starting quarterback for the upcoming season.
I don't agree with that. I mean, it's been mentioned in the chat, and I understand where people are coming from on that. That's fine. I just don't believe that's where the decision will be made. I don't think that here's the thing too, is what evidence do we have that Marcus Freeman and the staff believes that Steve Angeli can be a championship level starting quarterback? Because if they thought that, so you're telling me that they didn't think junior year version of him was that good to be that guy. So they went and got Riley Leonard, but they think somehow senior version who played in mop-up duty and had 1 drive in a meaningful game is now all of a sudden going to be that guy. I just don't think so. And I would say if we were still in the era of the 4-team playoff, I could say maybe, because Notre Dame did something like that in 2018. I didn't agree with it, but Notre Dame knew that at some point in time they were going to hand the reins in 2018 over to Ian Book. They just were. They also knew they couldn't beat Michigan with Ian Book. They needed Brandon's running ability and ability to throw the ball down the field to beat Michigan in 2018. But once they won that game, Brandon Wimbush's time as starting quarterback was running low. And again, I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's what they were going to do. I could see something like that in a 4-team playoff, but in a 12-team playoff, you don't benefit from not giving your young starter that opportunity to let him learn. Let him look. You're going to have the Miami game, then a bye, then A&M at home. Like, yeah, it's a lot, but if you're going to not have him playing those games, but then expect him to go into the playoffs and be able to play in that moment, like take your lumps if you need to. Trust that you have the supporting cast around him on both sides of the ball to be okay, and then roll with it. I think the only way Steve Angeli starts, and I'll say it again, I think the only way Steve Angeli is your starting quarterback next season is because he outplays the other 2 quarterbacks. That's the only reason that I think he'll start him. And again, this isn't just a Marcus Freeman decision. I don't see Marcus Freeman vetoing Mike Denbrock because he so desperately wants to start Steve Angeli. I just don't see that. And I don't know that Mike Denbrock doesn't want to play Steve Angeli. I'm just saying, like, I just think that when I look at what Mike Denbrock wants, I think there's quarterbacks on the roster that have what he wants. I don't know that Steve Angeli's that guy. I could be wrong, but I just don't see it. I'll say this. I'll be really surprised if Steve Angeli is your starting quarterback next season. Very surprised.
Can Can we also acknowledge the fact that Notre Dame's first two opponents are tough? They don't open the season with Ohio State and Georgia. I have respect for Miami and Texas A&M. I do. I think they're going to be good football program. They're not playing the Kansas City Chiefs week 1 down in Hard Rock Stadium.
And Cam Ward's not on the other sideline of that game.
Right. They don't even know if their starting quarterback's going to be healthy enough. So I do agree that, yes, Miami and Texas A&M are going to be tougher opponents than when they play Purdue. But I don't think it's something we got to have all veteran hands on deck to make it through these grueling first 2 weeks. And then we can let Kenny or CJ come in and learn against, Pitt and Stanford. I don't see it being that. Miami and Texas A&M are quality opponents. Let's not act like they open up their season against Penn State and Texas, both on the road, both at night. Let's look at the schedule for what it is, and we're good.
Thank you. If you're afraid of Miami and Texas A&M, just chalk. Here's the thing. If you're that afraid of those two teams, that's even more reason to play your young guys because you don't think you're a championship caliber team. If you're that concerned about Miami and Texas A&M, you're not a championship caliber team. Throw your young guy out there, let him get his awards, go through the 25 season as a learning experience, and let him get ready for 26.
Yeah. Yep. So I sell.
I think that might be the last one. Let me go look. There was a couple there's a couple more that are not. Is it just not going through? Give me 1 second, Trev. I'm going to pull this out and see if if those didn't go through. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so the last 4 did not go through. Oops. So let me pull those up. So, yeah, the last 4 did not go through, so I'm going to pull those up now, and we will get to those, and we will wrap up these last 4 here, Trev. And we'll start off with Ramble On.
Buy, sell, hold. Every position group will have a game breaker by the end of the season.
I assume we're talking skill players. Running back, yes. Secondary, yes. Linebacker, yes. Tight end, maybe. Receiver, yes. Quarterback, talent-wise, yes. I don't know if he'll be that player yet, but yeah, I'll say yes. I don't buy it with the greatest amount of conviction, but I do feel good about it. I think 26 is this is gonna be like, yeah, duh. 25, there's still some youth at a couple positions for all of them to be there, but I'm close. Yeah. I'm close. So I'll say bye. I'm in a good mood, Trev. So I'm going to say bye.
I'm going to hope by this one, man, because if they do, this team is, buy, sell, hold. Barring major injuries, Notre Dame will make the playoff semis at least.
Yeah, I think, that's kind of where I'm at, Trev, is a run back to the semifinals. That's where I'm at with this team. I had him preseason number 3 or number 2, yet in preseason number 3. So, yeah. I think that's where I expect them to be.
I think when you start talking about elite programs, I think making it back to the semis is a good benchmark to see where your program truly is. Because, making it back to the national championship, it's a small sample size of the 12-team playoff, but all teams that received a bye got bounced in their first game. All conference winners got bounced in their first game. And so now we're talking about the benchmark to see if you're truly elite is if you win 3 straight games. But I think making it to the semis is a good benchmark because most likely, if you're Notre Dame, your goal is to host a home playoff game every year. So you have to win 1 home game and a neutral site game every postseason. When you look at it in that context, I think that's absolutely a good benchmark for the elite programs. The expectation is to host a home playoff game, if not receive the bye, and then win a neutral site game. Notre Dame proved that they could do that within 7 days of each other last year with all the injuries that they had. I think that is very much a good benchmark for this team. So I'm buying it. Buy, sell, hold from Hayden 32. The running backs are going to ultimately benefit from the Juwan Siders hire, giving them the skills and knowledge coming from 2 elite coaches.
I absolutely love the way this was submitted. Like, a lot of times we will see a question like this. Well, he's actually a better coach than Dylan McCullough. That's not what he's going with. He's saying they're going to get coached by two great coaches, and that will benefit them. And I think that's absolutely spot on.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely buy that. Because it's not saying like they're going to benefit that Dylan's gone. It's they learned a ton from Dylan McCullough's an elite coach, but every coach is different. There'll be some things that Jawan Sider teaches them that'll be a little bit nuanced and a little bit different, which makes them even better that they had both a phenomenal submission, Hayden. It's a phenomenal submission. That's an absolute buy. Really good thought there. Love that one.
Definite buy. Great submission. Buy, sell, hold from ND Blitz. The smoke about USC contemplating ending the rivalry with Notre Dame will prove to be fire.
Yeah, I look, they're not scheduled past 2026. And I think USC's AD is proven to be a coward, and we know their head coach is a coward. And so, yeah, I think USC is going to look to end this. I think the only thing that saves this rivalry is USC's donors saying, you're not getting rid of that rivalry, or we're not paying you money. That's the only thing that, to me, is going to save that rivalry, to be honest with you. Again, we're a long way from that. I mean, I think there's going to be negotiations. I think USC would like to keep that rivalry maybe on different terms, than maybe before so maybe they want all the games earlier in the year or something like that. They don't want to have to play Notre Dame right before the Big Ten title every year, even if it's at home, whatever. But I don't think it's dead in the water yet. But I think ultimately, unless there's a change of leadership at USC, or your donors step in and say, no way, we're not getting rid of that game, I think USC's desire is to end it. I mean, they're saying it. They're saying, because whenever you say, this is a great rivalry, that's like the beginning of a breakup where you're like, listen, you're a great girl, and I've really enjoyed our time together. That conversation never starts that way and ends well. It's always like but there's the but. Okay, what's the but? You're telling me all these nice things about me. If I sat you down in a meeting and I was like, listen, Trevor, I've really appreciated the work you've done for me. I've really enjoyed our time. You're not thinking like, you're probably thinking like, am I about to get fired? You're not, that's just kind of how those conversations begin. So when we love the right, blah, 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 but that's you setting up for this is what you're getting. And you're throwing that out there. I think what they're doing is they're throwing that out there as a test to see how the donor base reacts to it. And then how the donor base and how the fan base reacts to it ultimately will make them determine if they can get away with this or not. If the donor base is like, look, we'd like you to keep that game, but look, you got to do what you got to do, then I think they're going to end it. If the donor base is like, yeah, sure, go ahead and end the Notre Dame rivalry, but then go ahead and cancel my checks or whatever, because I don't really give a crap about playing Rutgers and all these other bum teams, that you're playing. I think they play Ohio State like once or twice the next 5 or 6 years. Play Oregon a couple times, only play Penn State a couple times. There's not like you're playing Ohio State and Penn State every year now, so we can't play Notre Dame also. Okay, I get that, but that's not what's going on. So I think this is a trial balloon to their donor base and to their fan base to see how they react. And if they react poorly to it, then they'll reschedule Notre Dame. If they react well to it, like, yeah, we don't care, whatever, then I think they'll end it. That's what I think's going on.
That's so upsetting. And honestly, and I see it being more of the fans going, we don't care. Because like I've said before, LA is not a football city. Like to them, it doesn't matter whether they play Notre Dame or Rutgers. Like football, man. Roger Dodger yesterday said, when we were talking about this, he said, because he's a USC fan, he said that the vast majority of the fan base is not happy about this. But to your point, Trev, it's whether or not they're happy about it or not is not what I think your point is. It's how loud are they going to be about it? Or are they going to be like, I don't like that. Let me go back to doing whatever it is I was doing. That's the question. Or are they loud about it in that, no, we're not. Like when Tennessee tried to hire Greg Schiano. You know what I mean? Like they got really loud about that. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's going to come down to, do you care more about playing Notre Dame every year or getting one more win on the column? Because let's call a spade here. Notre Dame has kind of owned this rivalry over the last decade. But
it's always cyclical. I mean, they owned it before that.
Sure. But it's recency bias for them, especially. It's like
Sure.
in back-to-back years, you've lost to Notre Dame by double digits. 2023, you got absolutely boat raced. And then this past season, you lose by double digits at home. And at one point, we're down by 21 in the fourth quarter. So is it going to be one of those things where it's like, okay, well, maybe we do just schedule Rutgers and we get another win? Or it's, do you actually care about the rivalry? Because even when Notre Dame was losing, the thing I love about rivalries is whether you win or you lose, you look forward to it every single year. After the 2007 USC game, there was one team that I wanted to play in 2008, and it was USC. It wasn't, well, we should probably just stop playing them, right, guys? Like that, come on. Like that's just, that's. But
it was also the standard. Like, okay, you want to be a championship team again? You got to learn how to beat USC. Hey, USC, if you want to be a championship team again, you don't need to learn to beat Rutgers and all these weak teams. You need to learn to be able to beat Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
And but I don't think they care about that. They're Like I said, there's cowards leading that program now. We know Lincoln Riley's a coward. We knew that when he left Oklahoma and turned down LSU to take the USC job. Look, say whatever you want about Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly embraced going to the SEC. He embraced going to a league that at the time he thought meant he's going to have to play Alabama every single year.
Yeah.
Lincoln Riley tucked his tail between his legs and ran to the Pac-12 instead of doing that in 2016. You know, when it was to be 20. No, it was the same offseason in 2021. So we know he's a coward, but now we realize the AD is kind of that way as well. So now, you know what's the best part about if they do? Here's the best part about if they do end that rivalry. Here's the best part about it. I have always said I always root for USC to win because it's better for Notre Dame when USC is good when they beat them. Here's the great part about it. If USC wins, I don't give a crap who you suck. Keep sucking. Keep getting your butt kicked every week because now you losing doesn't impact us one bit. You winning doesn't impact us one bit. So have fun. I hope you go 0-12. That's part of the reason I want to play Michigan because I want them to lose every freaking game. Whereas if Notre Dame has to play them, I kind of have to root for them to win because you need that strength of schedule. So screw USC if they want to be that way. If you're afraid of playing Notre Dame, then you're not a championship team anyway. So screw you.
Yeah, enjoy being a tier 2 college football team.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Andre Tonsel. The super conferences are going to be the death stroke of college football, not because of the playoff or the money grab.
Well, I think the playoff and money grab is why you have the super conferences. If it wasn't for the playoff and the money grab, there'd be no need for super conferences. Why is there a push to have super conferences? It's to get more TV money. That's it. There's no other reason to do. There's no reason for USC and Oregon and UCLA and Washington to go to the Big Ten other than money. There's no reason for Texas and Oklahoma to go to the SEC other than money. There was no reason for Arkansas and Missouri to go to the SEC other than money. So the super conferences are a byproduct of the money grab. So you can't say it's not because of the playoff or money grab. The whole reason they're having a playoff is primarily about money. Yeah. If any of these people cared about a true champion, we would not be arguing about how many automatic bids is the SEC going to get.
Mm-hmm.
It all circles back to money. And all of this has been about greed. Why were they so resistant to at all in any way, shape, form, or fashion taking care of players the right way? Because they wanted to hoard all the money. That's why. I mean, look, I want amateurism. Amateurism is good, but you've got to define amateurism properly. And there was always a way that they could have taken care of the players in a way that would have prevented us from being where we are now. But they didn't because they didn't want to share any of that money with players. It's always been about money. The BCS was always about money. The 14 playoff was about money. Conference championship games are about money. None of this is about winning. It's not about championships. It's about money. The super conferences are about money. What was the death of the Big East? TV money for football. That's why they all left. That's why they all ran to the ACC. Because the Big East was a basketball conference. You weren't making money on basketball conferences. Big East is still alive, but it's just not the Big East that we grew up on. So it's all about money. So I don't. I guess I'm going to sell this because all of this is a money grab, Trev. All of it is. Give me one reason other than TV money that's legitimate reason, not the BS they say. Give me one legitimate reason for USC or Oregon being in the Big Ten other than they're making way more money off their TV deals than they would have otherwise. Give me one reason for it. You can't. You can't, because it's nothing but a money grab. And so that's what the super conferences are all about. Why does Florida State want to get out of the ACC? Because they're not making as much money. So they want to join one of the other leagues. That's all it's about. So all of it. Now, could the super conferences end up being the death stroke of college football? I'll sell that just on principle because college football is not going to die. My hope is that the super conferences and then the bullcrap direction that they're going with the SEC and the Big Ten eventually just makes people start to just tune out. Because here's the deal. You want to get people to stop watching your product. Guarantee that inferior teams get into the postseason because they're affiliated with a league, and try putting that up against the NFL playoffs or the late season NFL games where playoffs are on the line. Good luck with that. Force the number 4 Big Ten team in the playoff or the number 4 SEC team in the playoff who just got curb stomped by Oklahoma, who sucks, or lost to 4-8 Kentucky, and see how the rest of the country cares about college football at that point in time. Go ahead, try it. See how it works. Yeah, you're going to make money in the short term, but good luck trying to get that contract to be for what it is going to be in the 2030s when that current deal goes up. Because people are just going to stop watching. Now, here's the thing, Trev. If college football becomes the NFL, what's my reason to continue watching college football if I'm just a normal fan? I'll just go watch the NFL. Right? Better product. Like there's still league rivalries. There's better rivalries in the NFL now than there are in college football. At least that's where we're going. USC doesn't want to play Notre Dame anymore? Really? Okay. So what rivalries do we care about anymore? Well, they're all in the NFL. You still got Steelers and Ravens. I don't care who the leadership is there. That's still going to be a rivalry. Steelers, Browns, still going to be Browns, Bengals, Broncos, Raiders, Broncos, Chiefs. Those aren't going away. So like that they're killing themselves. And they don't know. There's no leadership in college football that has enough foresight to realize what they're doing because they're just so obsessed with what's in front of them right now. That they don't understand. Like, you could still get this great deal for college football and not ruin your sport. But the SEC doesn't care about college football. The SEC cares about the SEC. To a degree, I am fine with that. But when your greed is hindering the sport as a whole, now I don't like you. I don't respect you. I think you're trash. I think you need to be done away with. And that's my issue. If they cared about the sport, they would go with different proposals that we've brought up before. Look, make ESPN, NBC, CBS, Fox, and all these people bid to see which of these teams are going to play, just like the NFL does. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason we saw NFL used to be on NBC all the time, why is it no longer on NBC? Growing up as a kid, Trevor, I don't know if it's like this for you, but growing up as a kid, you watched I watched the AFC on NBC, and then I'd watch the NFC games on CBS. That's what it was like growing up as a kid. The playoffs were on NBC and the AFC, CBS on the NFC. And then all of a sudden NBC doesn't have football anymore. Why? Because they got outbid by Fox. So it's the same thing, but the money doesn't get spread out to only AFC teams. It gets spread out to all 16 leagues. So you can bid all you want to pay as much as you want to host the AFC or the NFC, but the money gets spread out to everybody. So let them say, hey, we want the SEC, we want the Big Ten, we want the Big 12, we want Notre Dame, whatever the case may be. But then say, but we're going to put all of it into a pool, and that's going to get distributed amongst the Power 5 teams evenly. So ESPN still gets all the rights to the SEC. But now we've created a system where if you do that, what's the reason for Arkansas and Missouri to be in the SEC? If this money got distributed evenly, then what's the reason? No, I'm just talking TV money. If you're a program with a great donor base and you can make more money, go make more money. But what would be the reason for that? There's no reason to be in the SEC if you're Texas and Oklahoma if the TV revenue was dispersed like it is in the NFL. Everybody's trying to be like the NFL, but you're not being like the NFL. And nothing you're doing is like the NFL. You are a garbage, watered-down version of the NFL because the NFL does not allow tampering the way that college football does. They have rules. Now, they've also collectively bargained those, and that's a bit of a problem as well. But the NFL doesn't have this thing where you leave the AFC to go to the NFC because the NFC teams are making more money. And now there's 19 teams in the NFC and only 13 teams in the AFC because the AFC contract's not as good. You don't have that. When you sign a contract, you kind of are with that team for a while. You know, it's you're trying to be like the NFL. You will never be the NFL. What made you so great and what made you so popular was that you were different from the NFL. Regionalism mattered so much. Rivalries mattered so much. Winning the Big Ten mattered so much. Playing in this bowl game mattered so much. Now that doesn't mean jack. USC's trying to get out of the Notre Dame game. Why? Because they're trying to get into the playoff and make more money because that's all that matters anymore. The rest of what mattered about college football, they're murdering on a daily basis. Why? Money. My problem is you're too stupid to realize you didn't have to sacrifice all that to make more money. That's the problem. Because we have terrible leadership in college football. We have terrible leadership at the player level. We have terrible leadership because they're being led by money-hungry lawyers who don't give a crap about college football players. They just want to get their piece of that pie. Let's be real about that. There's a lot of agents that don't give two rips about college football players and them being protected. No, I want my cut of what they're going to make. That's all they care about. There are some that are, like anything, that are in it for the right reasons. But then the other part is you have all these people in conference leadership. They don't care about players. Don't tell me you care about player safety when you're a Pac-12 team joining the Big Ten. Don't talk to me about you care about academics when you're asking your All-American Olympic sports to go play in the freaking ACC and anything. Don't tell me you still care about athletics or academics and if that's the case. No, you're liars. Just be honest about it. But what's the problem is you guys are ruining a good thing and you're going to destroy your value over time because you're trying to be like the NFL. You will never be like the NFL. And your attempts to be like the NFL are going to cost you if you don't have a change of course. And so my hope is that this leads to a bottoming out, which says we got to fix this. You finally get some level of leadership that says we're going to get to this whole thing. Like, I honestly think at this point in time, you almost do need a commissioner of college football, which is sad, but that's the reality of it. But but the thing is, Andre, it's all about money. It's always been about money. Greed is what led us here. Now the problem is the greed is now, and it used to be just the greed was within the administrators and the NCAA and ADs and presidents. Now the greed goes all the way down to the player level. We haven't fixed a problem. We've created new problems. We took a broken system and said, hey, if you think that system's bad, wait till you see this one. They didn't fix a broken system. They made a broken system worse. And that's where we're at. But what's the root of it all of it, Trevor? Is it a burning desire to find the right formula to win, to crown a champion? No, I don't give a crap about that. It's about money. That's all it's about. It's always ever been about. And that's why college football is in a very precarious position. And if you look at the playoff ratings, it kind of speaks to that a little bit. And I don't think it's going to, if you start locking in 8 of the 14 teams have to come from 2 conferences, it's going to hurt. I was shocked that when I saw the numbers for the Notre Dame Ohio State number, I thought they were going to be over 20 million and they were at 17. That shocked me.
Part about the ratings for some of it too. Like I agree with everything that you just said about money and them trying to be like the NFL. Like that's what makes college football so great is it wasn't the NFL. With that being said, I understand why college football has to have their playoff games not on a Saturday because the NFL playoffs are also now on Saturday. But here's my thing. Do you know how hard it is to watch an 8:45 p.m. kickoff on a Wednesday?
I understand that, but they had 25 million viewers the year before at the same day at the same time. Michigan, Washington had 25 million. Ohio State, Notre Dame had 17 million. Because your point is correct. Your point's correct, Trevor. That's also stupid. Notre Dame played 0 postseason games on a Saturday. Matter of fact, they played 0 postseason games on a weekend. Correct? They played on a Friday night, technically, I guess a weekend.
2 Thursdays.
Like 2 Thursdays and a Monday.
Mm-hmm.
But why are they doing that, Trev?
Yeah. Well,
it's TV money.
Well, another thing too is there was a good amount that I saw on social media, like on Twitter, X, whatever the heck people call it now. And there's a lot of people that did not care about the national championship game, not because it was college football, but because of who was playing in it. Like it was like a lot of people were coining it as like outside of national media, I'm talking just normal day-to-day fans of like the Who Cares Bowl, because it was 2 of the most hated nationally fan bases in college football, which I think was tough.
8 million viewer difference between Michigan and Washington. Like, I understand that view, Trev. I do. But Michigan and Washington was more attractive to people than Notre Dame and Ohio State.
Maybe it's just because it's 2 teams that people weren't expecting to make it, so they wanted to see it. That would be my only.
I think it's more about fatigue. Too many games. You had all those playoff games. You know, you're deeper into the year now, so you're deeper into the NFL postseason, so you don't care as much about college football at this point in time. Now, I think there's a lot of it. I think, what did I see? The peak I'm looking at now, the peak of that was 28 million. What was the peak of the Notre Dame Ohio State TV ratings? It wasn't anywhere close to that. So it just, I don't think that's millions of viewers that we're talking about. I think they have to look at it that there's a lot of things about the game right now, about the sport right now, that your numbers were somewhat. They were better than Georgia TCU from a couple years ago, but they were bad for what the game should have been. And I just think there's a lot of factors, including people just don't like the product anymore. There's a lot of older people, especially, that are tuned out from the sport because, like, of the all the things that have been done, the portal, just all the different things. And it's not about players getting paid. It's like, God, there's no loyalty at all in the game. There's no on every level. It's not just players. It's you groom this kid for 3 years and you're just going to go out and get a portal quarterback. It's just like, I don't even know who my team is half the time. It's like you play 12 games. Your rivalry game doesn't mean a whole lot anymore. It's like I miss the days where Ohio State and Michigan, you're playing for a chance to go to the Rose Bowl, and that's all you cared about. And if you won the championship because you won that game, great, but like, it's about winning the Rose Bowl. There was something to play for besides just the championship. And the funny thing is, who killed the bowl games? Who killed the championship games? It's the same people that created those things, the TV people. When I hear these people cry about, it makes me so sad the bowl games don't matter anymore. You did this. You're the ones that told us that these games don't matter anymore. Now you're crying about it because nobody's watching your games anymore. Well, hey, maybe you shouldn't have killed them. So it's all about money, Andre. All of this is about money. All of this is about greed. None of this is about the young people. None of this is about how to make the game better. None of this is about, how do we get a great working relationship where we care about what's good for everybody. There's none of that. There's none of that. None of that. And that's why I understand a lot of people are turned off from the sport. I do. I get it. If I didn't do this for my job, I think I might have some issues with it as well if Notre Dame wasn't good. If there was a year where Notre Dame wasn't really good, I'd probably tune out later in the year, which we had happen. We've had happen at Notre Dame in recent years. You know, where they're out of it, so I just stop watching. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that we're here. So, and I don't see it getting any better anytime soon, unfortunately. I don't know. You tell me, Trev. Give me some hope.
I mean, we're speaking in two different generations here. I think the product behind the scenes, I think, is taking a hit. I really do, for the transfer portal, and there's no commitment. I do still think the product on the field is better than the NFL. Some people might call me crazy. That's a personal opinion that I have. Like, I love college football. I really do, because to me, yes, now players are still getting paid, but it's still with the intention to, one, I think they should have been paid all along. I mean, you go through and you tally how much money Notre Dame makes in a single home game. And like the players, like beforehand, the resolve was, well, you get to go to school for free. Like I think they should have been paid for how much money that they generate revenue.
We could probably have some debates and arguments about what payment should have been, but there should have been some level of compensation.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
The argument that a free education doesn't have any value is a lie, but acting as if like that alone is payment enough for the billions that this sport produces is just as big of a lie, if not a bigger lie.
Mm-hmm.
So you're absolutely correct there, but we could have a whole show on what should be the way that it's it's properly done. But correct, they should not have been. And a lot of schools until very recently, Trevor, didn't even cover the full cost of tuition.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They would cover room and board, but then there was other things beyond that they wouldn't cover.
Yep.
That's why greed.
Yeah.
I'm going to pay them as little as I possibly can. I'm only going to pay what the NCAA demands that I pay.
But I do still think college football still means more to the vast majority. I do think it is a scenario where it's like you do see the stories about Proctor, the left tackle at Alabama, who's, going and decommitting and then jumping in the portal and then signing a nil deal and then jumping back in and then going back to the school that he came from. Like I think those highlight the forefront of it. But I think for the vast majority, I do think that the game still means more, because when you lose, it still means something. And that's something that you see on the field. Like when players lose a national championship, like that's something that kind of fuels them. I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs just lost the Super Bowl, and Travis Kelce, there's videos of him like just going to the Super Bowl after party with Taylor Swift. And like, it's like,
he's a bit of a jackass. I mean,
I agree, but that's the NFL to me. Like that's what it is. The players that still cared about it got shunned about it. Like it's in the same light that, Tom Brady, when he was playing, would throw down a tablet on the sideline and cuss out a coach and throw a water bottle. It's, he's passionate. And then Odell Beckham does the same thing. It's, he's a diva. Like it's like some of that behavior gets shunned in the NFL. And in college, I still think that means something, because your legacy is what, you hear that story about what Jack Sawyer and that group of seniors that returned to Ohio State talked about. Like, there's none of that. And I mean, the Bengals,
not as much of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, in the NFL, the Bengals are still trying to fight to keep Joe Burrow's Super Bowl window alive, because like he's in the prime of his career right now. And T. Higgins could go be a part of something greater. He's like, yeah, I might just sit out if they try to franchise tag me.
Right.
It's still like, so to your point, it is about money, but
at least the problem is, here's the problem, because you nailed everything. You just nailed, Trev, but here's the problem. That's the direction college football is going. That's the problem. Guys are going to start sitting out until we heard about that this year, where guys were saying, hey, if you don't pay me more, I'm not going to play in the playoff. We heard those rumors and those reports this year. Like, that's where college football is going, Trev. That's my fear. Is you just nailed everything, but that's my fear when these kids are just transferring. Trev, we've seen kids go to 5 schools in 5 years. Do you think they give one rip about their 5th team wins a championship or not? No, they don't. That's where they're headed, because you nailed exactly the problem that I have with the NFL. But there's also a reason the NFL is still way more popular than college football. National.
Sure.
Right? and you're going to try to now be like that. That's the thing. They think that's the route to go. That's what the leadership thinks. That's the problem. When in reality, that's not the way that college football needs to go.
Sure. And that I agree with you, but I think the one thing that I'm still holding out hope on is some of the players that were having those conversations were not sniffing the national championship. Like, I mean, it's like Notre Dame didn't have players that were like that. Like, there was an example in the chat. It's like, yeah,
that we
UNLV,
know of.
Sure.
Right.
But like, until it becomes public knowledge, like I'm not going to, and I'm not saying that you are either. This is just me personally. I'm not going to formulate my opinion on what could potentially happen. The signs are there. I agree. But just because somebody in the chat brought up UNLV,
it is happening. Because
but my point is yes, it's happening at UNLV. I hold Notre Dame in a higher.
And it happened at Notre Dame. It did happen to Notre Dame. Notre Dame had a cornerback leave the team in week 4 so he could redshirt because he wasn't happy about his circumstance and going to go somewhere else. That did happen to Notre Dame this year. Jaden Mickey.
Well, I'm saying Notre Dame didn't have, but Jaden Mickey was already not a starter.
He would have been once Benjamin Morrison got hurt, or at least he would have played a ton. They could have absolutely used Jaden Mickey this year.
I was under the impression
he was playing a lot. He was in the rotation. He was the number 3 corner. So let's say Leonard Moore starts over him. He's still the number 3 corner. He's still playing a lot. He's still in your rotation. He's still a key part of your football team. How many times late in the year did we hear people say, man, I wish we would have had Jaden Mickey, when Christian Gray was struggling? Now,
totally.
I don't agree with that. But this is just the beginning. It's not just UNLV, though. That's what I'm saying to you. It's not just UNLV. And what's happening in college basketball is going to come to college football. There's definitely guys who have been sitting out at big-time schools in college basketball because they're not getting their NIL payments.
Sure.
It's just not reported that way. There's things you're seeing with random injuries that are happening in college football that are not actually, and I know this for a fact. I've been told this by people involved in these decisions, not at Notre Dame, where a guy's reported with having an injury, but in reality, it's because he said, I'm not paying until I get my money. That is absolutely happening. And it's not at UNLV only. It's happening at the big-time schools. And what starts there eventually works its way to everybody. And that's the thing is, Trevor, is you can say it doesn't happen in Notre Dame, but the reality is it's happening in college football, and that's going to turn a lot of people off because you can't just separate. So, well, it only happens at USC. It only happens at Tennessee. It doesn't happen at Ohio State, Notre Dame. It kind of did, though.
My only pushback is, look, Jaden Mickey got passed up on the depth chart. That's why I think he left. I'm going to start being concerned about the state.
He's still a guy who was playing for you in meaningful minutes. He wasn't just a guy that was coming off the bench who was number 2 in the depth chart that never played. He was playing for you against Texas A&M, against Northern Illinois. He would have played for you against Louisville, not as a guy that was coming off the bench, but a guy that was part of your football team, a guy that was playing for you. And again, that's just the beginning. We can naively think that just because it only happened to a third stringer this time doesn't mean it's not going to happen to a starter next time. These type of things never get better, Trevor. They only get worse. That's the problem. These things only get worse. So, I mean, that Jaden Mickey played 24 snaps against Texas A&M. That game was always in doubt. He played 23 snaps in the last game he played in.
Look, I'm not trying to paint the picture that Notre Dame lost a nobody scout team bum. I'm just saying there was talks around players where you said that players were talking about not playing in the playoffs if they weren't paid more money.
Right.
To me, I'm going to become more concerned if a guy like Jeremiah Smith is like, hey, if you don't give me more money right now, you're not going to have me for the postseason. If a Jeremiah Love
don't fix it now, that will happen.
Agreed.
It's like with players sitting out bowl games. It took one guy to sit out a bowl game before it just became now everybody. Now you're surprised. In 2016, Christian McCaffrey chose not to play in a bowl game. Less than a decade later, you're surprised when a good player does play in a bowl game.
Sure.
So it takes one big-time player to do that. One. And then it just becomes the precedent. That's the problem. That's why I'm saying it's got to get fixed before it gets there, because it's like you're too young to remember this. It happened before you were born. But there was a strike in 1994 that canceled the World Series. I know a lot of baseball fans, including my dad, that loved baseball. It was my dad loved baseball more than any sport. He's never cared about baseball since then. Because once you cross that certain line, Trevor, you are going to lose people that you never get back. So you can't wait till it gets to the point where your starting quarterback at Notre Dame decides, I'm not going to play in the playoff game until you give me more money. You can't wait till that happens before you say, okay, well, I guess now we got to fix it. Because you're already going to turn a lot of the normies off of it, understandably so. That's the problem.
And I hope I'm not coming across this way. I'm not saying wait till that time. I was drawing comparisons back to the reason why I like college football over the NFL is because you do have those star players in the NFL that refuse to go to practice and refuse to be and participate with the team if they don't get their money. Right. I agree with you that college football. Yeah. Like we're saying the same thing. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying to not be concerned about it. I'm just happy that college football is not there yet. It is there yet.
It's just not as prominent, but it is there. It is there.
There, when I mean there, I mean to the degree of what it's at like you don't have those star, high caliber, first round draft pick athletes in college football that are currently sitting out. It could get there. I agree
that you
with
know
that.
of. I'm telling you that has happened.
Okay.
It's just not been reported that way. Not at Notre Dame, but it hasn't been reported that way. The reason the UNLV kid walked is because they said, we don't care. I'm just telling you, it has happened where guys right before the season started said, you know what, I may not play unless you give me more NIL money. Like the kids who don't play because they didn't get paid what they were promised, that's a different story. I almost borderline support that. Because like you promised me something, now you're not paying. Like if I said, hey, Trev, I'm hiring you for this first amount, and then payday comes and I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, but I'm not going to pay you that right now. Or, I'll have to sit this month out. You're going to be like, well, I'm not going to keep working hard to put out content for you if you're not going to pay me what you promised to pay me. Sure. Like, I don't count that. That's different for me because you can't do that in the NFL. You can't not pay a player what you owe him. In college football, you can. You can promise a guy the world to get him to come play for you and then be like, haha, just kidding. And what's the player's recourse other than not to play? But that's not what's happening in college football. And you have to trust me on this one a little bit. That is happening. It's just not being reported that way yet. But it'll eventually get out. And that is happening where guys are saying, hey, I'm not going to play unless you pay me more money. I mean, that's what the portal is. I mean, it's like, how's what T. Higgins is doing any different than, like the way the portal is now where every offseason guys are just like, well, if you're not going to pay me more money, I'm getting the portal and I'm going to leave and go somewhere else. The reason T. Higgins does what he does is because he can't just go in the portal and leave. If guys were signed to 3-year contracts and they were locked into the same deals, they'd be doing what T. Higgins is doing because that's the only recourse T. Higgins has is to say he's not going to play. And I hate it. I absolutely freaking despise it, which is one of the reasons I watch the NFL. But if the NFL was like college football, then he could just jump in a portal and go play for somebody else.
Sure.
If college football players were locked into certain deals, then what you'd see them do is exactly what T. Higgins is doing because the system would demand that they do so. That's my issue, is we're going that direction. So I don't disagree with you on why you dislike the NFL because it's one of the reasons I don't like the NFL. What I'm saying is that is happening more than you realize in college football. And that's the scary thing for me. Because I think I'll say this, and we'll end here, Trev, because we could talk about this forever. I'll let you get the last word. But my issue is this, is once you break that bond that you have with a fan, it's hard to get it back. And
Sure.
Baseball learned that the hard way. And that's my fear with college football is eventually you're going to turn a generation of fans off and you may not be able to get them back without doing just these ridiculously stupid things. Like, I mean, look how much baseball has sold their soul to the devil to try and please God, let's get some young fans back in this. Because they don't have the loyalty that the NFL has.
Yeah.
And so they're basically like pimping themselves out with these ghost. I mean, like, remember when we were kids, we had ghost runners. They're bringing that back. And I mean, they have that now in baseball, basically. You know what I mean? Like, it's absurd. But that's because they're just begging people to care. And because they thought there was no line they could cross. because fans would always be loyal to them. They're America's pastime. And then they realize, no, there's definitely lines you can cross, and you've crossed every single one of them. That's my thing, is I want college football to not get to that point before they fix it. Because then they're going to be like, you are at the NFL, just I don't freaking care. Like, people, you've seen it. How many times people, hey, Brian, are you back to watching the Broncos again? Because of something? Nope, don't care. Don't care. That's my fear. I'll let you have the last word, Trev, and then when you're done, you can take us out of here.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think in a roundabout way, you and I are basically saying the same thing. You just have more information available to you that I don't. I'm a huge proponent of you don't know what you don't know. From the things that I've seen, that
is a little unfair. I'll give you
like
that.
I just haven't seen it. Now, and that was my point of, one, it absolutely needs corrected. You and I have talked on multiple shows about, like, it needs to get regulated. It can't just be this Wild West, because it's crazy, way too crazy for my liking. You know, and I'm over here trying to get Lauren involved in learning more about the team, and she's already stressed out by every 3 years they're gone. It's like, now they could be gone in a semester. So right. I'm gonna have to make you a bunch of PowerPoints for this upcoming season because it's gonna be a whole thing.
Yeah,
but no, you're right. I mean, it needs change. It's just I'm just happy that it's not that I know of the star premier guys yet. The second I started hearing about Jeremiah Love opting out for the season unless he gets more money, that's when, and very validly, at that point, it probably is too late. I'm just, from my viewing eye, I'm happy that it's not there yet, because that would be real sad. Real sad.
Real quick. I'm not responding to that. Said you get the last word on that. JP Buellsfeld asked if we missed his BISO hold. JP, we did not miss it. We skipped it simply because his BISO hold was Texas A&M and USC will be the only night games in the 25 home schedule. We kind of addressed that in a different one. So I think that is what we said we thought would it be. The only other one, maybe Boise, is the only other one we talked about, but we did say that we thought those would be it, JP, but that's why we didn't bring it up, because we did address it in another one. So we did get yours, but I think we both would buy that A&M and USC are likely to be the two night games. So I just wanted to get JP in there because he was asking about that. So that is going to do it. Trev, my man, first 5-hour show. Congratulations.
Oh, no, this is my
We've done over 5 before. Wow.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did a over 5-hour mailbag once. The post game for Northern Illinois was 5 hours.
We're going to have to figure something out, because we can't keep doing 4.5, 5-hour shows every day. We'll figure something out, but it's your guys' fault because you have so many great submissions. Yeah.
Well, all right, guys. Well, thank you for all the really good submissions today. Obviously, we don't go for over 5 hours unless it sparks some really, really good conversation. And as you guys know, me or Brian are not ever short for a word, because we are both talkers, but it's what makes it fun. But before you guys get out of here, be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, share this podcast with your friends and family, anybody that you know loves Notre Dame and college football as much as you do. Whatever platform you watch us on, please be sure to leave us a 5-star review, whether that be on Spotify podcasts or Apple Podcasts. We greatly appreciate it. We will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. with more off-season content coming your way. We'll also have more things going on the boards. And you can find that down at boards.irishbreakdown.com. We have all that content going on in the Champions Lounge. But until tomorrow at 1 o'clock, for Brian, I'm Trevor. We'll see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.